Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku His Stockpile Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You should probably give it up. He doesn't have a quirk. Those words were all Izuku could think of. Mom had been so quiet on the drive home that only those words filled the silence in his head. He couldn't understand. All the other kids had quirks. Some had even minor quirks like big noses or grabbable eyeballs, but they were quirks. They were something. He had nothing? When the pair finally got home, there were shoes at the door that neither Midoriya had seen in months. Home at last. Hisashi smiled, gathering his family into his large arms. It has been too long. Have you missed me much? The sight of the white-haired father of the Midoriya house was normally a happy one. There was always a lot of food, laughter, games. It had been months since Izuku's father had been home from his overseas job, so it should be a big celebration. But Izuku looked at his father, a father with such a cool fire quirk, and started to cry. Izuku! Daddy, I'm sorry. Izuku cried into his father's suit. I'm sorry. His father's warm hand was big, nearly cupping his body as he pulled him close. Izuku, why are you sorry? Did something happen at school today? Izuku, sweetheart, Inko tried to sound comforting, but Izuku knew she was crying too. It's all right. When Izuku wouldn't come out or stop crying, Inko turned to Hisashi. He was waiting patiently, cradling their child, and Inko loved that about him. Nothing she or Izuku did fazed him. Hisashi was calm, understanding, caring he would always wait for an explanation before moving forward. His blue eyes were always a calm sea she could find safe harbor in. But now she was crying right along with her son. Hisashi, we just came from the doctor's office, about Izuku's quirk. He doesn't have one. Hisashi's rough voice hummed in understanding, but Inko just couldn't believe it. Hisashi didn't seem to care. He just scooped up Izuku in his arms and held him tight against his chest. Come now, Izuku, is not having a quirk so bad? Can I still be a hero? Izuku begged, bright green eyes looking up at him with glinting tears and the promise of more. Those were eyes that told him everything in Izuku's world hinged upon his answer. Can I still be like All Might without a quirk? Hisashi smiled and nuzzled his son's little face, ignoring the tears that followed. Oh, Izuku, you'll be even better than All Might. Trust me. You'll be the best hero. Inko's confused face was ignored in favor of attending to his son. Dinner was already made, so the family ate together, the dishes were washed, and, after watching some television together, the overwrought Izuku was brought to bed by his father. Izuku watched as his father closed the door to his room and frowned tiredly. Dad. Izuku, I have a secret to tell you, the man said, sitting both of them on Izuku's small bed. Can you keep a secret? Even from Mom? Izuku nodded furiously. My brother was thought to be quirkless. Izuku was giving him his full, rapt attention. But, even if people think you're quirkless, that doesn't mean you really are. He developed a quirk when he was in his 20s. It was an extremely powerful quirk too, a transferable stockpile quirk capable of becoming a great hero power. He was actually just like you. Huh. Izuku stood on his father's knees to try and look at his dad in the eyes. But Dr. Tsubasa said, well, I know things that Doctor does not, his father whispered to him. In fact, I have a quirk that tells me that you have one too. That made Izuku giggle. Daddy, you're being silly. You breathe fire. Hisashi chuckled some, but his white hair fluffed up as he shook his head. Well, yes, you're right, Izuku, but I don't just have that quirk, I have many quirks. But Daddy, you can only have one. Hisashi scooped up his son into his arms and held him close. My quirk is only one quirk, but it lets me have many at my disposal. Izuku listened closely. Hisashi's lips went close to Izuku's ear, promising not even Inko would hear if she walked in. I can take quirks. Izuku pulled back, eyes filled with wonder. You can? And you use them too? Yes, they become mine in every way that matters, assured Hisashi. I can always give them back or give them away, but the main part of my quirk is taking them and stockpiling them. Cool. Midoriya Hisashi alias, all for one, real name. Shigaraki Takashi was smiling as he looked down at his excitable son jackhammering into his legs with all the excited jumping. His 4-year-old was the most energetic bunny on the planet, and no other could compare. Better, though, was that his son had a quirk that rests just under the surface, that no one could copy or take. Not even him. He could feel the smoky miasma of his quirk, lighter with just a taste of his mother, waiting in the child, waiting to pull in any quirks it touched, but unable to be grasped by his own smoky quirk in return. The challenge that rested under his son's skin was exciting. What were the limits? What were the qualifiers? How had Inko's quirk colored his? How competent would it be? Could he take quirks from Izuku once he had them, or would they be forever lost in the miasma of his son? He would be careful until he knew the answer, but the puzzle was there in front of him waiting to be solved. And now, thanks to his resourceful friend Kyudai, he had the time to explore it without Inko ever having to know. After all, if she believed the boy was quirkless, then he would keep her thinking that for at least a few years, if he managed to keep the boy discreet. But first, Izuku, I want to try something, all right? Izuku, the trusting soul, beamed up at his father with a winning smile. Close your eyes. Tell me what you feel. There were a million quirks to choose from actually, only 5348, still a significant number, but all for one had chosen a quirk for his son many months ago. A subtle one that Inko would never notice. He held the quirk right against Izuku's skin, touching his quirk gently with it. And, perfect, the quirk was esikidi right into the miasma. He looked for the quirk, but it was gone within the smoke. Even his quirk couldn't tell what quirk Izuku had in his depths. Perfect. Dad, I felt something. Izuku couldn't help but open his eyes then, and the green orbs glittered. Dad, I felt my whole body jump. Did you use a quirk? Perhaps, he teased. Tell me, what do you think the quirk was? Oh, it was about sunlight, answered his boy, very confidently, then more confusedly, and it had to do with my hair? One was so terribly proud. It was perfect. It would require more testing to be sure, but it seemed Izuku could tell the fundamentals of the quirk without needing to be told. That's right, he said with a pointed boop on the nose. You see, I wanted a quirk that no one would notice, and wouldn't you know, there's a quirk that turns the user's hair green so he can photosynthesize. My hair's already green, concluded Izuku. Exactly, so no one will notice. When you photosynthesize, you're converting water and sunlight into energy. That means that the more you go out into the sun, the stronger and healthier you are, so long as you drink enough water. I don't want you to turn this one off, all right? Keep it on all the time if you can. If you can't, tell me. I can, Papa. Izuku promised. I'll keep it on. How strong am I? Can I lift cars? Buildings? Oh, photosynthesize won't make you that strong. Barely stronger than you are now. All for one patted his now pouting child on the head. But it does mean you can start training yourself to get stronger. A wonderful first quirk for you. Yes, photosynthesize was a good quirk, very useful for growing children but not for someone like himself. The color change would be too noticeable on his white hair, and all the quirk did was add the energy needed to lightly speed up your natural processes like healing and resting and give a barely noticeable boost in strength. But for a growing boy like Izuku, this quirk would ensure he would grow to the best physical shape he could as long as he got enough sunlight and water. And food too. The quirk wasn't perfect. First quirk. Izuku was bouncing again. You mean I'm going to get more? Of course. All for one laughed. We have to test your quirk after all. In fact, let's give you one more tonight, to celebrate your amazing quirk and as a reward for not telling your mother, okay? Thank you, Daddy. You are welcome, Izuku. He pet through his soft curls fondly. Now, I'm going to give you another quirk. I want you to focus on that quirk, on the energy of it. Find where it goes, and see if you can give the quirk back to me, all right? Izuku nodded at the challenge, already scrunching up his face in determination. It was so adorable that all for one had to keep himself from pinching the child. Instead, he took another quirk and held it against Izuku's own. Once again, the quirk was SCKD up into his child. It took a few moments for Izuku to wrestle with the quirk, but finally, the child put his hand over his father's and pushed. And pushed. And pushed. But the quirk wouldn't move. "Dad, it doesn't want to leave," Izuku said with a wobbly voice. "I'm sorry, it won't move." All for One considered this. There were a few possibilities. The simplest one is that Izuku simply didn't know how to give quirks and so would take some time to learn how to do so. He himself hadn't quite known he could do that when he first got his quirk, but, then again, he hadn't had anyone there to guide him through it. He had simply figured out that he should be able to and had done so. It had only taken a day, from CNCPTN to execution. Another option, the more obvious one, was that this was Inko's doing. And the more he considered the lighter shade of miasma within his son, the more he believed it made sense. Inko's quirk, attraction, didn't allow her to push things away from her, only pull them in her direction. It wasn't levitation, it was like a small gravitational pull. If Izuku's quirk had its own innate sense of gravity, a center with a pull of its own, it would make it very difficult to overcome. It could even be impossible, though he doubted it. But it also might mean that there might be a positive here. If his quirk had its own sense of gravity, did it also have an increased reach? Even a simple 5 feet like Inko's could be a great advantage. This required more experimentation. "It's all right, Izuku," he finally said. "Your quirk wasn't going to be a perfect copy of mine. We'll test it some more tomorrow, all right? Now, before we get you ready for bed, do you want to tell me what quirk you think I gave you?" Izuku's adorable face scrunched up as he tried to think. "Something, with my body. And closing? That doesn't make sense though," I jumped. "That's perfect, Izuku," he praised the child. "It is, in fact, a healing quirk that can seal wounds. It doesn't stop bruising or reset bones, but it will help you stay safe when I'm not always around." His adorable little boy was so excited, he jumped up and down the little bunny he was. "That's so cool. The bad guys can't hurt me so bad. I'm invincible." All for One caught his child in his arms, chuckling under his breath. Izuku stared up at him and beamed. "Thank you, Daddy." "Anything, Izuku." He would do anything for his son. Anything at all. "Would you like to learn how to be a hero, Izuku?" He murmured the words softly, tantalizingly. His son's eyes grew wide and bright. "How to fight like one. How to think like one." "Yes, Daddy's. Please, 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 please." "Oh my, what's happening in here?" Inko came in with a tired smile. "I thought you were putting him to bed." "Mom, Dad's going to teach me how to be a hero." Izuku jumped up, fist raised. "Never fear, I am here." All for One shuddered at the horrible mental image of Izuku as All Might, focusing on Inko's disbelieving face to distract himself. "I thought Izuku could do with some children's martial arts. Nothing serious, but it's fun and he'll meet lots of other children." "Hisashi," Inko hesitated, "I don't really have the time." All for One brought his wife and child into another warm hug. "I was waiting to tell you, but my work is opening another office here in Japan and they want me to head it. I will be back on the weekends from now on. That's why I want Izuku to have a class to go to. I can take him there, bring him out for ice cream after, make it a real father-son bonding time. It's been too long since I was part of this family, Inko. I want to be here now that I have the chance." He wanted to raise his son and hone his power. He wanted his son close by his side. And Inko, beautiful Inko, could be happy and secure. Maybe they could have another child? Maybe an adopted child, though, so there was only one All for One progeny running around. Another child would help Inko feel fulfilled while he and Izuku drew closer. Oh, his precious Izuku. He would be glorious. Chapter 2. Izuku loved practicing his quirk. These were good days, the days when Dad would give him quirks to play with, or when he would meet all these people who didn't want their quirks anymore and would give them to him. Each quirk was a bright little star inside of him, and he was happy to have as many of them as Daddy could find for him. They were warm and bright. He was so happy to even have one bright quirk in his core. Dad had gathered lots of people in a room for him, and he was practicing his pulling to see if he could pull them all at once. He pictured himself as a black hole, skiing through his arms like 13. Each time he extended his hand, he enjoyed feeling their quirks, feeling their energy as it zoomed around them. Some energies focused on the brain, some on the feet. Nearly every body part was in the room. And Izuku knew his dad gave him a wide variety of quirks in there too. He could feel a few with elemental edges, some transformation. Ooh, there was an intelligence quirk. He loved those. Can you feel all those quirks, Izuku? His father whispered. Oh right, they were whispering. They were supposed to be sneakily taking their quirks, so Izuku was supposed to control his mumbling. He hoped he hadn't disappointed Dad by mumbling. They're wonderful, Dad. He made as much excitement known in his voice as he could through whisper. The rest of his excitement came from him bouncing in place. His dad liked it when he got excited. Do they really want to give them to me? They're so beautiful, I don't know why they would ever give them up. His dad gave him an entertaining smile. Well, they might not have a choice, Percy. Huh. Izuku looked back out at the room. The people were milling about, looking a little scared. Did they not know he was coming? Why not? We went over this with Black Dragon, didn't we, son? Hisashi pointed out. Your wonderful fire quirk, do you remember who you got it from? Izuku nodded furiously, very serious about it. Villains were a very serious business after all. He was a villain. Well, do you see all those people? He pointed to the room. Izuku's eyes lingered, especially over the really special quirks. They're all bad people. I brought you here because they don't deserve their quirks anymore, my darling boy. Don't deserve them? Izuku turned and stared at the people through the glass, trying to find their flaws. What did they do? They have been abusing their quirks, Izuku, his father replied, voice sad. You can feel it, can't you, how the quirks feel unhappy? He nodded. He could. Unhappy quirks were always uncomfortable to be around. People didn't use them properly a lot of the time, and the quirks got tired or stretched or hurt. Some felt so awful it felt like someone was screaming at his quirk. Izuku didn't understand why people would do that to the glorious quirks inside of them. The quirks are sad because the people who have them refuse to use them to better the world, his father said. They could do such great things, but they don't. They don't. Izuku whispered, looking over them again. They didn't look like bad people, but villains didn't look bad very often. Dragon did, but that was because his quirk gave him horns, wings, a tail, claws, and that green fire he could breathe. Izuku was disappointed that he only got the fire breathing. The rest was from a family mutation gene, unfortunately. Focusing back on the people in the room, Izuku frowned. They're bad people, so that means I take their quirks? That's right, Izuku, his father beamed down at him. You'll use them for far better things than they ever would. Yeah, I'll use them to save people. Izuku cheered, turning back to the glass. Alright, Dad, let's try. All for One hovered over his shoulder where Izuku couldn't see him smile. Go on, son. Try to take as many as you can at once. Izuku spread his arms out, one pointed to each side of the group. This will be fun. Terrorized eyes reflected in the one-way mirror. Izuku's. He couldn't stand to look at them, so he turned to Dad. All for One. A villain name, and it suited him. His always tall father loomed over him even though his blue eyes were gentle. Earnest, Izuku would later say. His father was looking at him like he was breaking his heart, but Izuku didn't understand why father thought he would do this after what mom had said. Izuku, what's wrong? His father knelt down and cupped his face gently. Izuku didn't realize he was crying until All for One wiped the tears from his eyes. Oh, Izuku, you're so confused right now, aren't you? It's hard when parents disagree on how to raise a child. I'm sorry your mother didn't understand that. Izuku bit his lip. Can I see her? His father hated that question. Izuku could feel it in the subtle way his father's gentle cupping turned from a soft brush to an inescapably firm hold. You know what she did, Izuku, his father warned lowly. Until she becomes a better mother for you, I don't think it's healthy for you to see her. Izuku nodded despondently. But that's enough of that, All for One said with a pat on his head. I brought you here to be happy, son. Can you feel all the quirks just beyond that window? You didn't like the quirks I brought you the other day, So I brought you some for you to pick for yourself. Izuku's eyes widened. These people being here, it was his fault? Dad, no, you didn't need to do that. Izuku protested, a little too loudly. The people inside the room were looking in their direction, seeing nothing. I liked the quirks, really. He had liked them while they were inside the heroes Starlight, Might and Havenger. He had loved the heroine who could pull moon and starlight into physical objects, like wings or weapons, and he had thought Havenger's ability to turn his own body into a hollow cannonball was incredibly useful for protecting civilians inside himself, but also deadly if he jumps at a villain. He had loved their unique quirks. Just remembering those two heroes while those quirks were inside him shook a mixed bag of emotions. When his father gave them to him, he had promised to those two fallen heroes that he would use them for good. He didn't want to take more quirks, he didn't need to. He'd already taken too many. You did like them after all? But you looked so sad, Izuku, his father said, moving closer to the window now and peering in. You know that I only ever want your happiness, son. That's all I have ever wanted for you. Will you try to be happy for your dad? Take a new quirk, or 10, or 50. I know you like how they make you feel, and then we can go and play with them for a little while. Izuku shook his head, feeling vaguely nauseous as he looked past his father and into the familiar room. Regular, ordinary people. Not bad guys. Not villains, not unless his father was punishing them. They were all innocent. No. His father was disappointed in him, and that was bad. He never liked disappointing his father, it never led to happy things. All for one strolled over to the other side of the room, motioning Izuku to follow. You know they don't deserve them, son, you can feel it. They've been using them terribly. It hurts to see them walking around like that. You know how that feels, don't you, Izuku? Feeling the quirks scream their potential and being used to sharpen pencils instead of swords. Izuku nodded carefully. It was true, after all, that underused quirks gave him a bad feeling every time he was around them, some of them in such agony that Izuku felt like someone was screaming in his head so loudly he couldn't help but want to take them just to make it stop. Sometimes he even would. He'd slip by someone, not even touching them, and pulled their quirk to him. His father would always be so proud that he rescued those poor quirks. But now, he knew that the quirks were a part of the person, even if they didn't appreciate them. He couldn't just steal a part of someone. Mom had agreed with him, not with Dad. His father's smile turned down and his lips puckered slightly before they relaxed again into his father's fond smile. I understand, son. I truly do. But can you try to at least feel if they have potential? Izuku flushed under his father's stern gaze and turned obediently to the room. His hands spread out and he felt with his pull exactly what was there. Oh, they felt so amazing, it was hard to resist pulling them all to him. His father had filled the room with rare quirks, healing quirks, illusion quirks, a legitimate transformation quirk that let you grow wings so long as you had eaten some kind of poultry that day. He felt himself get excited just feeling so many wonderful quirks, but then he looked to his father, his smiling father, and realized with horror just what he'd been about to do. You like them, don't you? Dad teased him, but Izuku was already shaking his head. His father's smile fell dangerously low. Are you sure? You seemed so excited, son. Izuku would keep shaking his head. These people had amazing quirks, yes, and they probably felt very blessed to have them. They should keep them. He had stopped thinking of the people entirely when he was feeling their quirks, and that was horrible. It made him the same as any villain. No, he shook his head violently, he wouldn't do it. His father sighed dramatically. I am sorry that you don't enjoy your presents, Izuku. It's all right, you don't need to take them. His head whipped up. Really? His father never backed down, never. Was he really accepting that Izuku didn't want to steal their quirks? I'd never force you, Izuku. I just thought, since their quirks were being so horrendously abused, you'd like them better. Izuku's heart plummeted as his father toyed with a control panel for the room. His father was pretending to be thoughtful, but his eyes were tight and Izuku could feel his anger from where he stood. He started to tremble as the familiar and dangerous look in his dad's eye shot through him straight to his bones and embedded in the marrow. Well, if you don't think they're good quirks, we shouldn't leave them lying around, right, Izuku? His father teased. We should make sure they never misuse them again. Father's large fingers pressed a series of buttons, activating a motor somewhere that whirred to life. The tubes around the room sounded like their rolling vacuum's tube extension. His father pulled him up onto his shoulders and Izuku grabbed his hair hard as he saw the mayhem unfolding in the room. From all sides, small slatted panels had opened and air was being sucked out. It looked like a windstorm, but instead of people flying, the people inside were choking. Some were trying to hold their breath as others were clutching their throats. A few banged on the mirrors to try and get out. Izuku realized in a second what was happening. They couldn't breathe. They were dying. Dad, stop it. Izuku screamed, holding onto his father's head. Please. His father only shook his head. I simply can't let them continue to misuse their quirks, Izuku. If you do not want any of them. I do, I want their quirks, I'll take their quirks, don't kill them. I'm sorry. Izuku never breathed a sigh of relief so great as when his father pressed the bronze button and the thunderous motor stopped. The people in the room started to huff great breaths of air again, gathering together now instead of standing apart. He would feel like a hero if he couldn't see the terror on their faces, or if he didn't know what he'd be doing to them next. Why would you tell me you didn't like my gifts, Izuku? His father pouted as Izuku was plopped down to the floor again. Izuku's cheeks were soaked with tears, some dropping to the floor, but his father ignored them. I could see you liked them, then you lied to me so I nearly ruined them. Next time, you have to tell me which quirks you like, alright? I want to make sure I don't hurt them before you can take them. Izuku understood then, as his father smiled down at him, that if he was ever brought to this room again, he would take every quirk in there. Every time. Now, which ones did you like? His father asked, pointing through the glass. How about the one with wings? I know you've always wanted to fly without worrying about how to use your hands and feet to propel you in the right direction, and the Starlight Quirk is so limiting. Or was it that flame-based healing quirk? That would be a wonderful combination with that flaming hands quirk you seem to like using. His father turned to him with a wide white smile, a smile full of excitement and yet dark promises. So, which ones do you want, son? Izuku faked a beaming smile for his father through the layer of tears coating his cheeks. All of them. At the end, with the 20-odd extra quirks nestled lovingly inside his core, Izuku wasn't sad. He didn't want to be. He was grateful. He was grateful that his father let him order Kurogiri to warp the newly quirkless and unconscious people away to safety, a gesture from father that he would keep his word. And when his father took him away from the room and back to their home, he was grateful that his father was taking care of him. Because if he felt anything besides gratitude, he worried his father would know. When he went to bed that night, his father held him tight and wouldn't let him go. It's as if his father had heard the piece of his heart break away that afternoon and was now trying to hold his together. It didn't work. The shard of his heart dug painfully into his insides, refusing to let the pain be ignored. That night Izuku could only sleep fitfully in his father's arms. Stop with your stupid journals, Deku. Kaken tried to take the notebook, but Izuku slipped away easily, stowing it in his bag and slinging that bag over his shoulder in one motion. Who are you stalking now? A classmate? Some D-lister with no future? Izuku gave Kaken a smile. Are you jealous, Kaken? Would you like me to analyze your quirk some more instead? As if, Kaken dismissed, but not before Izuku saw the telltale anger flicker in his eyes. Unlike you, I don't need to hang on to other people to be great. I just am. Sure, Kaken, he said, appeasing and teasing at the same time. You're the best, right? I'm sure UA will be a good fit for you. A hand slammed on his desk, vaguely smoking. Deku, we both know you're not applying for UA. You're not that stupid, right? Izuku looked up at his old friend, eyes promising death, and just grinned. Well, I want to be a hero too, Kaken. Of course I'll be applying to a hero school. You really think you're going to UA? Kaken's Minion 1 laughed. Minion 2 joined in. You're quirkless. Quirklessness isn't a disease, he reminded them for the umpteenth time. Someone who's quirkless can get in if they work hard and this ain't about your brains, Deku, it's about power. Kaken let out a powerful blast in his direction, just enough to blow his hair back but not enough to singe. His friend sneered across at him. You see that? That is power, and you don't have any. Get it through your thick skull. I will be the only one in this garbage school to get into UA. You got that? This is going to be my origin story, my path to being the #1 hero. Don't get way. Izuku could only feel proud of his old friend. It wasn't that he felt good getting Kaken's anger aimed his way, but he was used to that. It was just nice to hear Kaken talk about his goals and his dreams. You could see the sentiment behind them, the pride that glowed in his eyes at the thought of succeeding in them. You'll be amazing, Kaken, he encouraged, earning another scowl from the boy. He couldn't help but be supportive. I'm sure UA will be lucky to have us both. Are you listening to me? He roared. You're not applying. Knowing that nothing he said would change Kaken's mind, Izuku let it rest, packing up the rest of his things and moving around him to leave the room. Good luck, Kaken. A hand on his backpack stopped him and he looked back to Kaken's sneering face. You should listen to me, nerd, Kaken sneers. You're deluding yourself thinking you can be a hero. Stop playing around, death. You'd be better off throwing yourself from the roof. He nearly jumped into the ceiling before he turned 180 in panic. Kaken, don't say things like that. Why not? He sneered. You might as well jump as try to be a hero. You'll die either way. You wouldn't last one day if I did. Izuku screamed, shocking his old friend and his cronies. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just jump. But what would you do if I did? What would happen to you? Izuku knew exactly what would happen. His father would hunt down everyone in his path who had ever so much as seen him. His father would kill Kaken if he ever even heard this exchange, regardless of Izuku's own wishes. He rarely screamed at Kaken, but this was too important not to. Kaken looked at him with menace, clearly aware of the change of character. You better not be planning something, nerd. Izuku bared his teeth. Just, don't say things like that where people can hear, okay, Kaken? You wouldn't want to risk your chances at UA just for me. And I wouldn't want you to die quirkless in my father's hideout, Izuku added, his heart clenching. You're an idiot, Kaken. An idiot who thinks your actions have no consequences. As if there isn't someone watching. As if I don't want to die every day for the danger I put you in. At least Kaken seemed to take his words to heart and turned away from him with a huff. Whatever. You're not worth my time, worthless Deku. Oh, he was going to pay for that. I love you too, Kaken. He punctuated it with a sweet air kiss, and Kaken stuttered to a halt at the classroom door as his friends laughed loudly. DKU. Deku dodged right as the explosive right hook went off right where his stomach previously was and then bolted from the room, laughing all the way. Oh Kaken, even when you're a bully, being around you always lift my mood. Izuku used his invisibility quirk to hide along the wall until Kaken gave up his hunt and left with his goons. But, as fun as it was to rile up Kaken, he couldn't be late to meeting his father. The moment they were gone he ran outside to grab his notebook and started jogging home. He had to get home in 10 minutes or his father would probably send out one of his unknown goons to find him. Nothing was worse than a villain who had been inconvenienced by your own inattentiveness. He was passing under the local drag tunnel. Of course, he knew what happened here after dark. His father hadn't raised an idiot when the sound of pumping sewage came from underneath him. Izuku had never registered a quirk. He was legally quirkless and definitely not allowed to use an unregistered quirk in public. But he might make an exception, he thought, as his accelerating heart rate was met with a liquid villain with sludge for arms and a terrifying smile of reshaping teeth that looked ready to eat him. You'll make a perfect skin suit, kid, the villain laughed. Thanks. Izuku knew not to turn your back on an enemy. He didn't try to run, instead he jumped at the thing, aiming for the eyes. At the last second the goop moved and he missed, ending up completely enveloped in the monster in front of him. Sewage fought to pull open his mouth, but it wasn't strong enough. Come on, kid, you're only making this more difficult. I just need an escape route. Sewage that had been trying for his mouth decided that, if it couldn't choke him that way, it would go through his nose. Oh God, it was painful and it made him nauseous. Sewage was filling his lungs. Dad! His telepathic link kicked in, calling for help. He felt his father's alarm through the call. Izuku, I'm coming. Fight back, son, you know how. Izuku didn't have a choice. He wasn't supposed to use his quirks, have a quirk, he was meant to be quirkless. But he activated all his healing quirks at once and his body fought against the sludge to stay alive. It pushed out the toxins, and still Izuku couldn't breathe. Underwater breathing. He felt the small amount of air in the sewage and his body breathed it in, now having a decent chance of surviving without giving himself away. Come on, just die already, kid. I don't have time for this. Not good. The villain's moves were starting to tear his throat and lungs, and even if Izuku just sat there in the sewage, waiting for help, the villain would still know he had a quirk because he wasn't dying. Izuku was about to activate air breath to push the villain out of his lungs by force when a familiar laugh rang through the sewers. All Might. He could almost hear the angel choir, the All Might theme song in the wind. Have no fear, he proclaimed, for I am here. Dad, don't come, it's All Might. All Might's here. He yelled furiously in his mind. He felt his father's ire magnified tenfold from his end. I'll be safe, just don't come. Texas smash. The powerful punch sent huge force through the air, and the villain was yanked away from him and his esophagus, splashing uselessly on the ground. Izuku was blown too, his head cracking against the pavement below. Kid! His eyes closed, but his healing quirks were still alive in his system. The bone painfully reset, and his blood vessels sealed. Though his mind was still foggy, the damage wasn't permanent. His eyes closed a little, until a frantic hand slapped him repeatedly in the face. Hey! Wake up! Hey! All Might? He peeked up through fuzzy eyes. Oh no, All Might! All Might saved me and I was about to pass out. Izuku jumped up, only to fall back on his bum when he lost his balance. All Might! You saved me! All Might laughed boisterously. Well, looks like you're alright. Sorry for getting you caught in all that. I would have gotten to you sooner, but this city's sewers are extremely difficult to navigate, huh? Izuku gaped up at the man who he'd seen only on TV for 5 years. He looked every bit as strong as he had all those years ago. Wasn't he injured? How could he still look like that? How had he been healed? And now I must catch the evildoer. All Might turned out his bottle of soda before scooping small bits of the creature inside before it tried to reconstitute. The villain's other pieces of slime followed, and soon both bottles were filled with the villain. Ah, what a refreshing way to transport villains. Izuku just stared at All Might, who was smiling and glowing and being so very much the perfect hero he had always been, right in front of him. Every longing he'd locked away, every hope and dream was resurfacing as he looked up at the man his father had ripped apart in front of him. His eyes filled with tears against his will. He had to know that he was all right, had to know whether someone like him, someone who was a coward, who had a villainous quirk, who has stolen from hundreds of people, could ever be a hero like him. Whether he could help more people without a quirk. Whether he could even get into the hero program without one, if he could be a quirkless hero. He had so many things he had to ask him. So his brain short-circuited when All Might waved. Well, I had better bring this evildoer to the police. So long, kid. Wait, you're leaving? Izuku scrambled to his feet. You can't, I have to talk to you. I have questions. All heroes have to race against time as well as enemies, All Might declared loudly. Stand back, I'm taking off. Izuku darted forward and grabbed at the pro-hero, clinging tightly to his left leg as the pro-hero's strength shot them upwards. It would have normally been thrilling to be so high in the sky, so free. No flying quirk could be useful if you didn't have open skies, if you were locked in a cage, no matter how large. To be so free and flying without the roof of a warehouse boxing you in. Izuku looked down for a moment, savoring the feeling. What are you doing? I love my fans, but this is too much. All Might tried to pry him from his leg. Mid-flight. Get off. If I get off, I'll fall, he yelled back, ignoring the fact that he could catch himself. All Might let go of him and froze. Oh, you're right. Just land. Wind chilled his ears as they fell towards the top of a nearby office building, where All Might finally did pry him off of his leg and set him down on the rooftop with a consternate glare. That was a pretty stupid move, he admonished. You shouldn't impede heroes at work. Now, knock on the door, someone will probably let you in. I have to go. Izuku refused to let this moment go. Wait please. No, I must be off. Izuku clenched his fists. I have to know. Can I be a hero even if I was born a villain? Can I be a hero with a harmful quirk? He had hundreds of villain quirks inside him, but his base quirk, the quirk that had shaped him and molded him, was the quirk that had hurt All Might. It didn't matter if he was alright now, it didn't matter that All Might was glowing and powerful right in front of him, because he could see the stomach coming from his side like it was yesterday. He heard the agonizing yell and the squelch of blood in his nightmares. His quirk itched along his skin, reminding him of which quirk was responsible. Because of that day, he'd never register a quirk, and he would not until he was free to use all of them. To pretend to be quirkless was not a lie, because none of his quirks were his own, but if he ever wanted to use one of his quirks, he wanted to use all of them. He could never use only one quirk. To do that would be a worse lie than anything else. All Might turned to him with a peculiar look in his eyes. Born a villain? He closed his eyes, desperately fighting his fear. If All Might said no. Already he heard the man choke at his question. He couldn't tell All Might about his quirk, but he could tell him more about him. Maybe he'd believe in him if he knew. All my life I've been kept away from people because of who my father is. Locked away, where no one can find me and hurt me because of him. Because of who I was born to. I even have his quirk, but it's hurt so many people that I can't use it in public. But that doesn't matter. I'll fight quirkless until I can finally use his quirk for good. I may be a coward for hiding my quirk, but when I can finally show myself, I want to be what people can look at with hope and not hatred. I'll do what he never does and save people. I'll save them with a smile and make them smile in return. I don't want people to suffer when I can stop it. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes to face his idol. I've always wanted to be just like you. His declaration was like dust in the wind when he saw the puff of smoke and splattering of blood, and a suddenly skeletal All Might. All Might? The skeleton sighed. Yeah, sorry kid. No, this can't be happening, I'm dreaming. Izuku felt his heart beating in his stomach. He was pretty sure he might start hyperventilating. All Might had been crippled by his father. He hadn't recovered, not all the way. His father was right, All Might was weakened. Tamura's plans might work. No, I can't let it happen, I won't. Please tell me this is some sick joke trying to convince me you're not All Might, he begged. You're not even wearing your fearless smile. There's plenty of fear behind that smile, the emaciated man said, eyes sad and depressed. Izuku's breath caught. He'd seen that fatalistic look in so many eyes that came before his father. This man was nearly broken. All Might was nearly broken. Don't tell your friends about this, but look. His white shirt was lifted to reveal a horrible scar, as if a crater had been dug into a human being. Just looking at it made his mind flash back to how he had seen the man's stomach on the ground. Pretty gross, right? All Might said. I got this in a big fight 5 years back. Izuku knew that. He remembered it vividly. Remembered how it was all his fault. My respiratory system is completely destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach, All Might continued gravely. The surgeries have completely worn me out. It can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for a few hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what I look like. I'm sorry. Izuku was sorry. So sorry. All Might would never know just how sorry he was. His hands itched as his healing quirks pressed forward, eager to heal the hero, but he held them back. Don't be. I'm the symbol of peace, right? He shook his head morosely. I'll take all the hits I need to keep people safe. I'll keep smiling like everyone needs me to. People everywhere rely on me, so I need to buck up and pretend I'm never afraid. Not of any villain, not even the ones who can do this. Even if, honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. There was so much weight in those words. So many years of strain. All Izuku could do was look on in empathy and regret. How much of this fear was because of him? Because of his father? Kid, this job is hard, All Might said, voice getting steely, and a hard glint coming to his eye. Pro heroes always put their lives on the line being heroes, and some villains can't be stopped without quirks. If you can't use your quirk to fight them, then you can't be a hero. That's all there is to it. Izuku's heart sank. His father had said the same thing in order to stop him from being a hero, or to force him into pretending he had some augmentation quirk instead, or one of the many others he'd taken inside himself. But he didn't want to be partially free. He wanted to be free completely. He wanted his quirk to be something he could be proud of. Until he could do that, he wouldn't use it. I will use it one day, he told All Might, a promise to himself. But it would do more harm than good right now. It would. People would scream, and he'd be carted off to Tartarus until they made him confess to all the quirks he'd stolen. Or all the quirks his father had. Right now there was an even division of each. He'd never be able to help people behind prison walls. He'd never be able to make them using their quirks even remotely worth it if he couldn't save people with them. Even so, he bit out, "You're wrong. You're wrong about me and about the quirkless. Being quirkless doesn't mean you're weak. I've learned how to fight. I've learned how to read opponents. I can take down someone who has a quirk without using my own. Sure, some villains might need a hero with a quirk to stop them, but even without a quirk people have made a difference. And I'll be the same way until I can use my quirk the same way you use yours." All Might heaved himself to his feet, tooting. "Kid, you asked my advice and I'm giving it to you. No one will take on a liability like you in a hero agency. You said your quirk will hurt innocent people? A quirk that can hurt your allies is a quirk no hero wants in their ranks. Being properly quirkless might even be better. And a villain parent? Heroes won't trust anyone with a past like that. Being a hero is the wrong path for you." Izuku looked up at him, his eyes wet. "And you're being heroic right now? Shutting me down without even knowing me? Without even knowing if I'm a villain too?" The tired skeleton of a hero took his heavy steps towards the roof access door, shoulders slumped and glum. "I can tell you're no villain, kid, but that doesn't matter. Take my advice, be a doctor, or a policeman. They get a bad rap because heroes do most of the arresting, but it's a heroic profession." He paused in the doorway, his face clouded over. "It's good to have dreams. But be realistic with your next one." Izuku could only watch in tears as his hero shut the door behind him, shutting the door on his hopes. A villain parent? Heroes won't trust anyone with a past like that. "Why do you think I'm like this?" he whispered to the air. "Why do you think I can't trust anyone? Why do you think I can't use my quirk?" Izuku, his father's voice rang in his ear. "Are you safe?" His entire body was shaking with tears. "I'm fine, Dad. I'm just on my way home." "You sound sad, son. What happened?" Izuku hesitated, but his father couldn't harm All Might more than he had. "Someone else just told me I couldn't be a hero." "Oh, son," his father's voice was like silk, brushing over everything softly. "You can be a hero. You'll be the best hero there ever was. A hero that will change the world for the better, that will save it from itself. You will bring about a golden age of quirks." His father always said that. Those were his goals, his ideals. Izuku forced himself to relax, to not draw his father further in. But his father believing in him. It meant nothing. "You're distraught. I can send Kurogyri." "Not for this," Izuku insisted. "All Might's gone, but you need to stay low. I'll walk or space jump. It's not far." "All right, Izuku." His father seemed to pet his mind just like he often did his hair. It sent shivers down his spine, even though he craved the comfort it offered. "Come home safe. I have a present for you that I think will help brighten your day." "Thank you, Dad." In the distance, an explosion went off. Another villain attack, hopefully not a gas line explosion. Still, he had time now that his father knew he would be late. Maybe he could analyze some more heroes before the day was out. Maybe he could see Backdraft. Izuku was still struggling with the latest water quirk father had given him. His stinging pride didn't abate even though he tried to keep some excitement at the prospect of seeing other heroes. All Might's words still rang in his ears. Yeah, some people wouldn't trust a hero with a villain parent. But if he could just get into a hero school and earn their trust. No, he had a plan. He had to wait until the full licensing exam, and then he could finally, but All Might was injured, his plan wouldn't work anymore. Explosions went off in the streets ahead, drawing his attention away from his depressing thoughts. A crowd of onlookers fluctuated as some ran and some leaned in for a closer look at the destruction. Idiots! Izuku still joined them and watched in horror as the sludge villain from earlier drove back multiple heroes while holding a victim within its disgusting sewage of a body. His mind flashed to the bottles All Might had collected him in. He hadn't seen them in the heroes' cargo pants after they had landed, and he hadn't even questioned it. The bottles must have gotten knocked off mid-flight, all because of him. The heroes were all standing back, no one was doing anything. The crowd was decrying the heroes for not helping, and mentioning that All Might had been chasing the villain. Why isn't he here? Because he used his energy on me. It's my fault. Can someone call him? He has to be nearby still, right? He can't, because he's run out of time. And then the victim was turned towards the crowd and Izuku's eyes met with something he'd never seen: Kaken, terrified. Before he could think, his feet were moving. Heroes and civilians yelled at him to get back, to get away, that he was going to die, but all he could do was run towards Kaken. Kaken! The red eyes were going dim as he watched. His father's lessons kicked in. Everyone has a weakness, Izuku. Find it. Exploit it. He looked the sludge villain over. Water would work, or ice, but that would need a quirk. Would he need to out himself in front of everyone just to save Kaken? He would do it, he knew he would. Anything to save him. Anything. He'd go to Tartarus, he'd throw away his dreams, he'd do it if it meant Kaken could be a hero. But if he could only find another weakness. The eyes looked solid, and they had been even in All Might soda bottles. That must be it. Taking his notebook in hand and using a quick aiming quirk called Bullseye, Izuku wound up and threw the paperback right into the villain's oversized eyes. Ack! The sludge flinched back and Kaken's face was allowed room to breathe. He was hacking, coughing for breath. Izuku grabbed for his arm, but not before the sludge villain eseked Kaken back into his sludge, now with Izuku's arm included. Deku? What are you doing? He was pulling Kaken's arm through the sludge, trying to wrestle it free. A subtle augmentation quirk helping him along. I'm sorry, Kaken, but I couldn't stand back and watch you die. The sludge's liquid face bore down on him. I'll kill you for that, kid. Boy, get back. Save the child. He's going to die. A big fist of sludge reared back, and Izuku prepared himself with as many durability quirks as he could. Well, here goes his privacy. Here goes his identity. Here goes his freedom. But he couldn't let Kaken die. The fist came down, and Izuku closed his eyes. I really am pathetic. In front of him was All Might, standing between him and the sludge villain. His face was steaming just as it had when he shrank, but he was staying in form. He was pushing himself past his limits. To save his life. I told you the traits of a champion, All Might proclaimed, his smile fixed on him, but I wasn't living up to my own ideal. Heroes are always risking their lives. That is the mark of a true hero. All Might grabbed Kaken and him with his one hand and pulled back the other in one massive fist. Detroit smosh. Wind billowed through the alley, breaking the sludge to bits. He and Kaken were blown like ragdolls in the wind while All Might held them fast. The force of the hit spiraled higher and higher until it finally met the lower atmosphere and created rain to douse the flames, meaning All Might had truly saved everyone. While I only got in the way. Izuku kept his head down as heroes berated him, even as they praised Kaken for putting up a fight. No one mentioned how he set the fires, but Izuku understood, he was fighting for his life. He remembered the desperation to breathe, the thought that he would reveal himself if it meant saving Kaken's life. There were some things you couldn't hold back for. He walked home despondently. All he had done was throw a notebook at a villain's eye, a villain that had only escaped because he had hitched a ride on All Might's leg. It hadn't even been worth it. All Might had just told him to give up. To be anything but a hero. His father would probably laugh at how similar All Might sounded to him. Deku! He turned to look at Kaken running at him from the road. Kaken? You don't even go this way. Why is it always you, Deku? Kaken strode forward. Why is it always a freakin' Deku at my heels? Why is it always you in the middle of my life? Why can't I ever just get rid of you? Because you want me here? Izuku replied weakly. He was too tired for his usual cheekiness. Kaken growled dangerously. What were you thinking, you idiot? You think you can come in and act like a hero, like you're anything more than quirkless? Why don't you ever quit? Eons of being with Kaken, and Izuku knew that whenever Kaken told him to quit, he never expected him to. What Kaken wanted was for him to admit that the explosive blonde was right about him, that he was right to put down Izuku's dreams if Izuku ended up being weak enough to give them up. Kaken always wanted Izuku to admit he was stronger. Beyond him, not within reach. Only today he had messed up. He had let the sludge villain escape from All Might. He had learned a terrible secret about the #1 hero that he wouldn't even be able to think about when his father touched him in case he had that touch-based telepathy active, and he had ended up needing to be saved by All Might a second time. But he still wouldn't quit. He had goals, he had only one way forward, and he just couldn't give that up. Right? You didn't do anything. Kaken roared, breaking Izuku from his contemplation. You got that? I was fine by myself, I didn't need the help of a quirkless loser. You didn't save me, you didn't do anything but mess things up and get in the way. Don't think I owe you anything. Izuku sighed. He knew Kaken didn't owe him anything, and he definitely owed Kaken more than he could say. If it weren't for him, so many of Kaken's misfortunes would never have happened. But still, to have Kaken criticize him for trying to save his life sank in his stomach like a lead ball. You're right, was what Izuku said. I'm sorry, Kaken. Kaken turned on his heels and left without another word. Well, at least he wasn't really angry. Izuku turned back to his path. He thought about using space jump to get home, but he knew he needed time to get his act together. Nothing was worse than going home and showing his father such a despondent face. It was better to use the walk to perk up a little. At least then he wouldn't cause a second catastrophe today. I am here. Izuku stumbled back as All Might appeared in front of him, posing just like he does for the posters with flexing muscles and a brilliant smile that seemed to catch the light perfectly no matter that the sun was setting behind the buff man. This man really did defy all logic. All Might? How did you get away from all the reporters? Haha, I stand for justice, not sound bites. I am All Mig Bleg. Blood spurted from his mouth and he popped back into his skeletal form, hacking a little to clear his airways. They both paused for a second so he could wipe away the blood before All Might sighed. Kid, I came here to thank you, and to continue our conversation from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have stayed a worthless bystander in the crowd. No, it was my fault, he insisted, taking another step back from the hero. I got in the way and made you lose the bottles. I'm the one who wasted your energy and your time. A skeletal hand rose to stop his dialogue. I'm not done yet. It is true that you were reckless, but any fault that lies on you lies twice on me. I had told you that you couldn't be a hero, and I saw in your eyes that you believed me. So when I saw you run into that fight even though it seems everyone has told you not to even try, it inspired me to act as even a fraction of the hero you were today. Even a fraction of the hero you were today. All Might. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. I saw you running through the fires, said All Might. You were terrified. Izuku nodded, looking down in shame. But you ran in anyway. Even when the #1 pro hero told you not to bother, even though you were born a villain, and even though you were terrified. Why? He just shook his head. I don't know. I just moved. I couldn't stand there and watch. Every hero has a story of how they became great, All Might told him, his voice heavy with meaning, and most have one thing in common, their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own. That's what happened to you. Tears rushed down Izuku's face, cooling his cheeks as the evening breeze brushed past. Desperate hope clawed up his throat, begging him to sob or scream into the wind. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to honor his mother. He wanted to stop his father. He wanted to save everyone. He never wanted to see another empty face or dead body at his father's feet. He never wanted to see that glass room. He just wanted to be a hero. Not some villain in disguise like Tamura believed, not some naive puppet for his father, but a real hero that made everyone smile. In that moment, all he could remember was the last conversation he'd ever had with his mother. You have always been a hero in your heart, Izuku, and nothing your father does will change that. He hadn't and still couldn't escape the past. But in the present, right now, All Might was standing in front of him, calling him a hero, standing just as tall in his emaciated form as he did in his hero one. Young man, you can be a hero. The irony was there. His mother had told him that to make him stronger, inoculating him against his father's influence. His father had told him that 100 times, each time determined to bring Izuku closer to what he wanted, to pass on the infectious thought that Izuku often had fought within his mind. Now his archenemy, the hero his mother let him idolize, was telling him he could, and it felt like he had been cleansed. The fight between the two parents that waged in his heart was gone. If only for a moment he felt free. You don't even know me, he fell to his knees, tears streaming. It felt too good for him to hear those words. I told you, I'm a villain, my father's a villain, I've hurt people, All Might, I've hurt people. A hand came and held onto his shoulder. My boy, from what I've seen of you today, your heart is not the one of a villain. If you want to leave your father's shadow behind, will you let me walk with you on your road to becoming a hero? Yes. Izuku may have been accepting his offer, but it felt like he was begging. Yes. Izuku ducked through an alleyway and, he had to use space jump. He couldn't be even later than he was. He couldn't let his father know that All Might was the reason he was late. Making a slicing motion with his hand, Izuku ripped through space in front of him and continued running until he popped out into a side street 7 blocks away from the bar. Far enough that his father wouldn't sense that he'd used his quirk, but close enough to run there in 5 minutes. He only had 3, so he activated an augmentation quirk and hightailed it through the streets. Kurogyri looked up from his reading as Izuku skidded to a stop, leaving scuffs on his floor. The pointed look to the trails made Izuku cringe. The teen knew he'd be cleaning that up later. Your father has been waiting for you, the warp gate mentioned. I had understood you were on your way home, not battling ruffians as you passed them on the way. Least I'm here, Izuku muttered. Izuku, his father's voice came over the system. Izuku jumped. He hadn't known his father was listening yet. You're home. Hello, Dad, he said respectfully. We were worried when we saw the news. Kurogyri. The portal opened immediately for him, and Izuku knew better than to hesitate. He walked through the portal and right into the arms of his father, who still held him tightly after all these years. Too tightly. Izuku never felt like he could breathe when his father's arms were closing him in. I missed you, Dad. Izuku never lied to his father, he would know, but sometimes he wished the words from his mouth were lies. It's been a rough day. It smells like it, his father sniffed pointedly. All for One's large hand passed over him as he was simultaneously wetted and dried to remove the remainder of the sludge villain before his father pulled him to his comfiest chair. Just as he always did, even though Izuku was getting older, his father pulled him into his lap as they sat. It didn't really matter to his father how old he was, since he was so short, or how mature he was. He was muscled, small, and over 14 years old, but there would always be cuddle time. You scared me, Izuku, the supervillain fretted, combing his hand through Izuku's hair before cupping his chin tenderly. You needed me but wouldn't let me come to you. You couldn't have, Izuku placated. All Might was there, Dad. You would have given away the fact that you're alive. It would have ruined all of your plans. The supervillain sighed. Son, you would have been worth it. You are the most precious thing in the world to me, and you were hurt because All Might was incompetent enough to let that villain attack you. Izuku curled up against his father's good shoulder, just the way he liked it. I'm okay, Dad, and you trained me so well that I would have been okay even if a hero hadn't arrived. I was about to blow that villain away, literally. Air breath? His father inquired. Why that one? Izuku looked away. The villain was trying to suffocate me. I had to blow him out of my lungs. All for One immediately had him in a crushing embrace, anger and bloodlust tinging the otherwise loving gesture. Izuku could practically taste the death that would follow his words. He couldn't have prevented the sludge villain's death even if he hadn't mentioned suffocation, but now it felt like the blood was on his hands once again. Oh, Izuku, that must have been terrible, soothed his father. Don't worry, he's already been taken care of. Only years of practice kept him from showing his shock. It had only been an hour. The most. How? His voice was soft, but his father heard. Izuku, you don't need the details. His father pet through his hair. Let's just say that the transport van never made it to the prison. He couldn't suppress the shudder that racked his frame at the image. It wasn't that the villain didn't make it, the entire vehicle went missing. That meant his father had killed the policemen who were driving too. Even more death on his hands. See, you're worrying yourself again. His father ran a hand through his hair. Leave this side of things to me and Tamura. I'm trying, Dad, he promised half-heartedly. That's more than I could ever ask for. Father settled back again, reassured for now of Izuku's well-being. Now, tell me about my nemesis. How is he after that injury? He didn't seem injured at all, Izuku said, focusing on the didn't, so his father didn't sense anything wrong. He looked the exact same as he did 5 years ago, he was even glowing the same way. Really? His father mused. Was his speed the same, his strength? All of it seemed the same, Izuku said. He didn't smash the villain too hard, but both times there were hostages, so it might have been him holding back. I see. His father's fingers drummed against his ribs, making his fidget a little at the tickling sensation. It doesn't matter too much, I suppose. I will figure it out eventually. But he made you very upset earlier, didn't he? He told you that you couldn't be a hero? Izuku gulped. He had. But he had recanted it. I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. And of course he would say no, his father admonished him. That brat didn't have a quirk at all until his master passed hers on to him, and now he is wasting it by using it like a simple strength enhancer. He has the second most powerful quirk in the world, and he uses it to punch things. Of course he'd have no sense of the subtler ways of fighting. You've seen this problem before, Izuku. Heroes only know how to force their way through a situation. It makes the world a place where only the killers can gain power. Izuku nodded placatingly into his father's shoulder. He knew he wouldn't be moving from there for a while, not after being gone so long. But he didn't mind his father had brought up a topic he was now deeply invested in. Dad, he called. You said he has the second most powerful quirk in the world, but why? His quirk is a work of art, his father sighed longingly. The one quirk I can never take. I've told you about my brother before, haven't I? You loved him and he betrayed you, Izuku murmured softly, his heart tearing a little at the reminder. It hit too close to home. How? Well, I had given him an energy stockpiling quirk, his father explained. It was simple, really. My brother was so ill, and it was a quirk that I thought would help my brother get well again and nothing more. At the time, I had no idea my brother had a quirk already, and bringing another quirk into an already occupied body forced them to merge. As you know, Izuku. He did, much to his horror. Poor Loud Cloud, and an even worse adjective for Tsubasa. My brother and I did not agree politically on the use of quirks, he continued on. As is the case still, quirks were suppressed by the government and their users were forced to hide who they truly are to appease those who felt weak against us. The hunting of people with quirks was done in the name of order and peace, although we all knew it was to preserve their own power in the face of a greater one. My brother believed the lies that were told. He believed that no one should use their quirks if the powers that be didn't allow it. Rule of law took the place of conscience. My brother spitefully named his merged quirk One for All. Each holder has been a thorn in my side, each spewing the same propaganda that society does. Quirks shouldn't be used for yourself, those in power know what's best, heroes have to exist even though they were made to hunt down other quirk users, etc. With each holder of One for All, the quirk gained more energy for its stockpile. But it also brought something else into its reservoir. Do you know what that was, Izuku? Izuku thought for a moment. Something besides energy was stockpiled. It couldn't be the people, not them, but that's not all that the quirk interacted with. Any quirk in a body meant for only one meant. It stockpiled their quirks too, didn't it, Dad? All for One gave him a loving squeeze. I have such an intelligent son. That's exactly right, Izuku, it stockpiled their quirks. I hated All Might's predecessor very much, But she at least tried to use the quirk of her predecessor when fighting against me in the end, his father said, clearly nostalgic. All Might has had the easiest time with the quirk, and yet he has failed to access its true power. What an insult to my brother's memory. It's terrible to watch. Izuku was listening, but only barely. His mind was going over the implications of this. What quirks did the other users have? Aren't you curious today? His father chuckled. Did meeting All Might again start this, or was it something I said? It's a quirk able to stockpile quirks like ours. Izuku exclaimed, not at all lying and only slightly redirecting. I want to know what quirks he has. Well, let's leave that for another time, his father said, much to his disappointment. I told you I had a present for you today. Did you really get it? I found two, actually. I'll even let you pull them today if you like, he promised, releasing Izuku from his crushing embrace. His blue eyes shone in delight. Do you want to? Izuku knew what his father was truly asking, and it wasn't for his benefit. His father's power was immense but unquantifiable to most unless given in individual pieces. Izuku was the only one who could see just how much power his father had amassed in his quirk, the only one who could be properly blinded by what he saw. Every time Izuku pulled a quirk from his father, he felt a colossal mountain of quirks behind it, and his father loved to hear him gush about any new acquisitions, or just the sheer amount of power he had. The only reason he didn't make Izuku pull every time is that sometimes father's other quirks tried to hitch a ride, but Izuku didn't mind doing it. He loved how his father talked quirks with him, loved seeing all the quirks. If only his father didn't also enjoy how it overwhelmed him, bordering on pain. Still, to see so many marvelous quirks, to make his father happy, he could put up with being a little overwhelmed a few times every fortnight. Of course, Dad, Izuku agreed, smiling prettily up at the man. Do you have many new ones? I had to sort through quite a few different versions before I found the right ones for you, son, said All for One tenderly. Now, Izuku, remember our training. The lightest pull you have. Izuku nodded and, upon his father's hand opening, extended his own and activated his quirk. Raw electric energy sparked up his spine as he saw the number of quirks his father had. His brain ached as he processed all of them at superhuman speeds, identifying all the old ones and all the new ones and exactly what quirk they were. Was that a new fire quirk? No, pyrokinesis, cool. And there's the whole new lineup of technology quirks. He was mumbling a mile a minute as he processed, which he knew his father found satisfying, just as he knew the fact that Izuku was struggling to even breathe and his back arching from the lightning his quirk had crackling up his spine was considered cute by his father, at least. The quirks that were offered broke free from him at last, sailing into Izuku without a fight. He shut off his quirk the moment they were settled, leaving only the image of his father's immeasurable power to flash behind his eyelids. Wow, Izuku breathed, gulping for air. Dad, did you really get 20 quirks just so you could find one for me? Oh, my treasure, his father cradled him gently, you are always so surprised at the lengths I would go to make you happy. More than 20 people now had no quirk after they'd had such wonderful, powerful quirks. Izuku didn't hold out hope that they were villains, or that all of them had been left alive after. No, he wouldn't call himself happy. But still he smiled at his father. Thank you, Dad. I love them. Because if he didn't love them, his dad would hunt down more people and find one that he did. Not that Izuku ever needed to lie to his father about loving a quirk. You couldn't lie to All for One. No, Izuku cherished every quirk he received despite knowing the origins, and even now he was inwardly petting the new quirks and sorting them into their places among his many others. He loved his quirks even though he never wanted more. Even if he hated the method, Izuku worried about the day when he could no longer feel the warmth of a new quirk coming to rest inside of him. He'd find a way if that day ever came. He refused to think about it. He did love his father after all. When his father had been United States smashed by All Might, he'd been right by Dr. Garaki trying to revive him to full health, activating father's inactive quirks for him and pulling a few healing ones to his own core so he could do his best to help. It's just that loving him made his heart ache and twinge. He loved him the same way he loved Kak and he wanted them to be better. He wanted to save them. Maybe by being a hero Izuku could do that. Can we practice with them, Dad? Did you try them out? A technopathy quirk usually needed some training first, like an understanding of code or binary, but his father had found him an intent-based quirk that allowed him to mine computers on a network for specific information. He had to know what to look for, but there were multiple possibilities for abuse with this quirk. He really hoped it had come from some villain hacker rather than someone who simply played video games. Combined with a quirk to alter technological information so long as you could see it, Izuku could do anything with his new pair of quirks, although the alterations one would need more practice in understanding code. When his father finally left for his work, Izuku was left with a heavy heart. He couldn't tell his father what All Might had truly offered him that day. And he couldn't tell All Might who his father was, not without him either. Trying to fight his father in his extremely injured condition without him or locking him up and go fight his father. Again, without him. He needed time, he needed someone who could set up what he wanted to do without knowing his identity. And his father had just given him the perfect tool to do that. Should I really do this? Before now, he had taken little to no actions stopping his father. A word to a henchman to distract them, a whisper in the ear of a detective while invisible, but nothing so big as outright betrayal. All for one, Shigaraki Takashi, Midoriya Hisashi, father, whomever he chose to be was still family. Dad loved him, cared for him. His hugs, while lengthy, were something he knew he still wanted no matter what. But he knew how violent he could be. He knew what happened behind closed doors. He had stolen quirks alongside him before. He'd been brought to business meetings in disguise, learning everything about his father's work. He hadn't killed many people personally, but he knew it happened with more frequency than he'd been asked to perform the act. His father justified it all, used his vision of the world to make it seem all right, but Izuku knew it wasn't. 2 times he had seen the worst of his father, and both times shook him to his core. It wasn't right. All for one's tactics were wrong. Until now, though, he had sat and stewed in it, doing nothing to change things for himself. He had pleaded with his father often as a child, but nothing had changed. So he had a plan: get a hero license, then reveal his quirk to some trusted heroes who taught him, get them to contact All Might, and then go against his father alongside them. He wanted to wait a few years before reaching the point where he contacted the heroes. But today had shocked him. All Might wasn't healthy. All Might was so sick that he was looking to pass down his quirk because he couldn't keep it up for much longer. All of his plans that hinged on All Might being there were gone if he waited even another year. 2. If All Might was healthier on the inside than he was on the outside. He didn't have time anymore. He couldn't wait until he was fully licensed to try this. And he definitely needed more help. If you want to leave your father's shadow behind, All Might had said. If he wanted to finally be free to use his quirk, free to save people with every resource at his disposal, free to actually help the quirkless instead of abuse them, free to say yes to the man who believed in him. And if he wanted his father to be arrested instead of murdered when the time came for All Might to face him again, he needed to act. Just this one step first. Just this one, small, massive thing. Nizu immediately switched screens to look at the intricate web of code that comprised the entrance exam database. This applicant had already gotten further than most, and so early too. Exams were months away. They were accessing the physical exam plans and the robot designs and specifications. Then, what was this? Oh, you sly child, Nizu chortled. The child was opening a blank application and was now typing on it. What do you have to say to me? Tell me who you are and I might just give you espionage points on the exam. Or I could find out on my own. Now that would be wonderful. His amusement turned to a dark horror as the hacker who he had previously presumed to be a child simply wrote, "All for one is alive. Tell All Might." He needed to sneak out of the house in the morning. His plan might work since father never woke up before he left for school. Spending the night doing villainous things and mentoring Tamura were tiring activities, after all, and even with all the quirks in the world humans still needed a few hours of sleep. So he only needed to bypass Kurogiri, who inconveniently needed no sleep and who warped into the sitting room just as he was leaving. "Izuku, what are you doing awake?" the warp gate queried. "School does not begin for another 4 hours. Your father has only just gone to bed. Well, Izuku hadn't known he'd been cutting it so close to Dad's bedtime as he had, but he couldn't back down. This was more important than anything he could ever do. Oh, I was just thinking that, the entrance exams are coming up. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I know Dad likes it when we spend time together before he works, so I don't want to take away from that, so I thought I could train in the mornings when everyone else is asleep. You are a terrible liar, Izuku. Kurogyari stared into his soul. He shrank back. You are doing something you do not wish for your father to know about. Why can everyone in this house tell when I lie? Ajisen, please, it's nothing dangerous. Izuku pleaded. It's a friend. I'm meeting a friend. You know how father is whenever I make friends. Kurogyari definitely knew, and Izuku knew he had his Misty Nomo uncle's attention when his yellow eyes widened. I'm meeting a friend so we can train for the UA entrance exam, Izuku said, not daring to lie to Kurogyari. I wasn't lying, not really. We're just running and lifting and he's nothing more than a friend. I won't let it interfere with father's training either, and I won't meet him after class. I know that's Dad's time. Please, Ajisen, please, let me have this. His misty arms crossed, and his eyes were slits as he looked Izuku over carefully. You won't tell me where you're going, I suppose? Izuku looked down guiltily. He wouldn't, not if they tortured him. Your father is only looking out for you, Izuku, Kurogyari said with a sigh. You may not enjoy the constraints on your freedom, but given the events of yesterday it would be unwise to test his resolve on the matter so soon and in such a deceptive manner. I'm not trying to deceive anyone. Izuku insisted. Why can't I do something on my own for once? Kurogyari leveled a stern look. Are you being ungrateful to your father? No, he hurried defended. I just don't want him to overreact. You know how he is. There will be background checks and snipers on the roofs before I'm even allowed to leave. His father had actually done that once, much to his chagrin. Just because a girl had wanted to go for ice cream after school, once. He had spent the entire outing jumping at shadows and prepping several quirks to stop bullets in case his father's men were feeling trigger-happy. His maybe friend maybe date was always 3 feet close and 3 feet away, making sure she was far enough that she would not engage physically but also that he could quickly intercept any projectile. It had been a horrible experience. He was never going on another date as long as he lived. There is no girl involved, correct? Clarified Kurogyari. No. Izuku denied quickly. And we're just exercising. His honorary uncle finally nodded, as tiredly as a warp gate could. Very well. But I will inform your father when he wakes so he can decide on this for the next morning, and you will be bringing an extra bento so you can eat after training as well as at lunch. I have photosynthesizing hair, Izuku pointed out. I could live on water. His warp butler Nomo uncle gave him a glare. I would dare you to tell that to your father, but then he would find out and punish me in your stead. Do not be difficult, Izuku. So Izuku was forced to wait until his uncle made and packed 2 different bentos in his bag before he could finally head out the back door of their home. If you do not stay safe, your father will kill me, Kurogyari warned darkly. I advise you err on the side of caution for the day. The tone made Izuku shrivel a little in guilt. I promise I won't even be late today, Ajisen. But enjoy your freedom today, Izuku. Even though he knew Kurogyari's mandate to care for him was manufactured, it had definitely grown after that point and he was infinitely grateful to Loud Cloud's memory that he was sure made the butler uncle more caring. But he also understood the other half of his words that hadn't been spoken. Enjoy your freedom today, because who knows if you'll be in a cage tomorrow. Izuku sprinted to freedom before Kurogyari could change his mind. At least he had some trust from his father, or contrarily, his men didn't have enough of his trust to have them assigned to follow Izuku throughout the day. Father knew he could take care of himself, and he also knew Izuku would always come back to him. That was how it always was. He was grateful for the lack of supervision, never more so than this day because he could space jump away end up in the trash piles of Dagoba Beach. It didn't take long to spot the lanky blonde's head peeking out from over the trash piles. He had been waiting by the actual path to the beach. Izuku noticed in amusement. Well, this was training. Training started the second the suggestion was made, so maybe. Izuku crouched low and slowly inched closer to his idol. One step, one more. Good morning. All Might jumped out of his skin, coughing wildly as blood spurted from his mouth. Guilt was not an unfamiliar friend of Izuku's, but he definitely felt awful for making the man cough blood. All Might, are you all right? The blonde waved him off, still coughing into his hand. Call me Yagi when I'm not in hero form. God kid, you need a bell. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, sure he was blushing awkwardly. Well, you said training, so I thought maybe proving my stealth was a start? And you were just sitting there, so. The look Yagi gave him was a familiar one. He had done something that no normal person would do, but that he thought was normal around his father. It was probably the training angle. Midoriya, were you trained before? By your father? Technically speaking, training with his father was still ongoing, but All Might's sentence was correct too. Izuku nodded, watching the blue eyes for any hint of regret. If All Might wanted to back out of this. Yagi only showed pity. You must have been young when you started. You really were put through the ringer, huh kid? At that, Izuku hesitated. I know what you must think, but my father never hurt me. No, that's not what I'm saying. Yagi raised his hands as if he were defending himself from Izuku's words. I only meant that being raised under such stress must have been difficult. I didn't mean any disrespect. All Might put a hand over his face. Sorry kid, I had a long night. My words are all coming out wrong. Those words and the feel of sand under his sneakers made him want to fidget. It wasn't like he didn't know what had made the night so long for All Might. What you said yesterday. Yes. The hero seemed worried, like he was afraid Izuku would go back on his word. It made Izuku jump to reassure him. I said yes, Izuku said, but with obvious distress, and I meant it, I did, but I want you to get to know me first. I want you to be sure. And I want. Tell me, Midoriya. Izuku's fists clenched tight at his sides, his nails digging into his palms. He couldn't look at All Might and he was starting to tear up. Tears had always given him away, he had never been able to stop them. I want to be able to trust you with everything too, Izuku admitted, like you trusted me about your quirk, and it won't happen today, but if you train me, if you get to know me. All Might, when you give away your quirk, everything will start to change. If you still want me to be your successor after the training, I will tell you everything about my father, about my quirk, about everything I'm hiding from you. And then, if you still want me after what I have to tell you, I'll accept. I'll accept it and your legacy, and I will do everything I can to be the best hero there ever was. I just need you to be sure. I need to know you will never regret choosing me. Oh my boy. All Might came close to him and laid a stoic hand on his shoulder. He looked up, blinking away tears to see the kind expression on his idol's face. Your words tell me more than you think. I believe you are worthy. I told you yesterday and I will likely tell you this many times, but you do have the heart of a hero. You are what I've been looking for. While I look forward to earning your trust, Midoriya, it is not necessary. The truth will come with time, but your heart will always be the heart of a boy who couldn't stand by when someone in need. That is what makes you worthy, and it will not change. Hope surged within him, but Izuku shook his head. Just wait. Wait to say that after. Say that after I tell you everything. Very well, All Might said with a clap on his shoulder. Now, no more time for tears. It is time to begin your journey as a hero and make you a proper vessel for my power. It's time to bulk up. Bulk? Izuku grimaced. He'd been trained to use his diminutive size and unexpected strength to take people down. He didn't think he would ever want a bodybuilder build. He couldn't even picture himself as big as All Might since he knew he wouldn't ever grow even close to the hero's height. That right, he increased to full hero size, flexing against the rising sun. It looked so cheesy, Izuku wanted to laugh. You may have some training and a decent build, but you need more muscle on you before you can take my power. Or you might just blow your limbs off when you try to use it. His jaw unhinged and dropped to the ground. Blow my limbs off. That's not the quirk Dad described. I thought your quirk was a stockpile. It is. All Might agreed. But with how strong the quirk is, the vessel must be strong as well. It requires utmost preparation. But this isn't just about building your strength. Huh. Izuku looked around, questioning the landscape. What else could there be? Increasing flexibility? Ingenuity? Perseverance? Maybe some agility training by running around the mountain of insecure junk like it was the skyline of Tokyo? Heroes today are all about flashy acts of strength, All Might told him, but originally being a hero was a volunteer service. Even if people call that boring, we can't ignore those roots. A hero must serve the people in everything they do. You will be cleaning this beach. Cleaning, his eyes went to the closest pile, to the next pile, beach, and then scanned the garbage-filled horizon. The idea seemed completely impossible when faced with the mountains before him. But All Might wasn't worried about it. With one hand he crushed a rusty fridge, revealing the orange glow of the rising sun. You will restore the horizon for this whole section. This will be your first step to becoming a hero. The weight of the moment, the sheer confidence that All Might had in him, filled his heart to bursting. A few tears entered the corner of his eyes. All Might smiled down at him. You're applying for UA, aren't you, Midoriya? Of course, he exclaimed. It's where you went, All Might, and it has the best collection of prose teaching in all of Asia. And it has Nizu. That was the most important part. You're a go-getter, All Might said with a laugh. But I told you before, you can't get in without a quirk. Izuku felt the rush of disappointment that he quickly tamped down. Actually, if you hack into the UA entrance exam portal. You hacked UA? Oops. He wasn't supposed to tell All Might that. The pro hero had to be smart enough to connect the dots and figure out that he was the one who sent the message, right? But a look at All Might's face showed absolutely no suspicion, to his infinite relief, and he worked quickly to cover it up. Just the entrance exam instructions. Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. There are no rules against it, I checked. Anyway, the portal shows the robot layouts used for the exam. There are small buttons located on different places on each point value of robot, and if you can get close enough to push them you can deactivate them. I wouldn't need a quirk at all. All Might was looking at him with a cur expression on his face. My boy, that's robots. The world is full of more dangers than those. You saw this just yesterday with that terribly viscous villain. So I'd have to call for backup once in a while. Izuku parried the idea back. He knew he was being pushy, but Izuku wouldn't relent. This was one thing he would never give in on. Look, I know you think it's silly. I already have a power, even if I can't use it yet, so it's not like I'm quirkless. But I know how they're treated and it makes me sick. Being quirkless isn't a disability, All Might. Too many people believe that, too many people with quirks look down on the quirkless, and too many of the quirkless think that something's wrong with them or that they are just an archaic deformity or that they're useless. They think not having a quirk is the end of the world. He had seen it. People sobbing at his father's knee and begging for a quirk for their quirkless child, showering him with riches and minions and resources, just because he could give a girl flowers in her hair, or the power to burn her enemies with just her eyes. He had seen it too often. Whole countries put under the thumb of his father over a quirk. If they're willing to risk their lives to protect people, to be a hero, why should you stand in their way? Izuku demanded, now looking up into All Might's widening eyes. My boy, All Might said reasonably, if the risk is so much greater for them, then they become liabilities. They need quirks. They don't need quirks, Izuku declared. They don't need quirks to be heroes or anything else they want to be. They just need someone to believe they can, to believe that they don't need to be treated as fragile or useless or leeches, to believe that they can do anything. Izuku rubbed his eyes with clenched fists, trying not to be angry. Please, All Might, never say that again. You have no idea how much harm. The old hero laid one of his large hands on his shoulder. I do not believe the quirkless are useless, young Midoriya, yet it seems that on the subject of heroes our opinions will still differ some. I will think about what you said, and I will respect your feelings on this matter. Is that all right? Izuku just nodded miserably. Still, we want you to have the quirk before the entrance exam, young Midoriya, Yagi continued. And to do that, I have a plan. The aim to pass, American Dream Plan. With a flair and a flourish, a bundle of papers was presented as if it was a sacred artifact. After gingerly plucking it from All Might's dramatic hold, Izuku flipped through the papers, instinctually activating a speed-reading quirk and eidetic memory. This has everything, even a sleep schedule. It was not as difficult to follow as his father's, but All Might was expecting him to be there after school too. Frankly, this is a hard schedule, All Might whispered. Think you can do it? I'm not backing out, Izuku promised, but my, guardian is very strict. He will never let me spend my evenings here. He expects me back immediately after school. I can convince him to let me train for the evenings at the same intensity, but I can't do it here. All Might looked on him analytically. Young Midoriya, he sounds like an unpleasant man. Still, we will adjust your schedule. You had better work efficiently in the mornings if you want to get this beach clear in time for the exams. I'll do it. I'll work harder than anyone. I'll make you believe in me. Kurogyri. There was no warning. The moment Izuku entered their home, Kurogyri was warping him right to where his father stood, tall and at attention. A room made frigid by the icy stare coming from the blue eyes that were devoid of their usual warmth. Izuku, a sculpted, white brow raised, speak. Izuku looked down at the wood, collecting himself for the words he'd been practicing. A friend from school thought it would be good to train together for UA. It sounded like a good idea, so I agreed. We train together, his father noted, displeasure still evident. Tamura and I both help you. Are you saying we are lacking? If I'm going to do this quirkless, I need to work on my strength and speed more than on my quirks, Izuku argued. It wasn't about if you were doing enough or not. You're already doing so much for me, Dad. But I want to do this too. I have to push myself if I want to get into UA, and I haven't had a friend in a while. And I know it will only be for the next few months since I don't think they'll even get into UA, but please can I? Just when you're asleep in the morning. I won't spend any less time with you or Tamura. All for One gave him a dark frown. Why won't you tell me who this classmate is? Because I want you to trust me. This was always going to be the hardest part of the argument. His father would never refuse him what he wants, not technically, but he would make sure he knew everything about the person he was meeting with, and that was something he couldn't afford, not considering who it was. You always check on the people I meet and make sure I'm exactly where I say I am, and I know you want to make sure I'm safe, but it feels like you don't trust me to protect myself. He was looking at his father's face, trying to read him, to figure out if his words were working or not. He was met with only a blank mask. You taught me to read people really well. Izuku stroked his father's ego, trying to convince him, and you taught me to protect myself in case something goes wrong. That's the reason you gave me regeneration, right? You know I'm safe and I have space jump. I really don't need anything else if I want to come back to you, right? You know I'll always come back. He would. No matter what happened, he would always come back. For more than one reason. I want to get into UA with my own power, Izuku pleaded. To prove that I don't need a quirk to be great, and I will work harder than anyone else to do it. I can't just train with you 3 times a week and think it will be enough. And later, when I can finally use all the amazing quirks you've given me in front of the whole world, I'll be able to say I got my foot in the door with my own power. Please, let me do this on my own. Dad had once told him, while fluffing his hair after a shower, that his earnestness was his greatest strength. That one look at his wide eyes and pleading expression could topple empires, and no one would mind because he was being sincere. So Izuku was always honest with his father. He was always earnest. He would never be anything but, even if he refused to tell him the details, even when guilt racked his stomach. Because he did want to do this on his own. He'd told his father as much when he refused to change his quirk registration for the UA application. That he wanted to prove he didn't need any quirks, so people would know he was strong with them. His father had respected it then. Would he respect it now? His father's stoic form finally broke, and the imposing man sat in his usual seat. After a moment's hesitation, Izuku joined him, curling up on his father's lap. Oh, Izuku, his father cuddled him close. If this is something you feel so strongly about, you know I would never deny you. Izuku finally relaxed, falling into the hard planes of his father's chest. His father was always warm as a sunny day, and Izuku clung to that with every ounce of guilt he felt. Treasure, were you truly so frightened of your own father? A large hand came down to his neck, cradling his head gently. I hope when you are older you can look back at this and understand how dramatic you are. Throwing such a fit over a high school entrance exam is not mature behavior. I'm sorry, Dad, Izuku choked out. Father and son clung to each other for a long time, letting the tension fade into their normal intimacy. You of all people need never fear me, his father promised, his soft voice rolling off Izuku's shoulders. I'm not happy about this, Izuku, but I want you to be happy, you know that. If you talk to me about what you want, I will make it a reality. All you need to do is ask, Izuku, before Kurogiri tells me that you disappeared while I was resting. Understand? I understand. Good. Now, tell me more about this training of yours. How can I help? Izuku was glad for the segue. He repeated most of the American Dream plan, although without the obvious all-might-isms, and got his father's input on how his quirks would impact it. Especially since he never turned off photosynthesis and they were training outdoors, his father insisted that the recovery PRD could be cut down to next to nothing. He would need to monitor his health, but any actual damage could be repaired with the multitude of other quirks his father had given him at the earliest opportunities. We can accommodate your diet change as well, he said encouragingly, but please stop talking as though I will feed you garbage if you increase your intake. Switch out the lower quality items, Izuku. You should not worry about finances. Right? Izuku thought. All Might has no idea I live with my wealthy supervillain dad. His plan kept things to a budget. And of course, you will need quite a bit more food on days when you spar with Tamura, his father noted impassively. Your regeneration doesn't perfectly conserve energy, after all, just mostly. Izuku shuddered involuntarily. Disintegration felt awful, and phantom pains raised on his arms in remembrance of the many instances where Tamura managed his five-finger touch. His father raised his eyebrow, but didn't address it. You seem to have thought this out very well, his father praised. I am certain your friend appreciates the effort. A subtle jab, designed so Izuku felt guilty and therefore much more likely to tell his dad what friend he was meeting. But Izuku knew the trick too well. Thanks, Dad. He helped out with it as well. All for One's lips thinned, but otherwise he didn't say a word against it, instead holding Izuku like they always did and going over the more trivial parts of their days. One of his father's old ventures in healing software was paying off with the additions of Dr. Jiraki's analyzed healing quirks. Izuku had gotten a history essay back which made his father laugh in earnest when he read the teacher's inaccurate corrections. Only when he had appeased his father's need for physical contact was Izuku was placed on his feet once more and led to their usual training rooms where Tamura was waiting. Now, there were very few things Izuku didn't like. Green peppers, foggy days, and most definitely Tamura. Tamura was one of the few villains that knew Izuku's legal name and knew his father was all for one, and Izuku got the distinct impression from just how many times Tamura regularly tried to kill him during their fights that the role of son was a heavily coveted position. But Tamura had many issues with him, not just his position. In short, Tamura hated that Izuku was all for one's beloved son. He hated that Izuku wanted to be a hero. He hated Izuku's laughter, his personality, his face. He hated that he had to worry about Izuku taking his quirk accidentally. Tamura was so full of hate whenever Izuku saw him that he had no idea how to even begin forming a relationship with him that wasn't based on his destruction. Normally, someone wanting to actively harm him would make his dad supremely protective to the point of homicide, but not with Tamura. Something about the blue-haired teen appealed to father in a way that made Izuku's skin crawl. Like the barely adult psychopath was fulfilling some dark need that Izuku never could. But then Dad would sometimes look at Tamura in the midst of his childish rage, or when Izuku landed a particularly hard hit, and would smile. Izuku was so accustomed to his father's oddness that he never reacted to it, but it always made his stomach clench and his throat strain against some foreign nausea. It wasn't just that the teen was fulfilling his need for a kid with a homicidal streak. No, it was that his father enjoyed Tamura both giving and receiving pain, and Izuku didn't even know why. So he hated fighting Tamura. If he got hit, he ended up in the beginning stages of disintegration which regeneration needed to fix with painful regrowth. And if he did hit him, his father would get this happy look on his face that was from both him hitting Tamura and hitting Tamura. And if anything at all happened in the fight that Tamura didn't like, Izuku was on the receiving end of his ire. It meant he could never win a fight with Tamura. He could beat him, but it was never a victory. It was something else. Since he had taken the unsupervised excursion that morning, his father was in no mood to indulge any weakness in his training. If he wanted to train hard, he would get to at their merciless hands. He was delivered to Tamura promptly after their allotted chair time and made to fight Quirkless. Because that's what he asked for. One look at his father's unsmiling face at that edict told him all he needed to know. His father may be indulging him by allowing the morning training, but he was not happy and would not allow Izuku to forget that. So the prince thinks he can take me down Quirkless, huh? Tamura jeered, crouching into position. Oh, you're going to need those healing quirks, little hero. Izuku took a deep breath, remaining placid and calm. The best defense against Tamura's impulsiveness was always remaining detached. Are you both ready? His father asked. At their nods, he gave them a tender, then show me your best. Begin. Kaken had been acting weird. Now, Izuku wasn't dumb. Father had honed his observational skills early on and made use of his hero notes often enough over the years that he was very aware of everything around him. The day after the sludge villain incident, and after Kaken had made it very clear he didn't owe Izuku anything for trying to save him, Kaken had been quiet. He had kept to himself, hunched over at his desk. When lunch had come, instead of eating with everyone else, he had gone outside without his usual group and didn't come back until seconds before the bell rang and took out his bento, eating it during class. The behavior was definitely strange, but Izuku chalked it up to some version of trauma. He'd been through it enough on his own to recognize it in his old friend. His own trauma response was similar, something he'd become almost accustomed to. He'd dissociate, pulling away from his father and going through the motions of his life. Not that his dad ever let him pull away, which meant he ended up numb until he found something to replace the feelings he didn't want to have. He knew personally how traumatic it was to be faced with death regularly. Not his own, like Kaken, but he had dealt with his fair share of it. But it kept happening, and Izuku was starting to notice Kaken slowly getting more irritable, more angry, and more impatient with the people around him. He also noticed Kaken moving a lot slower than normal, as if he were sore all over. So he followed him. Izuku crawled around the side, activating a subtle sneaking quirk that cushioned footfall with some sort of low-level innate telekinesis that refused to do anything else he tried. And that's when he heard the light popping from around the back. Kaken using his quirk on school property wasn't new. It wasn't like any teacher was going to be the one to punish him. He'd heard so many excuses for that over the years. It's his sweat, of course it's going to go off sometimes. Except Izuku knew that Kaken could control when his sweat was inert or active. It was the first thing they'd noticed when he got his quirk. Well, you can't tamp down that kind of talent. Translation: he scares impresses me. Let him run, rabbit. Izuku hated that excuse. Help him. Don't coddle him, he would respect you if you didn't. Either way, it was normal. What was abnormal, however, was the fact that he wasn't practicing on anyone. Instead, when Izuku snuck around the side of the building, he saw that Kaken wasn't just blowing things up, but practicing technically advanced fighting techniques, including his flight. Kaken adjusted his moves with his quirk, making up for any lack of formal training with sheer mastery of his quirk, and making it seem as though there was an invisible opponent circling him with how intently precise his movements were. His shoes, jacket, and bag were abandoned against the nearest wall. This was all the explanation Izuku needed for Kaken's worsening state. Kaken was working on his fighting skill. His tiredness, his irritability, they were there because he was working himself to the bone the same as Izuku. Except Izuku had healing quirks, and Kaken. Kaken was getting more tired as the days went by without photosynthesis to make up some of the difference. Izuku snuck away, contemplating once more. Whatever was driving Kaken was probably the reason he'd sought out Izuku that day. Izuku dug deep into his memory for the words, analyzing them to the nth degree until finally he reached an epiphany. You didn't save me, you didn't do anything but mess things up and get in the way. It wasn't Izuku who'd saved him, but Kaken hadn't saved himself either. Strong Kaken had needed saving. Kaken had always been a fighter, never losing a fight and never believing he could. Now, though, he had been moved into a hero's dilemma, a fight with a proper villain, only to be abruptly shown that he couldn't do it. Suddenly, Izuku knew that what Kaken was thinking. Kaken, for once in his life, had been weak, helpless. And Izuku had rushed in to try and help him. Izuku would have been the last person he'd want help from. When Izuku was weak and helpless, at least in Kaken's eyes, his childhood friend had done nothing but make it worse. It was a horrible role reversal to suddenly be moved into. Add to that the humiliation at actually losing, and, well, Kaken probably was dealing with a lot right now. Something similar had happened when Izuku had beaten Tamura for the first time in a fight, right in front of his father. Izuku knew that Tamura had been beaten by tougher opponents than him, but the key was that those opponents weren't younger than him, weren't using a quirk they'd just gotten that day, and they weren't someone he'd beaten time and time again. Tamura hadn't gone quiet like Kaken. He had been hysterical in his anger until his father had taken him away. Later, his father sat him down and asked if he understood why Tamura had acted that way. Because he's a sore loser? Well, all for one considered, that's a way to describe it. But what makes someone a sore loser, Izuku? Izuku paused, face scrunching. They don't get what they want? His father tapped his nose affectionately. Almost, think of the fight as a game. They wanted to play the game, it's fun and they want to win, but they weren't prepared to lose because the cost of losing was something they didn't want to pay. What was the cost for Tamura, Izuku? What did he have to lose? Another beat, another frown on his baby face. His pride. His pride, his father affirmed. Tamura needs to be strong, Izuku, because if he is weak he'll lose in the real world. So when he loses a fight with you, he thinks he's weak, Izuku realized, eyes wide. But, Dad, he wins all the time. He is strong. He does win. All for one chuckled. Yes, he does. But wouldn't it make you sad, Izuku, if you were really good at something so good you feel like you couldn't lose, and suddenly you did? He can't see that he's strong if he suddenly sees himself as weaker than he built himself up to be. He thinks he's weak because he is so used to strength meaning perfection. It's quite a sad condition when you consider it. That had always stuck with him, and now, seeing Kaken like that, it made Izuku's stomach twist at the comparison. Kaken was always practicing his quirk, always trying to be better, and had never lost. Before now. A loss that came through no fault of his own, only through a bad matchup, and a nearly indestructible villain was probably worse than any other loss because for one, it had almost killed him, and two, thinking there was nothing else you could have done meant being completely helpless. No area to improve, only a glaring weakness. Weak. The opposite of a hero. Izuku needed to help him. Even if Kaken tried to blow him up, at least he would have tried. Do you think that's all right? Izuku asked, squirming a little. I know it's none of my business, but... A large hand clapped his shoulder. I think it's a fine idea. All Might smiled down at him, soothing his nervous rambling and frenetic fidgeting with just that steadying hand on his shoulder and some genuine kindness in his eyes. Meddling where you don't belong just to better someone else's life, Yagi said with a nostalgic grin. Well, that is another mark of a hero, my boy. We may not always be able to help, but being there is sometimes all it takes to bring someone hope. I will help you, of course I will. He shared a smile with his mentor, Wind throwing those ridiculous bangs around in the process. If anything, Yagi-san said with obvious warmth in his aqua eyes, I'm quite proud of you for trying. Every time we meet, I'm more and more impressed with your heroic spirit, my boy. You live by your heart, and while some may think it's foolish to do so, I promise that life is better when you put your heart out there. Don't doubt that for a moment. The next day when Kaken left the school for lunch again, leaving his group and the regular cafeteria behind, Izuku followed. His explosive blonde delinquent friend made a beeline for the back of the school as usual, tearing off his jacket and shoes and starting to run through his exercises. For a while, Izuku just watched. Kaken was incredibly talented, even if he was a bit rough. When he set off his explosions, he seemed to know exactly how much it would recoil, which direction he'd be thrown, and how to use it to enhance his fighting. Izuku could see some weaknesses in his movements, but that was only because he'd been viciously taught by Tamura and his father. For someone who had no formal training, Kaken's level of skill was on the level of genius. He would never get tired of watching Kaken. It was soothing to feel that beloved, fiery quirk roar to life inside of him and luxuriate in its usage. But now wasn't the time, so Izuku reluctantly stepped into view. Kaken jumped with one foot activating the blast, and then brought his other foot high in a nearly straight vertical split and rocketing that foot so he kicked behind him. His eyes locked with Izuku and narrowed in fury before he landed with a rocket-fueled triple flip and rounded on his intruder. "You freakin' stalker!" Kaken hissed, marching forward. "You looking to fight, Deku?" "I come in peace," Izuku insisted, hands up. "You even get a peace offering if you don't blow me to bits." The explosive teen hovered over him, popping his knuckles individually, sparking off, watching for Izuku to flinch away. When he didn't, Kaken glared. "Well, talk nerd. Right? You may think it's silly, but I contacted All Might after the whole thing." Izuku waved his hands around to dismiss the incident, noticing how Kaken tensed. "I gave him my address and he sent me a few things. He will hear." He slipped the sealed, clear bag out of his backpack and offered it to Kaken, who was so stiff it was clear he wasn't just going to take it. His eyes weren't even on the things, just on Izuku. "I asked if he could send you some things, since it wasn't just me that he saved, and he really came through," Izuku admitted sheepishly. All Might really had. He had not expected Yagi to take to the task with such enthusiasm, but maybe being cut to 3 hours of hero time left the older hero more bored than he had originally thought. There's an authentic first-run American All Might shirt, his rare multifoil trading card, and I think he had someone specifically make you a pair of wrist guards in, your hero colors. I may have told him about the practice costumes your mom made you as a kid. He signed them all too, and had his signature stitched into the guards, which was really nice of him. Izuku was near rambling, so he was glad when Kaken finally cut him off. "All Might," Kaken scoffed. "The All Might actually sent this? You serious, Deku?" The #1 hero took time out of his day to send fan merch and a specialty support item to a middle schooler. "There's a note and everything," promised Izuku, shoving the package into his large hands. "Sit with me and look through it." That brought the red eyes laser-focused back to him. What do you want, Deku?" Izuku sat himself down on the asphalt and patted the space next to him, earning a roll of Kaken's eyes. Until he brought out 2 bottles of water and 2 bentos. "I want to have lunch with you. I even brought the lunch to share. If you're working out so much, you'll need the extra food." "I know that, Deku." Still, Izuku fought his impulse to smile as he watched Kaken's eyes followed the lunchboxes. He may not know Kaken too well anymore, but he knew well enough that Kaken loved his mom's cooking when they were kids, and that Izuku knew how to make her recipes better than Kurogiri. Following his line of sight, Kaken dropped down onto the ground a few feet away from him. Izuku slid over the offering and opened his own, slightly less spicy bento. "So, what do you really want, Deku?" Kaken asked again, slurping his spicy ramen loudly. "Lunch with an old friend can't be a reason?" Izuku tried, earning a loud scoff and an equally loud gulp of water. "Fine. You like blunt honesty, right? You're working yourself into the ground and I care about you too much to let that happen. DMNIT, Deku." Kaken slammed the water bottle onto the ground, baring his teeth at him. "Will you ever stop? I'm not weak like you. I don't need to be frickin' babied like a quirkless loser." "You've never been weak," Izuku answered, popping a piece of sushi in his mouth. His calm made a vein pulse in Kaken's temple. "You're strong, Kaken, really strong. I just care about you and this is how I show my care. Don't I tell you that I love you often enough?" That comment did come with a cheeky smile, but Kaken was already so mad, it didn't matter. "Deku, you stupid, idiot loser," Kaken sneered. "I can't wait for you to figure out how small you really are." Izuku hesitated before poking that particular beast. "Kaken, You know I'm training for UA too, right? I thought I told you to quit. Kaken snapped around both the words and a bite of spicy bean bun. You think you can stand on the same ground as me? Izuku gave him a cheeky smile. You know I'm not going to quit, Kaken. And it's not like I'm not training, I've been working out and fighting more. I have a friend from a hero agency training me in the mornings. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do it without a quirk because someone has to prove to everyone that quirkless does not mean weak. To prove it to you. His eyes traveled up to Kaken's, gazing with determination. But that's not going to happen if either of us burn out before the exam. Get it together, you know your limits but you're breaking past them and not letting your body rest. I get it, the sludge villain managed to catch you off guard, but guess what, you didn't mess up the most that day. His friend's eyebrows shot up dramatically, even as the permanent sneer deepened. I didn't EFF up at all. No, you didn't, he agreed. The heroes should have done something. Backdraft was there and didn't even try to wash the villain away. That was the simplest solution imaginable, and no one thought of it. I mean, yes, he had to put out the fire, but it would have taken maybe 3 seconds with one of his hoses, not both. He was an idiot, but the others were cowards. You at least tried to fight back. If you weren't in the middle of it, you could have blown him up. It was bad luck, not something you did wrong. Kaken sat back stiffly, tearing away at the rest of the bun. Yeah. Bunch of wimps, that's what they were. Definitely. What you do wrong then, nerd? Kaken goaded then, gulping down the second bun. Besides everything. I'm the reason it attacked you. Kaken froze, food in his mouth and his eyes now zeroed dangerously on Izuku. Sighing, Izuku picked idly at his food. You weren't the first person the sludge villain attacked that day, Kaken. I was going under the tunnel a few blocks from school, the drag tunnel, you know, that one, and it came out of the sewer and went for me. That time I missed the eyes and it was pouring down my throat before I knew it. Kaken was listening, which was good. His jaw was clenched, clearly holding back his own vitriol, but Izuku was being earnest enough to move mountains, as his father often said. Maybe Kaken would listen enough to understand why he was telling him this. Izuku took a deep breath and continued with eyes downcast. All Might showed up then too, he admitted. He saved me, shoved the sludge villain into 2 soda bottles and jumped away to take him to the police, but I was too afraid, too much of a fanboy, to let him go. I grabbed him. Kaken shed and Izuku nodded. Yeah, looking back, that wasn't my proudest moment. He lost the bottles trying to reach back for me mid-jump. That's the reason the sludge villain was even able to get you in the first place. I distracted All Might from being a hero and ended up putting you in the path of a villain who had just tried to kill me. Izuku saw it coming, but he let the right hook land on his cheek, taking the pain of the hit. Kaken's fist stayed clenched, and he was glaring furiously across at him. Yeah, I deserved that, Izuku huffed, laughing off the pain. He couldn't stop his body from healing the bruise, but he was having a hard time with the quirks that were clamoring for use in defending himself. He took a second to calm them down and soothe them with a promise to use them later. It was a second too long to spend silent, because Kaken's hands started popping dangerously. He looked up and into his furious face. I guess this is me saying sorry too, Kaken, Izuku said through a weak smile. I'll be better, though, and I'm going to get into UA to prove it. I'm not going to let anyone get hurt because I was too weak to step up. All Might, I met him after our fight. That's how he got my address and why he sent you things. I was so upset, but he didn't reprimand me. He knew I felt guilty enough. But he said that, in that moment, I acted like a hero. I ran forward. I tried to help. He told me I can be a hero, Izuku told him, looking up at Kaken. His old friend looked like he'd just been sucker punched. He knew about me, he knew I had messed up badly and accidentally released his villain, but All Might still told me I could do it. So I will do my best to live up to his faith in me. And you were even better. You deserve to hear the same. Kaken roared and launched himself at Izuku, who rolled away from the exploding fist. You're lying. You're never gonna be a hero. I'm not lying. Izuku yelled, standing up and facing him. All Might said I can be a hero and I will, Kaken. Kaken pulled back his arm with a roar, an explosion building in his palm. Izuku dodged around, never, giving him a target to aim it toward. If I can do it, then you will do it too. Izuku promised, dodging again. That's what this was about. I wanted to cheer you up, Kaken. One more, much bigger explosion followed that. It was time to cut his losses. Izuku ducked under a Nelson and bolted for the school. DKU. Get back here and fight me, you coward. You should read All Might's letter. Izuku called back to the angry blonde friend rocketing after him. Said explosive friend stopped at the mention of All Might's package, clearly wanting to go back and get it instead of chase Izuku. Izuku grinned and sped away. You'll be an amazing hero, Kaken. Seeing Kaken turn around from the chase so Izuku wouldn't see that obvious flash of pleasure was worth everything. Evading a man with thousands of quirks was no easy feat. Izuku was well aware his father had given up patience and had started trying to follow him in the mornings. Izuku and his father both had a geospatial biology tracker quirk that Dr. Garaki had copied, and so Izuku knew the minute his father was within 5 miles of him. The first morning that happened, Izuku ducked out for a bathroom break and jumped as far away from Dagoba Beach as he could. From that morning on, he took even more measures, including but not limited to bleeding all over Tokyo and Mizudafu. Tracking quirks were rare. There were sense augmenters galore, millions of telepathic quirks, but very few of these could span wide distances. If you weren't within the same building, there were maybe a dozen or so quirks that could help someone find you. His father relied on one that needed blood to work. If he had the blood of someone, he could hold it in his hand and use it to feel the direction where the person was. It included familial blood. The weakness was that it didn't work if there was fresh blood anywhere belonging to the person you were looking for, or the directions got muddled. And Izuku exploited that to a disturbing level considering he had to cut himself to do it. If it weren't for Space Jump, a geospatial biological tracker honed to all for one, and his awareness of father's tracking quirks, he was sure he would have been followed to the beach a few times. But he managed it by dumping his backpack in a small cache to the side of an apartment building, changing into some clothes he bought from a thrift shop, and that he kept buying whenever Kurogiri did the laundry, leaving spots of blood on random walls around the city. It was an awful feeling, cutting open his palm and pressing it against cold stone, smearing as much on as he could handle before his healing quirks jumped to help him. But it needed to happen. Once he finished, he then jumping twice before reaching All Might. It was worth it, because All Might, well, he was the best. Even in just a few weeks, Izuku was getting very attached to the older man. He'd helped with Kaken when he didn't need to, he'd cared about his efforts, and he was encouraging to a fault. He wouldn't stand to the sidelines as he labored, he would actively encourage him, push him, yell at him when he thought Izuku wasn't trying hard enough. Unlike his father, this wasn't a labor of indulgence but of passion. Izuku wanted this, and because he did, All Might wanted it for him. He was also reminded to be grateful for his photosynthesizing hair since he could keep working every day of the week without breaks, very useful when your father monopolized your time after school. His absence in the morning, whether his father was asleep or not, had made his father more protective than usual, to the point of shortening the training he had with Tamura. The lengthier fights with Tamura had to be replaced somehow, though, and father eagerly replaced them with quirk training. His father was bringing home more and more quirks recently. Little and large quirks with wildly varying classifications and strength all found their way to his father by inevitably illegal means and were given to Izuku. Or, rather, Izuku pulled the quirks to him. These days there was no choice besides pulling the quirks. His father wanted to see Izuku overwhelmed by his quirk more and more, wanted to see him bend over backwards just to accept them. His defiance egged the man on, and every day that Izuku refused to halt his training was another day that his father obsessed over him, pumping him full of quirks. It was working too, as the strain of regularly exposing himself to the thousands of quirks left him more tired than any exercise ever could. Pulling from regular people was easy, but pulling from his father every other day overloaded him to the point of malfunction. Still, he wouldn't submit. He took to these pulling sessions with the same vigor as he did the morning exercise. If he wanted to one day help the heroes, he needed to make his quirk stronger. And his father loved it when he took his time to mentally brush over his vast number of quirks. It appeased him slightly. With each round he was left fatigued but more confident in his quirk's strength than he was before. "You're tired, Izuku," his father would say some days, petting his sweaty head after another bundle of quirks were given to him. "Take some time off to rest and recover. A few days won't make a difference. Stop this training and stay home," were the whispered warnings in his mind. "People are losing their quirks because you're disappointing your father. He will keep taking quirks for you as long as you keep leaving him. You know he will never stop." Izuku pushed back against those thoughts. "I'll be okay. But maybe we could slow down the quirk training just a little?" "Izuku," his voice was laden with anguish, "is your training with your friend more important than training with me? Your father?" "No." Gods, the guilt he felt when his father said things like that. Izuku snuggled closer into his father's cologne-heavy shirt, intent on pushing his guilt away. "I love spending time with you, Dad. You're so important to me." His hair was ruffled and pet again, strong hands reaching out and comforting him through the guilt. "I'm so glad you know that. Family is the most important thing in the world, Izuku. What we have is irreplaceable to me, you know that, don't you?" "Of course I do, Dad," Izuku promised. "I love you." "I love you too, so much," his father murmured. "Each moment we have is priceless to me, son, so incredibly dear to my heart. But that means that if you need to make time in your life, don't start by cutting out your family, Izuku, but by cutting out the things that don't matter nearly as much. That's reasonable, isn't it?" He knew the answer his father wanted. "Of course I will. I should stop training. I'll tell you who I'm training with," but he wouldn't give in. If his father wanted to force him to stop by regularly overwhelming him with new quirks, fine, but he wouldn't stop. No matter how guilty he felt whenever he refused him, no matter how terrible it was that he wanted to spend time with someone besides his father. No matter how his father was clinging to him tighter as if he would lose Izuku if he left, and worse, knowing that he was making it so that happened. No, he wouldn't linger on that. He had a beach to clean and All Might to prove himself to. But to give his father the appearance of giving in, he did take one of the rest days All Might recommended in his schedule every week to sleep and be with his father, claiming he'd told his friend he couldn't meet that day so he could rest. It seemed to appease him enough that the guilt trips and quirk overload didn't happen too often. But the guilt of pulling those quirks was still there. Would it stop if he stopped training with All Might? He knew his father would still bring him quirks. Every week before this he'd bring 1 or 2 quirk to him, like it was a part of his weekly allowance. Even if he stopped working with All Might, his father would be searching for quirks to give him. But probably fewer quirks, he knew. So he would send messages to Nizu. He would tell the principal which quirks had been taken and ask whether he could find those people. If they were alive, which very few were, he'd tell the principal to keep a record of them. He could try to return their quirks later on. That was the best he could do. "It's impossible to trace them," Nizu told the detective. "They aren't using regular means, which logic dictates the involvement of some kind of quirk. I simply cannot trace it back to the source." The sun was setting in the window, but it felt cold as night for All Might. This new information was troubling, but so were the messages from their new informant. Lists of quirks, not of people, that were missing were the key to his reliability. Every quirk he named had a person either recently missing or from the elderly who were too old to notice or worry about failing quirks. This person must be extremely close to All for One to know about this, and that was disturbing to consider. The quirks themselves were varied in strength, but they were all useful. A quirk that heals when in contact with salts, another that adapts the body to the work it does, one that shuts down electronics in a certain range, another that lets the user glide by their feet through the air, and many, many more. Most were defensive, oddly enough, with a few exceptional combat quirks thrown in. The question remained, why were these quirks taken? He knew All for One had many such quirks already, so why was he taking these and at such a rapid rate? And if All for One was amassing power, he needed to pass on his quirk quickly so it would live on in the event that he died in the confrontation. Midoriya would need to accept his power early, and he would need to know why. His heart clenched painfully at the thought of subjecting his successor to the same thing he had felt with Nana. Ridiculous, All Might sighed. All this time, thinking he's dead, and now the only information we have is coming from someone completely invisible. At least our informant is providing provably correct information, and they're consistent. Nizu cheered up his future employee. It would be much more difficult if they were unreliable. I'm quite pleased with them so far. I'm more worried about their motives, Tsukachi said to the mouse. Why now? Why would someone with so much information suddenly switch sides? But why would they also not tell us where the man is? How do they have so much accurate information without being completely loyal to All for One? He's never been so easy to fool before. Nizu hummed through a sip of tea. I have a theory about that, detective, although time will prove whether I am right or wrong. Both All Might and Tsukachi leaned forward. It strikes me as odd that they chose me rather than someone else to communicate with, Nizu explained, setting his teacup in its saucer. I am not usually a part of such investigations, nor am I known for the ones I am a part of. While my intelligence is certainly well known, there is not much else to recommend me except for my position as the principal of UA, a position I have used in the past to help with vulnerable, dangerous young individuals. Tsukachi's drawn lips parted, a hiss of breath coming from between them. You think it's actually a kid? All Might sat up straighter in his seat. That is the most obvious conclusion, Nizu agreed. It is highly improbable that anyone more mature in age would have such an abrupt and drastic change of heart. No, most unlikely, and then even more unlikely that they would reach out to me rather than a previous foe or the one who sparked the change in the first place. It would be even more probable that they would reach out with the sole intention of causing chaos instead of simply warning us of All for One's increasing power. However, a child that perhaps was raised within All for One's inner circle and who, as recently as his first message, became aware that All for One's ideals do not align with their own is much more likely, Nizu laid out easily. A child with a mounting awareness of All for One's unconscionable conduct paired with their sensitive position as an unofficial member of said organization would have ample cause to reach out. It would make even more sense if they were old enough to attend UA as well. He sipped his tea, face thoughtful. The reason for contacting a hero school then becomes less about my connection to All Might, which is negligible to most, and more about my well-known penchant for protecting the children under my care. We may already have the child attending UA or their application in our database but are without the clues to see them until they decide we are trustworthy enough to know. And how do we prove that? Tsukachi asked. And if it is a child, then they are inexperienced and in enemy territory. We couldn't let this go on in good conscience. A dramatic ping rang through the room and Nizu turned to his computer. There they are. Both men leaned forward, waiting for Nizu to finish typing. Nizu's eyes scanned and filed words on the screen for further consideration as the mole wrote out their information on the essay portion. More quirks were unfortunately listed for the good detective to hunt down. Once logged, the author immediately left the server so Nizu couldn't attempt further contact, his questions ignored at the top of the page. Nizu doubted they had even looked at them. Well, All Might leaned forward. Elusive as ever, Nizu informed them with a cheery voice. Although a little quicker to disconnect this time. Perhaps a time constraint? They left another list of quirks for us and then immediately vacated the server. The list of quirks were printed and handed to Tsukachi for investigation, and they sighed to notice over 20 this time. He's taking more and more, the symbol of peace noticed, angered. Escalating. Agreed. Nizu said with a cursory glance at the list. But to what end? An increase generally implies a need, yet these quirks do not seem to agree with that idea or even with what we know of All for One's preferences. There is too wide a diversity, too many defensive quirks in general, and another several sensory quirks just as was in the last batch. It is too random. None are unified in a specific purpose. Tsukachi and All Might agree. The detective asked Nizu, any theories on why? The mammal sighed in regret. Too many, detective, and no means by which to narrow them down. So there's nothing we can do but wait, then. We wait. Go, go, go. Do you want to fall behind? Just the other day he had berated Kaken for overworking himself, and now he was on the cusp of doing the same. Everything ached. His quirk was stretched and irritated from the surplus his father had given him the night before. I'm so tired. He was so tempted to use one of the enhancement quirks, or the ferrokinesis quirk just to lighten the load of the rusted car he was hauling. The taut rope vibrated with his frame. The fatigue was from receiving a surplus of new quirks from his father the night before. Not a great thing to deal with on a regular day, but as his luck would have it, the entire beach was also overcast. It was so dark and dreary that his hair wasn't giving him any of the extra energy that he would normally rely on for these bad days. He could use an augmentation quirk, but that wouldn't help with the actual goal of building muscle, and any healing quirk would probably send him to sleep. He couldn't rely on quirks. He'd promised himself no quirks. So when he felt the strained muscles give, he pushed away the quirks eager to help and let himself fall to the sand. Giving up already? All Might yelled. Come on, Midoriya, you've hardly moved it. Do you want to be a hero or not? I do. He tried to push himself up but fell on his face, his arms unable to catch him. Izuku was shaking, he could hardly move. I'm trying. All Might climbed down from his pile and Izuku tried to get up as he approached, but all he could do was look up as he desperately clawed at the sand. He looked down at Izuku, and he hated the disappointment he saw there. You've been overdoing it, haven't you? Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I didn't mean to. All Might lowered himself closer. What do you mean? What's wrong? He couldn't bear the look of disappointment in All Might's eyes. It had been months since they'd started, almost 2 months, and he hadn't asked about Izuku's home life even once. Maybe Izuku could trust him with something. With one crucial fact. My father is training me harder, he said, the plea in his voice too obvious. Don't blame me, please don't blame me. All Might's eyes went wide. He's upset with me and wants me to stop training here. He thinks that if I am too tired, I will be forced to stay home and rest. I can't let him stop me. Not this time. You father, the villain, he is your guardian still? All Might said. A hand came down and rested on Izuku's shoulder. My boy, if your father is a villain at large, I am obligated to stop him. Is this why you didn't tell me? He nodded vigorously. It doesn't matter, anyway. You can't catch him. I must. It is my job as a hero. I know you care for him, but please trust me, Izuku begged, looking at All Might. When I tell you everything I know, you'll understand why I'm saying this, but please trust me for right now. A few months, please, a few more months. My boy, All Might leaned over him, his face rife with concern. Are you sure? Yes, please, Izuku insisted. I told you how dangerous my quirk is, right? I told you it was my father's. Understand? Please, he will kill you. You can't fight him, not yet. Yet. I'm working on it, he promised. Trust me. If you trust me, trust that I'm working on it. All Might sighed. I will not sway you, will I? Izuku shook his head, eyes watering. I'm sorry. I'll understand. If you reconsider, if you can't trust me. Oh, my boy. He was lifted from his fallen position up into the man's arms. Izuku froze. Would he treat him like his father? Would he hold him for a long time? Would he before he could even properly freak out? All Might had ended the hug and placed him on his feet, stabilizing him before letting him go. All Might let him go. He looked up, dazed, at the saddened face of his mentor. I will trust you. Will you trust me enough to tell me if you or others are in danger? I cannot stand to think there is anyone in my reach that I can save and yet do not. Izuku nodded his head, still dazed at how quickly the hug had ended. Did All Might not want to hug me? Or did he think I didn't? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Did I want a hug? Of course I did, who am I kidding? I always want them, even from Dad. Meanwhile, we must adjust your schedule, my boy. All Might clapped a hand on his shoulder. An extra rest day and perhaps earlier start times on the other days, All Might was touching his shoulder. No expectations. Please let this not be a dream. With an extra rest day taken, maybe his father would ease up with the quirks and training, just a little. Then he could do better, work better on the days he was here. Thank you, he said before even thinking. Thank you. I won't disappoint you again. You haven't, Midoriya, All Might replied. You shared something deeply personal today. Part of the secret that I need your trust to hear, correct? Does this mean you are beginning to trust me? Izuku nodded furiously, eyes blinking away tears. You promise you won't hate me? After everything? I promise. Izuku sniffled, wishing he believed it more than he did. Yeah, I'm closer. Thank you for waiting for me, Yagi-san. His blue eyes crinkled, and both of them shared the moment in happy solidarity. Was this what it felt like, Izuku wondered, to have someone really trust him? To have someone believe in him? Izuku couldn't remember a time when he was accepted at his word instead of struggling to be heard. And here, the #1 hero was trusting him on something so serious as a villain at large. His heart warmed. Let's take today to relax, Yagi proposed. I believe there are some vending machines around the corner. I'll grab you something to drink and we can enjoy the sunrise together. A canned coffee and a drinkable yogurt later, they were both sitting on an uncovered bench, watching through empty portion of the beach. Izuku sipped, considering exactly what he had revealed to All Might. All Might sat considering the same. The small, relaxing moment would become a staple of their time together. Izuku would sometimes be so tired from all of his father's training and the abundance of quirks he was given the night before that All Might would take one look at him, give him a small smile, and tell him to sit while he got them a drink. Izuku cherished these moments. All Might never understand how glad he was to have an adult know when he'd had enough intuitively, how glad he was that his tiredness wasn't a sign that you aren't prioritizing right, or how you wouldn't be so tired if you listened to your father. All Might just wanted to help him. Help him to get strong, yes, but not by his own standards. Only by Izuku's. If you don't finish the beach by the entrance exam, that's all right, All Might said one morning when they were sat on the bench. It's a lot to ask a young man who is wrestling with as much as you are. But you said I needed to if I wanted to not have my limbs blown off, Izuku pointed out, ignoring the way his heart leapt with joy at the care in his mentor's words. All Might shook his head, eyes light. You aren't slacking off, young Midoriya, you're doing exceptionally well. Just because your father is presenting a challenge does not mean you are not going to be ready in time. You're doing well. Thank you. Neither mentioned the tears in his eyes. Izuku, can you get up? His father called from the side of the ring. Izuku struggled to his elbows, the sweat on the mats making his elbows slide a bit. Tamura stood giddy before him, hand extended as if just waiting for permission to maim him again. He was tempted to not get up at all. If he didn't, father might let him go to bed. You must be exhausted, decided All for One, meeting Izuku's eyes and showing the pity in their light blue tones. Did all of your effort go into your morning training? Did you forget about our practice time tonight? There was the stab of guilt. Izuku expected it, but it still hurt to know how much he was disappointing his father. He was just so tired. He didn't know what else to do. How could he do better when he was shaking from fatigue? How could he do better when his father knew he couldn't? He wanted to be so much more than what he was right now, a quivering mess on the mats. You should call your friend and cancel tomorrow. He'll understand that you need the rest. With a final, supreme effort, Izuku pushed himself to his feet, fighting to hide how his body shook at the effort. Flashing a smile at his father, he announced proudly, I can go again. His father, however, wouldn't abide his cheek. Tamura was given permission to touch him, and he was too tired to react in time for even the first assault. He felt his flesh crack beneath his hands just as quickly as he regenerated it. His screaming didn't end the burning, but he pushed through and kicked out Tamura's feet from under him, still screaming as the hand refused to let go. Fight through the pain, Izuku, his father commanded pitilessly. You've done this before. Healing constantly was taking too much out of him. His weakness was increased until it met with dizziness, and Izuku could feel his end approaching. With a final kick to Tamura's face, the hand let go of his arm and Izuku let himself pass out on the floor. When he woke, some hours later, his father was sitting next to his futon. His bleary eyes met with his most disappointed look. Izuku, if you can't handle fighting Tamura, you only have to tell me. We can give you more time to rest. We can eliminate your morning training, was what his father wanted to say. Izuku clenched his teeth imperceptibly, feeling that the tension in his jaw compounded the tension in his chest. Yes, his father wanted him home, and yes, he loved his father and hated making him so upset, but Izuku needed to keep training with all might. He needed this. No matter the pains in his chest, the aching of his body, the fear in his core, he couldn't give in. His father smiled down at his expectantly. "I'm sorry, Dad," Izuku said, apologizing instead of yielding. "I'll be better tomorrow. I don't need to stop my morning training." He saw the way his father's smile downturned in annoyance before it smoothed over. All for one patted his head caringly. "You know yourself the best, son. Just let me know when it gets to be too much. Let me know when you are ready to yield." "Izuku," came the message loud and clear. He was left alone on the futon in his room, another sign of his father's displeasure. If his father were truly worried about him, he would not have left the room at all that night. He had spent too many colds with his father sleeping right next to him on the futon, the same skinship they shared when he was just a few years younger. If he had angered his father so much that he refused to be in the same room as him after he had passed out, something was terribly wrong. He should relish the freedom, but all it did was make Izuku feel the pangs of longing and guilt wrap around his throat like a thorny coil. He wanted his father to want to be near him. He wanted his father to come back in the room and give him even a small smile before gathering Izuku in his sturdy arms. It was so easy to feel guilty for all of this. So easy to blame himself for his father's gentle reproach. But in that moment, what he thought about was not his father's ire, but Yagi's words just a few days earlier. "If you don't finish the beach before the exam, that's all right." So simple. An acknowledgement that, even if he wasn't meeting the goal they set, that him trying was enough. That he was enough. With All Might, his limit was his limit. If he needed mercy, he got it. All Might yielded to his needs over his own wishes, and he never made Izuku choose. Izuku's effort was always enough. Izuku tried, he tried so hard so All Might would never regret his decision, giving 110% whenever he met him in the morning. He worked until he literally dropped every morning. But once he dropped, once he was struggling to even get up, All Might stopped him and sat him on the old, sea salt-covered bench, bought him a drink, and sat with him. The difference between them had to be age, Izuku justified in his head. Of course they wouldn't be the same with a century between them. His father wasn't bad, he was just old. Izuku knew this, and he knew it had to be why his father acted the way he did. His father knew so much and had experienced most things at least once, so listening to him should be the smartest thing to do. Like listening to an elder or a master in their field, listening to his father was like taking advice from a surgeon on how to properly suture. He was an authority, and authorities were there to be listened to. But Izuku wanted something else. His father did love him and would hold him when he cried, but he was also the one to make him cry. He would give him the worst choices as lessons. Quirks or corpses, criminal acts or indiscriminate attacks, letting Tamura hurt him or hurting Tamura. Father loved him, but whenever Izuku disappointed him he turned into all for one, cruel and exacting, teaching him lessons he didn't want to learn. His heart clenched painfully as he realized that he wanted more of what All Might was giving him. And he knew he wouldn't get that same care from his father. The thought brought tears to his eyes before he could stop them. He cried for a long time, rebuffing Kurojire's attempts to comfort him. He was just so tired of everything. Every manipulation, every half-truth, every emotion that seemed torn between his father and All Might. Looking at his Nomo uncle was too much on top of that right now. He only snapped out of it when he saw the time. 8:10 p.m. Izuku scrambled for his laptop. Their informant was late, and All Might and Tsukachi were getting anxious in their seats. Nizu too was anxious, but for a different reason. "Give them an hour at least," Nizu comforted. "They could simply be delayed. Or they've been caught and killed by a mass-murdering 200-year-old supervillain," All Might said with a bouncing knee. Tsukachi sighed but stayed silent. Yes, Nizu could tell the detective was anxious as well, but at least he was capable of containing it. Too many stakeouts did that to a man. All of them jumped at the telltale sound, and Nizu pounced at the keyboard in search of the crucial verification. "It's them." The two in his periphery sighed in relief, and Nizu plowed forward to their shared application. There was a usual list of quirks, unfortunately, but also a small planned heist. Nizu looked up the details for the less used bank branch in Osaka, reviewing the warning Izuku gave as well as the note. All for One plans to use unaffiliated criminals for a frontal assault of the bank, while the main combatants warp directly into main vault. I don't know when. There is no way to stop the warp. They are not expecting a fight, but they are dangerous. Be careful. Nizu responded immediately. Thank you. We will put your information to good use. Do you have a moment to talk? That would usually end in a firm no, or the author leaving his server. Surprisingly, not today. I'm tired, the author continued, so I can't keep the connection for long. What do you need from me? That was an interesting statement. It indicated that the author was doing this purely for his benefit and not his own, but was also more reckless when not fully coherent. Perhaps this would be his chance to press the person to revealing more details. We think you're a child, he clacked out quickly. Are you? A slow reply. How old is a child to you? As young or younger than my students. Yes, I am. Why are you asking? Does it matter? Yes. It means you are an innocent. It changes how we will approach your involvement legally. Finally, the words came, even if I'm a child in your eyes, I'm still old enough to know what I've done is wrong. I've hurt people. I'm a criminal. Does my age make what I've done right? Interesting. There was a guilt to those words, a sense of right and wrong being violated within the speaker. But if they were a child? It makes it forgivable, Nizu decided as a reply. We would like to help you. The response was quick. You don't have to say that just because I'm helping you. I would still help if you wanted to arrest me. This was different. No cries for leniency, but a large portion of guilt. Perhaps low self-esteem and a hero complex born from trying to undermine villainous actions too often and failing. It makes sense why someone with this mentality would reach out. They had tried everything in their mind and were left with outside help as a last resort. If this were the case, they would also feel extreme guilt for not fixing the issue on their own and for involving others, perhaps even guilt at betraying All for One if they had been determined to stop it from the inside. The connections they had formed within the ranks must be important enough to try to save. And in a child, it was most certainly a family connection that was so important to them. No one said you wouldn't, answered Nizu, but we would like to do this for you anyway. No reply came, although they were still in the server. It would seem the child had no reply to him on that note, but no matter. He pressed on. We need to know your connection to All for One, typed Nizu. The being in his server seemed to glitch in and out of the application. Perhaps a sign of very real fatigue, or of fear if emotions affected his quirk. We will not press you to reveal your identity, but knowing would help us understand how reliable your information is. There was a long moment when Nizu was certain the child would flee. Then, finally, a 3-word reply. He's my father. Nizu's eyes widened. He observed the 2 men in his periphery stiffening, but they were unimportant in this moment. Their informant was not only a child, but a child directly associated with All Might's nemesis. The child must truly be addled if they were revealing something so crucial and so damning. All of a sudden Nizu was reconsidering the list of quirks the child had acquired for them. They had assumed that All for One had been amassing an arsenal of some sort, and yet the many quirks were not specific enough to indicate any sort of villainous goal. But if he had a child, then the statistical likelihood of his child having his or a similar quirk to his was high, and thus the likelihood that the menagerie of quirks were for this child was practically the only conclusion. The reason this child had a knowledge of which people were losing their quirks was now nearly certain to be because they had either taken or been given their quirks, and if that was the case, then providing that information, even in the face of their own complicity in the crime committed, spoke to a desire to know that the people whose quirks were taken were, indeed, safe. Or a way to keep track of those people for after All for One's demise. The implications of this revelation required further consideration. The mouse bear principle was drawn from his thoughts by a truly emotional entreaty coming from the screen. It was another sentence, typed just as slowly as the last. Do you still want to help me? Yes. Nizu would not hesitate where others might. It was crucial that this child trust them, and to doubt their intent would be a fatal blow to their barely forged connection. We can help you. Will you trust us to meet you in person? Intriguingly, the child did not immediately reject the idea, nor did they agree. Not yet, was the child's response. Eventually. Well, that was good. It seemed the child had plans to work with them directly at some point. Very good news indeed. This child would be absolutely crucial in not only finding their father but also in stopping him. Too tired. Can't keep talking. The disjointed phrasing only proved the child's point. They were already popping in and out of the document. Don't tell anyone. They'll hate me. Don't want All Might to hate me. The connection failed immediately after the final word was done. Well, All Might asked, what is it now? More quirks and a bank heist planned, Nizu said, barely turning in his seat. But this is a fortunate day indeed. They have told me their connection to All for One. Their set features lightened considerably. All Might focused on the improbability of the statement. Really? How did you convince them? It seems our young charge was quite fatigued when they made the connection, Nizu explained while printing out the transcript of their conversation. And yes, apparently they are rather young. Here, read. They both read quickly, but Tsukachi got there first. He hissed a breath between his teeth. His child? He has a child. All Might shuddered in his seat. I never wanted to imagine him breeding. Nizu thumped his paw on the desk, sending a stern look to All Might. Read to the end. He turned the page over and his face went slack. They want me to, not hate them? Why would his child care about me at all? Yagi, Nizu warned, there is no room for prejudice here. All Might spluttered. But come now, his child? How good could they be if they're raised by that man? Tsukachi interfered this time. Toshi, it's a kid. There is still time to teach them, and they have already taken the first step. They're reaching out. Would you call that evil? Maybe. Tashinori exclaimed, motioning to the papers. Who knows what their motives are? If I injured All for One severely enough, maybe they are cutting losses and joining the winning side. Or looking to take over their father's empire. We don't know. Or, Nizu interrupted, his voice deceptively still, it could be nothing more than a child that is trapped in a terrible situation and who is in need of a hero. Would you deny them that help? Would you say that some children are simply not worth saving solely based on parentage? All Might flushed, falling back into his seat. I just can't picture it. Try, Nizu ordered. This child asked me not to tell you for this very reason. By telling you, I have broken a trust that can only be mended upon seeing their fears were not reality. When we eventually meet the child, they must know that you do not judge them for who they are born to, or it is likely we will have an immediate rift between the child and us. Our success in this venture largely depends on whether you are capable of laying the blame solely where it belongs, not on the child, Yagi, but on the father. The deflated, skeletal man sagged under the gaze of the mammalian principal. Yes. They were sitting on their bench again, the sun looking brighter every day as the trash heap was whittled down to half what it was before. Izuku savored it. I have a personal question to ask you, Midoriya, Yagi said from beside him. I hope you won't feel I'm being inconsiderate of your situation. Izuku forced himself to stay calm. What do you want to know? How did a child raised by a villain decide to be a hero? Might asked quietly, matching the small sounds of the water. Izuku barely stopped himself from making a noise of shock. There was no way his question was a coincidence, not after the ill-advised information he had given Nizu just the past night. All Might had either been there observing or had been told of their informant's relationship to his nemesis right after. It wasn't a comforting thing to know, especially seeing as All Might clearly had no idea how to react to his existence if the way he was nervously playing with the tab on his drink said anything. But at least his mentor was asking. Trying, at least, to consider his perspective. Izuku didn't need to think about whether to answer. If it helped All Might to trust him. My mother. All Might's fidgeting stopped, and he looked over in surprise. You've never mentioned a mother. She's gone now, Izuku whispered, hands tightening over the yogurt bottle. He knew he had to tell All Might, he had to make him understand. Mom didn't know my dad was a villain. She didn't even know about my quirk until I was maybe 7 or 8. Father told me that it was a secret, a special thing between him and me. I spent my childhood lying to my mother about everything. My quirk, my father's work, and the horrible things I did. Our whole relationship was filled with lies. The recollection of it was raw in his heart. At first, I didn't know any better, Izuku admitted. Dad made everything seem so exciting, made it seem like he was training me to be a hero, and I loved my quirk so much that I was happy to use it whenever my dad told me to. It made him happy, it made me happy, how could it have been wrong? And then, once I did understand what my father was doing, I was too ashamed to say anything. When I finally messed up and Mom found out what was happening, I thought she would hate me, that she would pick up and leave me and my father behind. But my mother loved me, forgave me. She tried to take me and run. All Might stayed silent, and he was grateful. He didn't know what he'd do if the hero tried to interject on those precious memories. His breath shuddered, and his verdant eyes closed against the memory. He had known his father would be able to track his blood, their familial bond. It was one of the many quirks he had seen in his father's arsenal, so he told his mother to leave him behind. When he did that, what followed was why he would never let anyone call Midoriya Inko a coward. She had held him close, pressed tight against her chest, and had promised him, "I will never leave you behind. If either of us leave, we leave together." In the end, her bravery and selfless love had taken her from him. He found us so easily. She knew he would. I told her that she couldn't win, but Mom, she wasn't afraid of him. She just kept trying to run, kept trying to fight him so I could run. I tried to use my quirk against my father, but I wasn't strong enough then to do anything significant. Oh, and that had hurt. Trying to take father's quirks, all of them, so mother had a fighting chance. He had tugged and pulled, his nose had bled, but he only managed to ever pull a few of his key ones from their holds. But not the ones he was using on Mom. No, Mom hadn't had an ounce of relief from him. I don't know where Dad took her or what he did to her. He still won't tell me whether she's even alive right now, Izuku admitted lowly. I've learned not to ask, at least not often. Maybe his cronies, wiped her memory. Maybe she's locked up somewhere. Maybe she's dead. I don't know. Izuku admitted, tears fresh in his eyes. I don't remember much else about that night. When Father noticed I'd started bleeding from quirk overuse, he made sure I was put to sleep and moved out of the way. He cared so much about my health, he stopped hurting Mom for a second to make sure I didn't get hurt. Maybe if he didn't care so much, maybe if he was as awful as people think, I would be able to hate him. He breathed down the laughter. It's only because he loves me that I think she might be alive. I ask about her every year on that day, no matter how it angers my dad, just to make sure he knows I would never forgive him if I found out otherwise. That's all. I know it's not much to hinge my hopes on, but I have to believe it. My boy. In one of my last memories of her, she told me that, no matter what I'd done, she believed in me. His voice broke. That I was still good. Izuku looked over to his mentor, whose shining eyes told him of the unspeakable sadness, the empathy that his father never seemed to emulate. His own tears spilled over. I won't be like my father, Izuku promised, a shaky smile on his face. I made a promise to my mom. I promised her that I would be the hero I always dreamed of being since I was a kid. The hero she saw in me. I want to make my mom proud. All Might looked on his young successor and felt the pang of grief echo in his own heart. Nana had been like a mother to him, and not a day went by that he didn't fight to be the hero Nana had brought out in him. Sharing his grief, Yagi-san held out his arms and brought Izuku in for a hug. Izuku held the man as tight as he dared, careful of the old injury his father had given the old hero. But, despite the guilt he always felt with All Might around, telling him about his mother had lightened the load just a little. One less secret from Yagi. One less mystery for later. Are you sure I shouldn't go all might on your father? Yagi asked, making Izuku gurgle a laugh into his shirt. I am #1 hero for a reason, my boy. As dastardly a villain as he sounds, I'm sure I could take him down with half my strength to spare. It was sad how untrue that statement was. But Izuku nodded. Soon, I promise. He just needed everything in play first. Yagi sighed above Izuku. This boy. Yagi saw so much of himself in the boy. Except for the tears. Crying like that, you would never accuse the boy of being as old as he was. Still, their depth and sorrow spoke to his own soul. He had lost a mother, was about to turn in his own father, and soon would be as alone as he was before Nana. The thought entered unbidden into his mind he could protect him. He could do what Nana did for him. My mentor died shortly after passing on One for All. Yagi started softly, holding Izuku close. I was quirkless and alone, and she was everything to me. It felt like I lost a mother the day she died. Guilt panged through Izuku's body. He knew exactly who had killed his mentor. I'll climb the back of his throat. I do everything I can to be the kind of hero that would make her proud. All Might continued, oblivious to his inner turmoil. Sometimes even my dreams and hopes aren't enough. Sometimes my spirit is close to breaking, but I think of her and I smile through it all, push through it, and keep going just to do honor to her memory. Even if that is all you aim for, my boy, you will make a tremendous hero. The comfort in his mentor's voice was everything, so he stayed until his tears dried. When Izuku pulled away at last, he noticed the wet tracks he'd left on his mentor's shirt. Turning red, Izuku whipped away. Sorry for unloading like that. A hearty pat on his shoulder. I'm glad you feel like you can trust me, young Midoriya. And when the time comes for your father to face justice, I hope you will continue to trust me. When you need somewhere new to call home, I will be there for you. In whatever role you need. Izuku stared up at All Might with ever-widening eyes as the man in question smiled sheepishly down at him. You mean? Well, I do often consider your future as my successor, All Might said nervously, and as we do not know where your mother is, I couldn't help but think you might need somewhere to go after this. As All Might, I do have the means to take care of you, and well, it is not unprecedented for heroes to take on wards gearing for heroics. My mentor did much the same for me, practically raising me herself. You can say no, my boy, of course you can. You're old enough to decide for yourself. Izuku stopped him with a gasp. You want to be my guardian? When Dad gets locked up, you would do that for me? All Might nodded, with his emaciated face giving a rare smile. You are my successor, young Midoriya, and in many ways that makes us more than mentor and mentee. I am trusting you with my power. Why would I do anything else? When you call me my boy? Izuku asked, suddenly terrified of the answer. All Might turned red. Well, that's just something I say. Not that I don't mean it when I say it to you, of course I do. Don't. What am I saying? Izuku laughed just for a second, his smile growing wide. He hadn't worried about what would happen after. He had been so fixated on his guilt at going through with his plans and his fear of being caught, so intent on making sure he wasn't followed to his meetings with All Might, but also wondering what would happen if he told All Might the truth that he had only considered his after as either in prison or not. Nothing so positive as being adopted by All Might. His eyes flooded with tears, even though he smiled. It was a hopeless dream. Izuku had seen Yagi frowning and considering this unknown child of All for One. He probably thought the idea of his nemesis having a son as disgusting. Once he knew everything, he would never honor that offer. Still, the small fraction of hope, the kind that came from looking at your idol smiling down at you, made him say, "Ask me that again, okay? After I tell you everything?" All Might gave him a surprised look. It won't change my mind, Midoriya. Surely my offer means. Please, Izuku shushed him, eyes wet, don't say that. Wait until I tell you. If you still want me after that, if you still want me as your successor, if you still want TT to take care of me, then I will say yes to everything. But not until I tell you everything. Okay? All Might nodded understandingly. As long as you try to believe that nothing will change how I feel. Izuku's eyes turned to the sun, fully free from the ocean horizon and shining its glaring light right at him. The half-sun was gone and the full sun beat down on him, compelling him to bring everything to light. My father isn't like you, Izuku said, voice soft. But, if I had the chance to have someone like you for a father, I would take it. The sun seemed to approve for the moment, and the glare felt less harsh when All Might threw an arm around his shoulder. I hope you let me give you that chance. Another week. Another one of the bad days. Father had unloaded at least 24 new quirks on him that morning, pushing his hand even further, and had worked with him on those quirks for a solid hour before he left with the promise of more practice when he came home. He hadn't slept enough and the sun wasn't out for photosynthesize to do its job properly, so his energy was down to nothing. Sure, he had a few other quirks that would have helped, but one left him glowing while it worked, another worked exclusively at night when the stars were out, another needed him to eat meat which Kurogyari hadn't used in his lunch that day, etc. Besides all that, quirk overuse wasn't something that another quirk could heal since quirks were not solely physical. The only things that healed a quirk were time and energy. There was nothing to be done short of planting roots in the sand, and he certainly didn't want to show his mentor that. All Might had stopped their training nearly immediately, sitting him down and letting him curl up into the man's shoulder for rest. "This isn't right, Midoriya," he had said, kind and sad, with Izuku's head on his shoulder. "Is there nothing I can do?" He shook his head tiredly. "It's okay. It's just one day, I can handle it. Thanks for worrying about me, All Might." All he could do was grit through the throbbing of his quirk and the tiredness of his limbs as he went through the school day. He trudged to class, nearly fell asleep a dozen times per PRD, and got called out by the teacher a few times for it. From a few desks over, Bakugo watched with slit eyes as the nerd slumped forward for the 5th time, banging his head on the cheap wooden desk. To Izuku's relief, the starting lunch bell cleared the room of most students, allowing him some much-needed quiet time. Izuku chugged a giant bottle of water and scarfed down the tofu Kurogyari had packed for lunch before leaving the rest of the bento in favor of falling asleep at his desk. When the closing bell startled him awake, he rubbed his bleary eyes tiredly. He couldn't do this. He was just too tired to even function in the classroom. His tired irises cast about for the rest of his classmates, falling on a can on his desk. Someone had bought him coffee. He hadn't even heard it being put there, or felt a classmate come so close to his desk. Izuku picked it up curiously and then broke out smiling when he saw that it was the only kind he ever actually drank, the sweet chocolate latte kind where you could barely taste the coffee. Whoever had done this for him at least paid attention to him. He drank it gratefully and managed to stay awake for a few more PRDS before he could walk home. The second time a week later he started falling asleep in class, the same thing happened. He took a nap at lunch and woke up to find a coffee on his desk. The third time, his didn't see the familiar can. When he blinked the sleep from his eyes, he saw something different. There were sleeping pills on his desk. He laughed out loud before he could stop it, and the entire class glared at him as he tucked the package into his bag with a repentant smile. The mysterious benefactor thought his tiredness was from lack of sleep, which was understandable even if it was wrong. It was kind of sweet. The fourth time was different. With only a couple of months left until the UA entrance exams, his father had been growing more and more impatient with him. His father was a patient man, very patient, as the centuries of life had made him, but the idea that Izuku would go the full 8 months without giving in to his father was driving the supervillain to extremes. After the last batch, being of more than 50 new quirks, Izuku had felt so guilty he'd done something he'd never done with his father. He'd volunteered to help with his criminal enterprises. "Really?" his father had asked, cradling Izuku's exhausted body in his lap. "Why would you want that, Izuku?" "Because I want you to be happy with me again. Because I can't handle this many new quirks in a short PRD of time. Because I should have done this earlier so I can inherit the legal parts and dismantle the illegal parts when this is over. But you're letting me do something I want. Can't I do something for you? It would make you happy, right?" "Oh, Izuku, I have a wonderful son, don't I?" All for one fluffed his hair fondly. "All right, I'll let you work with me. Only on the weekends. You still have school after all." He had not slept that night because he was feeling so guilty. About lying to his father about his motives, about the number of quirks he was getting, about everything. His doubts plagued his mind, made worse by him picturing what his father might make him do now that he'd conceded a piece of his moral freedom. The lack of sleep paired with quirk exhaustion and his training with all might that morning had left him with nothing. He walked to school in a daze. He wasn't paying much attention to anything before Kaken cornered him, pulling him off into the boys' restroom with a violent tug. Izuku had nearly stumbled into the angry blonde. Even then, he had to lean against the bathroom wall when Kaken let him go to avoid going face-first into the ground. Kaken glared down at him. Something had made the boy angry. Izuku could see the tension in his jaw, the pulse in his temple. He braced himself to weather the storm of Kaken's temper. He hoped it would be over soon. "What the hell's been happening to you, Deku?" he snapped. "You get after me for training too hard and you come to school like this? You frickin' hypocrite." His tiredness made Kaken angry. That was new. Does Kaken care about Deku? Izuku teased half-heartedly. He flashed the blonde a smile, annoying him. "You don't need to, you know. I'm just tired." He tried to leave, but Kaken blocked him, folding his arms to present himself as an immovable barrier. "Try that again, nerd," sneered Kaken. "You're gonna tell me what's going on and you're gonna do it now." "I didn't sleep last night, that's all." Izuku waved off the complaint. Kaken obviously didn't believe him, staring him down instead of slamming the door and storming off. He blinked and felt his eyes struggle to open again. He needed to sit down. "Kaken, please, I can't deal with this today." "Then go home and sleep, nerd." The explosive boy grabbed his arm. "Go to the nurse and get a pass. She'll give it to you, you look like a breeze would blow you over." "No, I can't, Kaken." He tried to pry his friend's hand off, but he couldn't without a quirk. He was tempted, very tempted. Kaken began to drag him out and towards the nurse's office. "Kaken, I can't go home." He must have sounded desperate, because the red eyes were back on him. "Then you tell me why, Deku." "Kaken, please, I can't do this today." He felt the tears prickle in his eyes, and his vision swirled. Oh, that might not be from the tears. His stomach swooped dangerously. His voice was weak. "Catch me?" "Huh." Like a puppet with its strings cut, Izuku collapsed. Bakugo cursed and yelled, but Izuku was gone, passed out, and dead to his old friend's concern. Discomfort. His muscles were all sore, his back ached. His head pulsed in anger at waking up. "Deku, I see you fidgeting." The words were slow to him, taking an unreasonable time to process. Finally, he blinked, hissing against the harsh light. A few blinks to clear his vision had him coming face to face with a furious Kaken. "Did you catch me?" Stupid question, but something warmed in his heart when he saw Kaken blush. He had. "Kaken caught me. Kaken cares. Were you the one buying me coffee?" Izuku said tiredly, turning groggy eyes over his friend. Kaken's blush deepened and colored him head to toe. "Kaken, it was you." "So what?" he huffed, face turned away in denial. "It wasn't anything. The machine's broken or something, kept giving me two." "You don't drink coffee," Izuku murmured, closing his eyes again. "I love you, Kaken." "Damn it, I told you to stop saying that." "Deku, stay awake, you coward," Kaken hissed. "You're in the Hagface's office, you got that? Had to carry you here. They tried to call your dad." That made Izuku jump straight up, nearly making him faint again with the sudden head rush. Kaken caught him and sat him right back down despite his protests. "I have to stop them," he implored him. "They can't call him." Kaken wrestled him back into the bed, pinning him easily without Izuku's quirks. His red eyes silenced Izuku quickly as they threatened bodily harm. "You're goddamn lucky I figured that part out, idiot," Kaken hissed in his face. "I told them you got scared of some spider and fainted like a pansy so they didn't need to call your folks. They were stupid enough to believe it. You owe me, Deku." You did that?" Izuku whispered. "Kaken." Izuku leaned into the blonde's hold, only to pout when his friend obviously decided he was going to stay put and fell back into his seat. He stared unfailingly at the old friend lounging in the nurse's chair, and trying to look nonchalant about being there. "Kaken, thank you. You're amazing." Normally Izuku would tease the childish boy about his blush, but not today. He owed Kaken so much for this kindness. Not just for catching him and carrying him, but for saving his morning training. His father would never have let him continue if he had passed out during the day. Never. He might not let him leave his sight if he knew. He swallowed harshly, trying to piece together a coherent thought. "You have no idea how much I owe you for that." I promise, I'll make it up to you. Damn it, I don't want you fawning, I want an explanation, Kaken snapped, eyes flitting over him. I'm not an idiot, Deku. You're dead on your feet, you're scared of going home, and you've been coming to school with smelly garbage clothes stuffed in your school bag. Yeah, I noticed that, idiot. So you're gonna tell me what's going on. Or else. Izuku shuddered under his friend's piercing gaze. He really had been sloppy if Kaken was so worried. But, then again, knowing that Kaken was actually worried about him gave him a sort of perverse pleasure. He didn't truly want to worry his old friend, but if Kaken cared, would he stay? Would he be friendly again? He couldn't tell Kaken everything, not about All Might or his father's villain status, but he wanted to tell Kaken something. He wanted to have his friend back. He wanted to earn his trust again. I know, well, it doesn't look good, Izuku admitted, lying his head back on the pillow and turning to stare up at the stone-faced Kaken. It's not as bad as you think, though. I'm just overtraining myself. Kaken glared at him with venom. Deku, why don't you want to go home? That was a cannonball to the stomach. Right? He had to justify his reaction. Izuku took a steadying breath. Do you remember how I said I was training with someone? From an agency? A jerky nod. Well, Dad's not exactly thrilled, so I've been lying to him about it, he admitted the half-truth. He was lying to his father about it being a student he was training with, and definitely about why he was training. He knows I'm training, but he doesn't know where or with who, and he's really upset that I'm hiding things from him. If he knew I fainted at school, he would stop me from training entirely. I couldn't let him know that. Kaken stuffed his hands in his pocket, assessing him. Deku, you know that's not it. You gonna keep lying to me? Why were you scared to go home? And why are you so tired? Why is Kaken so persistent? He liked his lips, as if wetting them would help the words come out. I'm not scared, Izuku finally said, but Dad is upset that I'm lying. I'm tired because Dad wants me to be too tired to train. He's been keeping me up late and giving me more things to do so that I can't go in the mornings. I'm not letting him win though. I'm going to keep going and I'm going to be a hero even if it means overworking myself. That's such an obvious lie, Deku, Kaken huffed, slouching back. Your dad worships you, and your mom would stop it if it went that far. The mention of his mom soured in his stomach. Well, good thing Mom's not around, isn't it? Huh. Kaken startled, gaping at Izuku. What are you saying? He shrugged. His father had an easy excuse every time it was brought up with the school or anyone else. Mom and Dad separated. He hated that half-truth. Sure, separated, probably by bars if not the Veil. I only live with Dad now. Mom lives too far away to visit. Kaken scanned him, looking for any hint of a lie. When he didn't find any, he leaned back, eyeing him speculatively. So you got no one but your old man, and he's so bad you've started fainting. Izuku looked away. It's not like he's doing anything wrong. If I stopped training, I'd be physically fine, that's why he's doing it. I'm the one pushing myself, I'm the one making it worse and taking things too far. He's upset, but he's not hurting me, Kaken. He just... Not hurting you? Kaken snapped, grabbing his shoulder. I had to haul you here but up over my shoulder. You went so white I thought you were dying, Deku. To hell with that, he's not hurting me, bull. Has this happened before? Izuku looked down guiltily. Now Kaken thought Dad was a terrible father. I told you it's my fault. And no, of course this hasn't happened before. I haven't made him angry before, Kaken. He doesn't get angry about things often. He's just being strict, he's not. Kaken pinched his face between his hands, effectively stopping speech and forcing him to look up at his furious eyes. Are you really this much of an idiot, Deku? The blonde growled. Are you seriously telling me you think you deserve this? Izuku wasn't saying he deserved it, but... Dad doesn't know any better. He is doing the best he can. He's a villain, of course I can't expect him to go easy on me. He's right to be suspicious anyways with how I'm betraying him to the heroes. You do. Kaken's hand dropped so quickly it was like he'd been stung. Izuku checked to make sure his jelly skin quirk was off. It was so abrupt. Kaken looked sick, green. I don't understand why you're so upset, Kaken. I mean it's not that bad, Izuku admitted plaintively. He flinched at Kaken's livid glare. You of all people should understand that being angry makes people a little hurtful, and I get that it would be kind of upsetting looking on it from the outside, but my dad's not someone who hurts me on purpose. I'm okay. You don't have to worry about him hitting me or things like that. I would put up with it if he was, Izuku thought candidly, wondering if All for One would stop stealing quirks if he hit him. A few hits with disintegration, or that blood-boiling quirk father had, that would be worth it if it meant no one got their quirks stolen. He dismissed that thought quickly. His father would never hit him. It was something to be grateful for that his father was a villain with a lot of morals. His father was violent to enemies, but he was genuinely kind to his son. Izuku refocused on the situation at hand. It was a good thing he did. He didn't like how quiet Kaken was, how dead his face looked, or how his eyes seemed to be processing something a mile a minute. Please don't tell people, Kaken. Kaken was quiet. Too quiet. Izuku wanted to squirm in his seat. The garbage clothes. Explain the garbage clothes. Izuku immediately relaxed, smiling earnestly now. Oh, I train in those. I'm cleaning Dagoba Beach. It's a fantastic way to train, and Yagi-san says that a hero should always be thinking of helping people, so working out should ideally do the same thing. Yeah, so I work out, wash off in the ocean, and change into my uniform before coming to school a lot of mornings. Something in his friend seemed to harden, and Kaken nodded. Fine. I won't talk about it with the extras. That's all you're getting out of me, nerd. Got it? Thank you, Izuku sighed in relief, which seemed to anger the already angry-looking Kaken. I promise, it's nothing to worry about. I'm sorry I was such a bother this morning. Kaken didn't seem to know what to say. Izuku expected him to deny he cared or shout that Izuku needed to keep clear of him. Instead, he clenched and unclenched his jaw, something that usually preceded some severe yelling, but it never came. Instead, stone-faced and tense as a spring, the explosive boy left, stomping off without any final words. Izuku could only look on, wondering what was going through his head. The sun was rising warmly onto the cleared sand as Yagi watched his protege hitch together a rope system to start hauling a large truck away from the water's edge. Even though his successor was sweating profusely, his hair still stuck up in its fluffy curls, making him still seem gentle even through the hard-as-rocks workout he was undertaking. It didn't help that the boy bounced like a yapping dog whenever he was excited. He had found a good one. Yagi knew it in his heart. It was the baby-faced middle schooler, not the second-year UA student, who had wormed his way in with heroic deeds, strength of purpose, and a heart so big he included the world in it. That Midoriya's father was a villain wasn't a detracting point. Rather, he could see in the way the boy spoke that the strength of his heart came from constantly seeing the worst of the world. It made All Might feel fiercely protective of the boy. If only he didn't need to see Midoriya suffer so much at his hands. Soon, he assured himself, soon he would be able to help. In those large forested eyes, he could see that the boy was coming to trust in him more and more, and that, true to his word, young Midoriya would tell him everything before he gave the child one for all. He simply had to be patient, then he could save his young charge from the hurt he was going through. He heard shuffling feet from behind him, not the normal gait of a morning jogger or a strolling couple. He cast a glance backwards. Oi, you Deku's trainer? Of the many things he expected this morning, it had not been young Bakugo. He had not seen the boy since the incident, of course, but his successors spoke of him often. Seeing him walk up in shorts and a tank top, sneering angrily at everything around him, was not what he expected at 5 in the morning. Angry sneer or not, though, this boy was important to Midoriya. Yagi would be more than hospitable. Ah, yes, my name is Yagi Tashinori, he greeted happily. His smile dipped when he got a scoff in return. I'm training young Midoriya for his UA entrance exam. He's doing well, don't you think? Both looked to the beach where Midoriya was pulling the truck across the sand. Yagi watched Bakugo from the corner of his eye, seeing his face turn from shock, to disbelief, to anger. You know he's quirkless, right? He said, looking over to him with a sneer. I doubt he lied to you about that. Ah, right, Midoriya tells people he is quirkless. Yes, that is something I understand. Bakugo glared at him. Then why someone from All Might's team telling him he's gonna be a hero? All Might's? Yagi questioned, surprised. I do not believe Midoriya told you that. Oh, come on, he growled, like it's so hard to figure out. Deku shows up saying he's getting trained and that, big surprise, he has a present from All Might with my name on it. He could get lucky once, but not twice. You've got connections to All Might. I'm right, aren't I? Yagi considered the boy in front of him. What he already had heard about the boy was shifting into place. Insecure, defiant, and looking to be a hero, with a sneer that rivaled endeavors. But there was something there. Perhaps he could help the boy just as Midoriya wanted. But also in a way Midoriya never would. You are as smart as Midoriya described you, Yagi admitted. The blonde explosive boy's sneer fluctuated between satisfaction and confusion. I am All Might's secretary. It's good to finally meet you, Bakugo Katsuki. I was right, Bakugo hissed, satisfied. I got the little twerp. Kaken. Midoriya stumbled forward out of the ropes, staring widely at him and his friend. Did I say to stop? Yagi called out, stopping Midoriya in his tracks. That truck won't move itself. For the first time, Midoriya didn't follow an order immediately. He took a second, looking between him and Bakugo, before slowly making his way back to the car. Interesting. This boy was more important to Midoriya than he had thought. Oi, get to work, Deku, the blonde roared. I'm talking here. Midoriya jumped at the edict, then laughed. Sure, Kaken. Yagi could only describe the blonde's face as satisfied. But it wasn't that Midoriya was listening to him and getting to work. It was that Midoriya was happy about it. There was a fond exasperation in the blonde's eyes, even though his shoulders were rolling out the tension in them. Midoriya tells me you've been friends since you were babies, Yagi prompted, getting the blonde to glare at him. Although I get the feeling it's more complicated than that. Bah, the nerd won't give up on anything, Bakugo huffed, leaning against the stone wall. Every pass of those red eyes left Yagi feeling like he was under a microscope. Ahem, well, I've noticed that quality myself, he admitted, looking back at his mentee who was in the middle of turning red from exertion. It is one of the reasons All Might is interested in him. That and his heart, he wants to save everyone around him. That is the essence of a hero. You can't save anything if you don't have the power to back you up, Bakugo spat. Deku's weak. He ain't a hero. Yagi flashed him a smile. Not yet, but he will be. You will too, from what I hear. Don't compare me to Deku, snapped the boy. Whatever you see in the nerd, I'm better. Yagi hid a chuckle with a throat cough. Oh, the poor boy is jealous. You came here for a reason beyond just confirming my identity, didn't you? I'm sure you don't want to help Midoriya clean up the garbage. Why wouldn't I? He said, surprising the old hero with the ferocity of his statement. You think I can't handle it or something? I've got the muscle and you've already got one kid doing it. Why don't you make it two? Yagi felt a broad smile make its way across his face. For a moment, he supposed this must be what it was like to see Bakugo Katsuki from Midoriya's eyes. He saw the determination to prove himself, the competitiveness, the drive behind him to be the best he could be. Midoriya might be a better judge of character than he thought. Is that the reason you came today? The boy known as Kaken looked him over again, searching for something in his face, though Yagi himself had no idea what. Did the nerd tell you he fainted at school a couple of days ago? Yagi's heart sputtered and he had to swallow a mouthful of blood. What? Bakugo leaned forward. Guess he didn't, huh? Well, it got me thinking. See, he said something funny right before, and something tells me you know all about why he's been like this. You know what's got him so weak, don't you? Leaning further against the stone, Yagi let himself ground himself in the feel of the gritty sea wall. He felt anguish that his successor felt so unsafe, and yet wouldn't let him help. He had to remind himself to be patient. Midoriya has promised to tell me within a few months. I can wait. I can do that. What do you know of Midoriya's home life? Bakugo looked up at him with a scowl. I knew it. Heroes don't ask those kind of questions unless something's up. You know that Deku's in trouble with his old man. Yagi nodded, considering the boy. If they'd known each other long, perhaps Bakugo could shed some light on the situation. Have you met him? A flash of fear entered those red eyes before Bakugo sneered. Haven't seen Deku's folks in a while, but the guy worshipped Deku as a kid. You couldn't get the nerd alone without him there most of the time. When we got older, Deku stopped hanging around after school, told everyone he was spending time with his dad. It was creepy. Yagi could see the red flags waving at those words. I see you're not fond of him. What is his quirk? Fire breathing. Fire breathing, Yagi considered. He didn't know of any current villains that breathed fire. He would have to check the records. Perhaps the man was underground, or had perhaps stopped the obvious villainy when Midoriya was a child. So Midoriya can breath fire too. A dangerous quirk, certainly, and he could see why the child would be afraid, especially if it had harmed someone before. But it didn't seem to fit with what Midoriya described. His mother's quirk? The boy closed off then, became guarded. There was a dark underscore to his face. She could pull things like toys and stuff. Small jump. Look, do you know something or don't you? Yagi was keeping one eye on Midoriya now to make sure they wouldn't be overheard. Midoriya has been rather quiet about his home life. Although he has indicated that his father loves him, sometimes his physical condition and some of his words are, frankly, disturbing. There are mornings where I must stop his training and force him to rest. So you know that Deku's dad is hurting him. Yagi only nodded and watched as Bakugo turned his gaze to Midoriya, his eyes as tense as his shoulders now. Well, are you gonna do anything about it? He said incredulously. You've been training him, you work for All Might, you're not gonna look into it? Suddenly the pieces clicked together audibly in his mind. Bakugo had come, not to ask to be trained, but because he knew someone from All Might's agency was training Midoriya. Training was an excuse or a secondary reason at best. He had come to tell a hero his friend needed help. Yagi pondered this new development in amazement. Once again, the child surprised him. Yet Yagi had to disappoint him. Midoriya insists that there's nothing to be done right now, and without his cooperation I can't do anything without the risk of making it worse and possibly dangerous for him. To hell with that, Bakugo roared. Deku's getting hurt. You don't just sit on your hands, you fight. And if that interference could harm Midoriya, the hero pointed out, stopping Bakugo in his tracks. Midoriya admitted that his father is a dangerous individual, and if Midoriya cannot use a quirk to defend himself, that puts him in a delicate situation. And since he refuses to tell me exactly what his father has done to him, I also have no legal right to stop him. I could follow Midoriya home and perform surveillance, which would risk alerting his father, or I could take Midoriya against his will, which is illegal. There is simply nothing to be done until young Midoriya says so. It's too risky otherwise. It wouldn't be if it was a civilian, but Midoriya had indicated that his father was powerful, a villain, and could take him on. Again, inconsistent with the ability to breath fire, but he trusted that his successor knew the dangers of the situation. If he said they had to wait, he would wait. You won't do anything? I'm doing what I can by being here for him, All Might replied. Although it seems I'm not the only one. You plan to be here too, don't you? Keeping by his side. Bakugo crossed his arms and blushed, like a child trying to look tough in front of a pretty girl. Deku, he wouldn't ask for help if he needed it. Someone's gotta look after his helpless nerd butt. That made Yagi smile. His mentee was so worried about his relationship with the boy, but it seemed like there was some mutual care to be shared between them. That would help him open up, I'm certain. He cares for you immensely. Bah? Deku doesn't. He told All Might himself to write you a letter after noticing you were overworking yourself, Yagi interjected, cutting off Bakugo mid-denial. He specifically told All Might you would be one of the great heroes, that he would never find anyone as smart, focused, and capable as his Kaken. Bakugo blushed and looked away. The nerd. Still with that stupid name. His Kaken? Toshinori teased a little, making Bakugo glare at him with enough venom to take down an elephant. He decided to press a little. Bakugo, I know things are tense between the two of you, but if you are to go to UA together, Deku won't get in. Bakugo snapped, glaring furiously. UA only accepts the best, not nerds with no quirks. I'll be getting in, and I'll be getting in alone. Yagi had to blink hard, seeing a different side of the angry blonde. It seemed that Bakugo had decided that Izuku should cut his losses, and was frustrated that he wasn't. What a strange young man. Yet Midoriya was terribly fond of him for some reason. He'd need to get to know the boy better. It reminded him so strongly of when he'd told young Midoriya that he couldn't enter UA without a quirk. And for some reason, with someone else saying it, he felt like defending his successor. Something to think about another time, maybe. Well, we'll agree to disagree, Toshinori said. But that is not the issue right now, is it? You want me to train you as well, Bakugo? Then I will. Come by tomorrow morning at 4:30. Bakugo pursed his lips, disbelieving. What, you're gonna do it? You're not just using me to keep an eye on Deku? Yagi turned to Bakugo with a smile. I don't think I need to tell you to do that, do I? Bakugo didn't look away, but he did stiffen at the accusation. It made Yagi grin wider. I think you came here because you saw something terribly wrong, Yagi pressed on, watching the micro-expressions on his face, the warring anger and embarrassment. You saw someone who needed help, and you decided to fulfill the very first tenet of heroism, young Bakugo heroes save people. No matter what it takes, we do what we must to save everyone in our reach. Right now, that means Midoriya. I'm quite proud to take on any young hero who knows that. Bakugo glared across the beach at the young man still hauling the truck forward, inch by inch. I'm going to be the best hero, you got that? I'm not letting Deku keep me from being number one. If only he knew the current number one was right next to him, Toshinori thought with an inward laugh. You won't be, Yagi promised, a smile touching his lips. Because if you want to be number one, the most important thing is to save people. Let me teach you how to do that. Let's save him. Bakugo sneered, but Toshinori saw the agreement in him as rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck with a loud pop. Then, a proud smile gleaming and a showboating pose struck, the young hero moved his palms down and took off, using impressive explosions to fly over to Midoriya. DKU. Quit dragging your feet. You too weak to pull that truck. I'm gonna show you how it's done. Toshinori could only describe Midoriya's face as the purest, happiest sun in the sky as he saw the angry blonde barreling toward him. Thanks, Kaken. A strange relationship indeed. But despite the shouting and sarcasm and the occasional explosion, Yagi noticed that they were clearing the beach much quicker than he expected for two people. They were a good team. He even chuckled a little to himself as young Bakugo threw a punch at his mentee for pulling with his arms, thinking, I believe I will enjoy teaching. It was like a dream. Kaken had rocketed over after talking to All Might and had helped him pull the truck. He'd helped, which was huge. He'd stared at his friend so happily for so long he got a sharp rebuke to focus, stupid Deku, but even that couldn't kill his mood. And then, after the training was over and All Might had praised them both, Kaken had turned to him. We've got to get cleaned up, he said, eyeing both of them with disgust. Is the water even safe? Izuku nodded frantically. If you jump off the pier, it's far enough from the garbage piles and the currents flow the opposite direction, so you don't get extra garbage on you, and then if you avoid the sand you won't get broken glass on your feet. Kaken gave him a look like, what the hell nerd, you're a mess, but did in fact go to the pier with him and strip off his outer layer to show his swimsuit underneath. One leap and Kaken executed the perfect dive into the water. Izuku followed suit, but felt a mischievous thrill run up his spine. He grinned. Maybe. Cannonball. He jumped right next to Kaken and landed with a huge splash, covering the spluttering blonde. He didn't stick around. He zipped away through the water, avoiding the shark of a boy who was hot on his tail. DKU. Get back here so I can drown you. You'd have to catch me. It turned out that when neither of them were using their quirks, Kaken still managed to dunk him under the water for an unreasonable amount of time before he could retaliate and pull the blonde under too, leaving them both sputtering wet messes. Izuku didn't care. He couldn't stop smiling at how lucky he was. First, he got All Might's support, and now Kaken was there working with him, helping him. It didn't matter that he was prying for information. Kaken wasn't good at being subtle, and Izuku definitely wouldn't tell him anything on accident. That didn't mean he wasn't extremely happy that Kaken cared about him enough to worry. He wanted every morning to be like this. When they toweled and dried off, Kaken grabbed his bag and started walking, only to pause and look back, something strange in his eyes. Well, gonna grab your junk, useless Deku? We gotta get to class. Okay, he would have to consider the implications of Kaken's sudden tumultuous change later. The bag was the current problem. Maybe he could use space jump to grab his bag from its hiding place? He couldn't really explain why he'd left his stuff 10 blocks away. Discreetly, Izuku reached behind one of the garbage pieces and shoved his hand through the space jump. He hadn't done it in a while, so it took a few tries, but he managed to grab his bag and things quickly enough to run after Kaken. I'm glad you came today, Kaken. It was a lot of fun, Izuku said happily, though his stomach clenched at the glare Kaken threw his way. It's better to train with other people than yourself, right? Will you come again? I'd really like it if you did. Kaken straight up blushed, but immediately snarled, "Die, nerd." But you still showed up for my training, Izuku snarked before he could help himself. Kaken's expression was priceless. Do you care about me? Shut up. Izuku hated being told that and Kaken knew it. Oh, he was going to mail the blonde suffer. He was going to make him suffer with feelings. You could just say you love me too, you know. In it, Deku, Kaken threw a punch at him, which he deftly dodged. Shut up. My unrequited love, Izuku sighed, falling over dramatically into Kaken's arms. My life is a tragedy. Your life's about to be over. Kaken hissed, locking his arm around Izuku's neck. Izuku choked a little. You're gonna stop joking about that or you're not making it to school, nerd. I'm not joking, Izuku wheezed. Flexed a little, digging into his windpipe. Yeah, Deku? You want to say that again? I love, my friend, Kaken, he huffed. Still love, Kaken. After a lengthy crushing of his windpipe, Kaken let him go with a "Ot. You never change. We're not friends, Don't know why I bother with you." Izuku gave him a terrible smile, the earnest one that his father said could topple empires. Instead of Russia, though, all he wanted right then was to get one simple point across to Kaken. You're the closest thing I've ever had then. Red eyes widened before they darted away, the perfectly angular jaw clenching tight. I get that I'm a pain, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm just happy to be around my old friend, Izuku continued as Kaken stomped forward beside him. Even if he's mean. You wanna die, Deku? Izuku looked over to his old friend, his smile creeping onto his face. Yes, but it looks like you don't want me to. You'll be the best hero, Kaken. Just like Izuku hoped, the blonde explosion blushed furiously. Shut up, I don't need to hear it from you. Are you going to come again? Izuku pressed. Kaken was infuriatingly silent. Izuku gave him that victory, conceding with a shrug. I guess I'll have to see. Yagi-san is great though, I'm sure he has lots of ideas on how to help you. Deku, for the love of just stop talking, okay? This is already the worst. Izuku grinned, but said no more. Kaken was happy enough to not blow his face off for asking, and he had even phrased that last bit like a query, not a command. Yes, it was a good day. Izuku stuck close to Kaken for the whole walk. Kaken was invited to come a couple of times a week. It wasn't every day, since Izuku and All Might needed a couple days alone so that they could talk about One for All without being overheard. But every day suddenly felt amazing, because Kaken was now spending time with him. Kaken even walked him to school. He did. Not just the once either, but every time. They'd rinse at the beach, get their stuff, and then walk to school just a couple of feet apart. Kaken didn't say much during those time unless he was criticizing Izuku's form, his lack of strength, or how slow he went at the beach, but Izuku treasured the fact that the blonde never really went off on him with some angry explosions or rants. It was more just regular Kaken. Angry words but helpful tips thrown in if you knew where to look. They'd separate a block before they hit the school so Kaken wouldn't be seen with him, but Izuku still felt a warmth carry him through the day. It wasn't that he didn't know that Kaken was a little difficult to get along with, and that maybe it would be better to have a different friend. But Kaken. Izuku sighed inwardly. How could you not care about him? He was just so great and so flawed at the same time. You loved him and were frustrated by him and wanted to help him all at once. So just being able to make Kaken smile when he tripped with a microwave in his hand, or when he somersaulted backwards after nearly getting squished by a fridge, or earning a bit of respect by hefting a dishwasher in one move, or being particularly sassy about training, those were the greatest and most treasured victories to him. He was still smiling when he got to school in the morning, which apparently prompted a few rumors. It wasn't often that Izuku was happy to go to school, not when he knew all the material and was bullied every so often, so he supposed his floaty smile was reason for concern. The first guess was quirk use, which was kind of funny because he did have a quirk that induced euphoria. Is that what I'm feeling? It feels like it. When it lasted more than a day, the rumors changed. Another came out saying that maybe his quirklessness had finally made him snap and that he was now a loony case. That one was maddening, prompting a lecture on the advantages of quirklessness and how, no, it's not a mental condition. In fact, if the quirkless managed to have a healthy lifestyle, they would outlive most quirk users. But the best one was that Izuku had a girlfriend, of all things, which had all the girls holding court to investigate and every single one of the quirked boys up in arms. Izuku chuckled at what they must be thinking at quirkless Deku having a girlfriend and not them. It must be hilarious to be inside their heads. He was tempted, but refrained from using his telepathy on them. And that's the rumor that got him here, back against the school wall with 4 people circled around him. They didn't have the best quirks, but since he couldn't use any or fight back without them running to the principal and framing him for the assault, he was mad, teacher. He was mad that we have quirks and he doesn't. Fighting back was out of the question. He'd need to find an opening to run or talk them down. Talking them down didn't seem likely though. Come on, Midoriya, we're classmates, JRK1 teased. Can't you tell us the truth? You're in such a good mood today, what's the secret? Izuku held up his hands. Come on guys, don't look too much into it. I'm just having a good day. I slept well, went for a run before school, and I just was happy. We all wake up like that sometimes. It's not a big deal. Come on, don't lie, everyone knows you have a girlfriend, they teased, coming closer. Tell us about her. Is she cute? Does she know you're quirkless? Izuku breathed harshly through his nose, trying to stay calm. Okay, wow, if I were ever dating someone, they would not be the kind of person to hate quirkless people like you do, Akiko. JRK1 put a hand on his heart. Midoriya, come on man, I don't hate you. Akiko reached to put an arm around him and he pivoted away, ending up nearly on top of one of the other goons, who grabbed him harshly. Why so scared, Midoriya? JRK2 laughed. We're just being friendly. Unfortunately, the kid who grabbed him had elongating fingers for his quirk, and Izuku's arm was wrapped in a second. Let go of me, Izuku demanded, trying to pull free. You're not being friendly, so either throw a punch or go away. JRK3 poked Izuku's cheek. Ah, come on, you're too nice to stay mad at us. Just be a bit more friendly, eh? Tell us who's the girl. Or, is it a guy? The comments to that were as vicious as they were bigoted. I always thought he swung a little different. It would fit being quirkless, being useless for other things. Good for the gene pool, huh? Dating. Anyone. Izuku glared at the one holding him. Let go before I do something I regret. JRK2 seemed to hesitate, but Akiko just snickered. Did we hit a nerve? Midoriya, you're quirkless, stop pretending you're all tough. It's just not cool. Akiko tried to knee him in the stomach, but Izuku turned, only getting his in the hip. Not nice, but infinitely preferable. Not when it was followed up by a hit to the back of his knees by JRK2, sending him a little lower just in time to get a punch to the face. His reflexive use of the durability quirk prevented him from losing a tooth, but only just in time. It would have been horrible if he had had to mess with their memories to explain why a tooth regrew in seconds. See? You're so fragile, Midoriya. You shouldn't be starting fights like that when you're quirkless. He glared up at Akiko with the same glare he gave Tamura when he managed to anger him, seconds away from nearly killing. These were the moments he wanted to lash out, strike them right in the throat with an augmentation quirk. Oi, what are you losers doing? All the dark thoughts in his head fled at that angry voice, and Izuku's heart leapt, though he didn't know why. Kaken. But Kaken wouldn't stop this, right? He'd just watch? No, he'd do something. Kaken was too active to just stand by. Was he about to join in? Hey, Bakugo, we're just asking Midoriya about those rumors going around, Akiko laughed. He's trying to act all tough, but we know that's a lie, right? Bakugo strode up, hands sparking. There was something different about it. Get away from him, assholes. He's not your punching bag. The group froze. And Izuku. Izuku cast a look at his old friend. Kaken was staring directly at each of the boys around him, refusing to meet his eyes, but he was also defending him? You're kidding, Akiko huffed. Bakugo? Freakin' Bakugo is standing up for Midoriya? We're not even doing anything to him, but you're calling us out? You're the guy who calls him Deku. You burn his notebooks, you use your quirk on him, like, all the time. We're supposed to listen to you? Listen here, you waste of space, Bakugo snarled, hands sparking dangerously. You wanna fight, huh? If you don't, you punks better let Deku go and run home to your mommies. 'Cause otherwise... The group froze as Kaken let out some warning explosions. No one wanted to fight Bakugo, not with his quirk, his muscles, and his record that included taking down older and fiercer opponents. But Izuku guessed that Akiko had a death wish today, because the noir kid laughed at him. No way. Then When Kaken dived, Izuku acted. Pulling JRK2 with him, he kicked the legs out from JRK3 and kneed JRK2 in the groin, making him let go of his arm. When Kaken threw Akiko over his shoulder, Izuku pushed JRK4 right in the way of his flying body, so both of them slammed into the ground with the force of Bakugo's swing. It was over in 2 seconds. And Izuku was standing next to Kaken, feeling for the first time in a long time like he was welcome there, like he belonged there. He had no doubt his eyes were full of stars, but he didn't care. His friend, yes, he was his friend, officially returned to that status, had stood up for him, had fought for him. Kaken's eyes flickered to him and then to the bodies groaning on the ground around them and then back to him incredulously. Kaken. Save it, nerd, he huffed, stepping over his victims to get his backpack. Let's go already. Izuku jumped at the invitation, not even caring about the boys they were leaving behind in favor of walking right beside Kaken for the second time that day, grinning madly. Kaken noticed and sneered. You just got beat and you're smiling? Weirdo. Izuku jumped giddily. I know, but, Kaken, you defended me. I know I tell you I love you a lot. And you're gonna stop that right now out of eternal gratitude. But I never thought you'd stand up for me. Izuku beamed at him. Honestly, Kaken, we took down those guys in a second. They never stood a chance. Izuku backpedaled at the defensive posture in Kaken's shoulders. I mean you fought them really well. And maybe I helped? A little? Kaken was blushing from the praise, something he rarely did but that Izuku lived for. He was silent for more than a second, but seemed like he had something to say, so Izuku held his tongue in anticipation, until he finally muttered a small, almost imperceptible, "You did okay." Something in his heart exploded. Stars popped in his vision and visions of thousands of fireworks lit up the sky. Tears poured down his face, even as a smile the size of the moon lit his face. Kaken must not have liked the dopey smile on his face because he snarled, "You better not let yourself get caught next time, thus I can't be babysitting you. Use those moves right at the beginning and don't let them get you in a hold like that. Idiot." Kaken, Izuku's words warbled with his tears, "Thank you." Daringly, Izuku dove forward. Kaken couldn't move fast enough to escape the assault, and Izuku swiftly had him in a big, crushing bear hug. "Deku, I'm bringing you a bento tomorrow," Izuku announced, letting go of the decidedly amazing hug where Kaken had not, for once, blown him to Timbuktu, and bounced giddily down the street. "Any requests?" "Never touch me again." Izuku giggled. "Kaken, I can't promise that. Not when you act so heroically. Then you're saving your own but next time." "Kaken, no." It was a Saturday. He was learning to hate Saturdays. Not all of them. He worked out on Saturdays with Kaken and All Might, building strength and cleaning the beach. With Kaken there, everything was moving so much quicker, and Izuku had hoped that the beach would be rusted metal free by the UA entrance exams. Kaken and him had both put that bit of community service on their UA applications, with many explosions from his friend at having anything similar on their forms. No, Saturdays went downhill the minute he returned home from the beach. His father had him change into a formal suit and tie, paired with a mask over his face. The mask was an inside joke, his father calling him Bunny as a child for how much he used to jump about when he was excited. A simple black masquerade mask, but with 2 black ears poking straight up. He looked like a goon, much to his consternation, but with a subtle color change for his eyes and hair no one would recognize him. So, of course, if he was going to change his coloring he'd choose to copy his father's. All for One gave him a genuinely fond smile whenever he saw the white hair. You look better in green, silly child. All for One pet his now translucent hair with a chuckle. Are you trying to be a mini-me? It's very convincing. Izuku would then beam at his father. Of course, I want to be like you. That would earn a hug and his father's leniency for the rest of their outing. Their plan for this particular Saturday? A meeting with local Yakuza about a new drag. Standard. Except for one thing, his father had told him to have that rare empathy-telepathy quirk he'd acquired when he was 13 actively fixed on the new Yakuza leader. Who? Izuku asked. Chisaki Kai, his father stated, pulling on his black leather gloves. Those gloves were a reassurance to his father's partners that, no, he was not coming to take their quirks, even though there was no reason that a flimsy pair of gloves could protect them from his father should things unfold poorly. His quirk is also his code name, Overhaul. The ability to pull apart and put together however he wishes. Essentially matter manipulation, but off of existing constructs, things that can hold shape. A fascinating quirk. And he's rather fascinating as a leader as well. Efficient and capable, even sympathetic in public but especially brutal behind closed doors. He was only the second in command until a few months ago when the former leader of the Shei Hisasaki had a rather convenient decline in health. You understand what that means. That meant the new leader enacted a hostile takeover as peacefully as possible. Izuku filed that away. Peaceful takeovers generally meant charisma, but violent takeovers meant power. A mixture of the two usually meant power, charisma, and a great deal of intelligence. His father continued, he has been distributing a drag called Trigger that is meant to bolster quirks to monstrous levels temporarily, removing the faculties of the people using it somewhat. There's word he's working on a different drag as well to shift the market in his favor. If you see it in his head, tell me immediately. Yes, father. Kurogyri. Father and son stepped forward and into a small but open room with 2 sofas and 8 men in plague masks, most of whom looked up without the usual measure of awe at his father's appearance. Their eyes did, however, shift to him for a moment. You've brought an extra, all for one. The caution of his words didn't match the easy actions of the man on the sofa who rose to greet them with open arms. I'd welcome you both, but forgive me if I don't feel comfortable with surprises. His father chuckled indulgently. Of course, you do well to be cautious, Kai. The first name use clearly rankled the underlings in the room, making Izuku tense. But it also told him where to cast his quirk. This quirk was called Snippets. It was an empathy-based telepathy quirk, where you could grab onto images or thoughts in the person's mind and process the feelings associated with them. The idea was that you got to see unfiltered snippets of the person's thoughts. The first snippet was of their conversation and his name. Kai, he hated that name. It was his name prior to being adopted. Adopted, interesting. Preferred name, Overhaul, though he was disgusted by it because he hates quirks. That froze Izuku's mental processes for a fraction of a second. Hates quirks, works with father, not a good combination. This is my heir and my dearest treasure, his father said, cupping the back of his head affectionately, teasing him with the gentle flicks of his curls. From the reactions of the men in the room, it was a gesture that shocked them, though Izuku didn't know why. It was a normal action from his father. He has taken an interest in these deals. I hope you'll indulge a child's curiosity for his father's work. The men in the room eyed him speculatively, except for the one his father called Kai. The leader. He simply bowed. Of course, it's no harm done. Welcome all for one and son. So, let's talk. Another snippet. An image of his standing in front of a desk, staring at an older man. Empathy told him he was the former leader and was rejecting a request. A hand outstretched, the man being rearranged. Izuku felt a little sick at that snippet. Chisaki Kai hates quirks partially because they eliminate the Yakuza power base, fanatic as he was about the 8 precepts. Fanatic because of the previous leader adopting him and Izuku nearly hissed. Overhaul had, in fact, taken out the previous leader. The care he felt for him was almost fanatic, so why? Why did he take out the previous leader? I'm sorry to hear about your mentor's health, Kai, his father said, relaxed as only an immortal man could be when surrounded by enemies. Because that's what they were. Any snippet that held his father made Izuku fully aware of how Overhaul hated him. But you seem to have things well in hand. I have heard some rumors that you're more involved in the trigger trade now, aren't you? Such a big undertaking for a new leader. And you're trying to develop even more quirk-related drags. I'm curious. Izuku tuned out the talks as he saw snippets of the memories being rejected for his plan to dominate the drag trade? No. To have a drag trade revolving around quirk removal and restoring drags. How? Then a snippet, but one that hit him like a car. A small girl, lightest blue hair and brightest pink eyes, a single horn on her head, covered in bandages and crying from a massive incision on her arm. It should have been lethal. The emotion behind it was greed. He dug for more images in Chisaki's mind. The girl, being cut open. Blood turned into bullets, tested on rats, pouring out of her. No, this is wrong, this is so wrong. He dug deeper. Where? More images around this girl as his father spoke about his worries, but he was focused. A room with a chair, and another with a bed and a few toys. Izuku turned off the quirk and switched to a new one, a tracker. He knew what the girl looked like, he could at least sense her direction. All feelings pointed down. The girl was there. She was underneath the building. He knew what he had to do. Everything Izuku was shut off in a second, buried deep within himself. He could be what his father wanted for a moment. He could sacrifice a few lives for the one innocent here. Dead. Father stopped speaking and tilted his head, indicating he was listening. Chisaki took that as his cue, beginning what sounded like a pre-prepared speech for his father, but it wasn't the Yakuza that All for One was listening to. Both Midoriyas looked at the leader of the Yakuza, not seeing him. They are using a little girl, attempting to create quirk-erasing bullets, Izuku thought with every ounce of horror he felt. He saw his father twitch. She's somewhere underneath us. I'm not leaving without her. Father considered. I will allow it. If you can do it alone. I can. Then here are the conditions. You must pull at least 2 quirks, and then you will kill Overhaul. We cannot allow him to come after you. This is why Izuku had already buried his feelings as deep as he could, because he knew that someone would end up dead or quirkless by the end. Still, he couldn't just turn off how sick it made him feel. His stiffness had one of the Yakuza thugs eyeing him carefully. He had to ask, he just had to make sure. Do I have to? You see him, don't you? His father's voice was calm, but the undercurrent was bitter. You see his hatred of quirks, his fanaticism with his Yakuza's advancement. If he has found a girl who can feed his fanaticism, son, he will not give her up for anything. If you take her but leave him alive, he will come for her time and time again. Can you not see that? Izuku could. But the police could. The Yakuza know how to cover things up and get away scot-free in the eyes of the law. His father's voice countered his thoughts immediately. These are the kinds of people you will have to fight as a hero, son, and sometimes even heroes aren't enough. Again, I ask, can you do this alone? Izuku couldn't hesitate this time. He'd asked, he'd been rebuffed. This was a request from his father, and the little girl was on the line. Yes, father. Give me a moment to prepare. We only wish to move about freely, Overhaul said with a feigned cheer. Is that too much to ask? Izuku turned his hand slightly, sending out his quirk to search the room. He knew he had to take Overhaul's, so he turned his attention to the others. A quirk to possess objects, not interesting but relatively powerful. A quirk that compels people to tell the truth. Ooh, that was interesting. And he definitely couldn't allow father to have it. He would take that one. That one SCKS life force, not one he wanted. Chronostasis was arguably useful, but it was unclear whether the hair was a mutation or not. There. A quirk that raises a golden dome barrier. He could feel the power of it. It was very good but also completely underutilized. It could be so much stronger. He considered telling his father he'd only take the 3, but they didn't deserve them. They were worse than villains, they were child abusers. Eri looked so scared. I will take all the quirks, Izuku thought to his father. That would make him happy. His heart felt detached from his being except for by a single string Eri. He was doing this for Eri. Go back with Kurogiri after I immobilize them. Where am I bringing Eri? Where do you want her? Was? Izuku considered that with a heavy heart. He would love to bring the girl back with him, but he knew that was an awful idea. She did not deserve to be subjected to his life, his father. I will make a stop before coming home, Izuku decided. She deserves to live in the sun, not in the underground. His father gave him a nod, although shaded with disappointment. He probably wanted to study the girl who was responsible for such a dangerous drag, but Izuku was glad he didn't object. Eri deserved to live normally after all the abuse he'd seen in Chisaki's mind. It's good to see we're on the same page, the villain in question said with a friendly smile. I had hoped our friendship could survive this transition PRD. Friendship. His father rolled the word over his tongue, an amused cluck leaving his tongue. The room tensed. Unfortunately, there won't be any positive feeling between us while you are in charge, Kai. Chisaki fiddled with his gloves and Izuku readied himself to pull. Have I offended you all for one? Me? Oh no, you've done nothing to me, his father said with an indulgent smile. If it were up to me, I might have even allowed you to continue as you are. But you see, my son is quite angry at you right now, and, since it is so very rare that he feels like participating in these things, I can't possibly refuse him when he does. I hope you understand, it's nothing personal. Before they could move, Izuku pulled. 8 quirks entered him, automatically sorting themselves into their places. Confused cries rang around the room, but Izuku didn't let that happen for long. In a flash, he ran from opponent to opponent with numb hands activated, hitting their necks their only bare skin and knocking them out. The small one with no skin visible was encased in crystal to his head. Chisaki was the last one, but when he faced him the man was in a panic. He was touching his arms and the floors only looking more and more helpless. Izuku couldn't watch. He needed to kill the man, he had to do it quickly before the guilt could stop him. There was an easy way to kill him, his own quirk. Izuku slammed a hand on Overhaul's neck and pictured it the brain, taken apart. He had hoped that using the powerful quirk would lessen the impact of his death, making it a death he didn't have to see, but then the power of the quirk flew down his arm and into his fingers. Overhaul's plague mask hit it, but Izuku could feel the scream that was trying to get but even when the sound never came. Chisaki Kai, Overhaul, crumpled. Izuku tried to suppress the spine-curling guilt in his stomach and the feeling of blood on his hands. He glanced at his father and his proud smile, his throat and stomach twisting into painful knots. Well, his father encouraged. Go find her, son. He began running, quirk active, but he couldn't leave without casting a single glance back. He regretted it instantly. His father's arm had elongated, skin and blood morphing to form a heavy sword. Izuku turned away as the sound of bodies being flayed echoed in the empty corridors. He should have known his father would never let anyone there live. Still he ran. Down the stairs of the endless hallways, busting through the secret slide wall with a few strength quirks, and running in the direction his inner compass was leading him. He passed the room of medical equipment, but didn't stop despite how much his hands itched to destroy it. There was only one goal, Eri. A door at the end of the hall, locked and guarded by some lesser guard. It took 2 seconds to send him to the floor just like the others. What was his quirk? Izuku touched his core briefly before pulling away in disgust. A drunk quirk? Egg, and it had the provision of needing to be drunk for use. Awful. He'd leave that one. With the drunkard dealt with, he turned to the door and used the guard's keys for the lock. When the little jingle of keys happened, Izuku's heart that had been ruthlessly efficient was restored by the tiny, scared whimper just behind it. Slowly, so as not to scare the girl further, Izuku slid the door. Pink eyes found his from the corner of the room, where a girl in nothing but a white hospital gown and bandages was pressed against the wall furthest from him. She was expecting to get hurt. When she saw him, though, the whimpers stopped and she went silent. He had no idea what to do. They sat there, staring at each other, for such a long time that Izuku decided he had to at least know what she was feeling. He dug into his quirks and found the one that let him taste emotions in the air. It was unobtrusive and didn't make his eyes glow like his other empathy quirk, so it would do for now. He took a deep breath, tasting for emotions. Confusion. More terror with a slightly different taste, like uncertainty. He needed her to calm down. He didn't walk into the room, he crouched at the opening and gave her his best smile. "I'm glad I found you, Ericon," Izuku greeted. He hesitated. If he was going to drop her off with the heroes, he couldn't give them his real name. He needed a new name. In the split second he had, there was only one name he could think of, one that had recently been given more fondness than ridicule. One that came with vivid red eyes and feelings of security. "I'm Deku," he said finally. The rightness he felt could not be faked. The name sank into his heart as he embraced it. The imperfect, fond nickname that came from the person who didn't expect anything of him but him. The name of a friend. "I'm Deku. I'm here to save you." Pink eyes darted all over him, his face, his body language, and lingering on his reassuring smile. Izuku could taste the fear leaving her slowly. "You can't," Eri said, her voice no louder than a whisper. "He will hurt you." At her concern, his heart broke. Here she was, locked up, and she cared about the stranger who was trying to save her. About the man who had killed someone to come get her. "Ericon, they won't hurt me," he promised, "and I won't let them hurt you anymore. I will save you. Can you come here? I want to take you away from here." Eri shook her head violently. No, you can't touch me. I'll hurt you, I'll make you go away. I'm cursed." Her horn flared dangerously and she screamed, streams of gold shooting from the horn to surround her. Izuku started forward. She believed she was cursed, her emotions said that clearly enough. But unlike her, he could see her quirk living and dancing with her, bright and brilliant as the world being cleansed first by rain then by sun, bringing new life to all. "Your quirk is beautiful," he told her, kneeling closer to her now, hoping to soothe the pain on her face. The girl startled and kept away, her horn beaming brightly. "Do you know that my quirk lets me feel and see other quirks, Ericon? Your quirk looks like the sun. Beautiful and bright, just like you. You aren't cursed, you just need practice and then that quirk you have will do amazing things. Amazing, I know it will. I'm going to take you somewhere that you can get that practice, okay? I'm going to take you to people who can help you. You could take it. Take her quirk." Izuku dismissed the thought quickly before it could grab a hold. Eri was scared because of Chisaki and not because her quirk was bad. If she got help, she could learn to love her quirk. She would. He refused to take it from her. Her pink, hopeful eyes were fixed on him and she was very still, so much that he worried she wasn't breathing. "Ericon, will you trust me?" he asked, arms outstretched. "I won't hurt you. And I promise you won't hurt me. Let me help you. Let me save you." Step by step, small white feet padded across the room. All was quiet as Eri hesitantly looked at him, eyes of blue and pink meeting and holding such hope for the other's trust. Her fear showed in the pulsing gold of her quirk, each one making her flinch and whimper. Izuku leaned forward, reaching out. "Let me save you." With all the strength in her small body, Eri launched herself into his arms. His arms tightened around her, cradling her to him the same way his father had done 1,000,000 times. A hand in the hair, an arm wrapped around the entire torso. He could feel her quirk pulsing from her horn, touching him briefly and preparing to end him, but he knew what it was capable of and he knew exactly how to stop it. He closed his eyes and pulled lightly enough that the quirk itself wouldn't get taken. Picture it like a battery in a phone. If you dislodge it even for a second, the phone shuts off. With the quirk slightly dislodged from her horn, Eri's quirk stopped, and then the quirk slotted back into place without any harm done. Eri gasped, eye wide and bright with awe and hope. "I have you, Ericon," Izuku promised softly. "You're safe now." "You stopped it," Eri whispered in awe. "It didn't hurt." The hot stab of disgust for Chisaki Kai at those words sunk in deeply. Izuku held her tighter. "We're taking you away from here, where no one will hurt you because of your quirk ever again." He won't. "Overhaul won't touch you anymore, Ericon," he whispered lightly, not letting what had happened to the man color his tone in the slightest. "Are you hurt?" The girl nodded a little. He fixed me, but there wasn't enough." She didn't need to say any more. Izuku now had the man's quirk and could feel its limitations as well as its function. It could only restore what was there. He couldn't make it new. By taking so much blood from her, he was draining her to unhealthy levels, and locking her up wasn't helping her any. Overhaul did give her blood transfusions after killing her time and time again, but it wasn't enough to get through her system and give her any semblance of strength. She needed nutrients and healing. The nutrients would have to wait. UA could take care of her. Lunch rush is amazing, but for healing. "I have an idea," Izuku said. "We'll go outside, okay?" With a slashing motion, he opened up a portal. "Hold on tight, okay? I can only bring you through if you stay touching me. And you may feel a little dizzy after, so I'm sorry for that." Eri nodded into his chest, holding even tighter. They emerged, standing under the wide-open sky. It was still early in the morning, but the sun was high enough for him to do this. "Don't be afraid, okay?" Izuku told her, setting her on the soft sand. "I need to touch you for this to work, and my hands will look like they're on fire, but it won't hurt you." "I won't hurt you. I just want to help you." Eri looked at him with teary eyes before nodding bravely. He gave a soppy smile back, feeling sympathetic tears rise within him as well. "Let's start with your arms, okay?" At her nod, he activated it. It was technically two quirks. The first was a fire conjuration quirk that relied on the sun to create the fire. It was like catching solar rays. It could be used like a generic flame quirk, much like Endeavor's, but doing that to such a wonderful quirk would have been a travesty. Instead of using it generically, it became so much better when combined with a healing quirk called Healing Flame, which allowed someone to hold a fire in their hand and press it into people, healing their injuries with the energy from the flame. Anyone with flaming hands coming towards you would make you worry. Eri was terrified. She flinched back despite his warning, her little feet pushing her back on the sand. Hey, it's okay," Izuku promised, stopping where he was and letting Eri calm down. "It doesn't hurt, I promise. Do you want to touch it a little before I use it? Just put your hand close." Eri still looked terrified but seemed to trust him enough, because she slowly reached out her tiny hand toward his. First she held her hand close to it. It was warm feeling, so she was still nervous, but she put her hand closer and the warmth stayed the same. She got closer and closer, but the heat never changed. She hesitated, centimeters away from the flame, pink eyes flicking up to his, asking if it was really safe. At his nod, she delicately put her finger into the yellow flame. No screaming, no pain. Izuku could see the minute her fear turned to wonder, her eyes widening in awe. Her whole hand was engulfed in the fire in a second, twirling and bending in the flames as they licked up her hand. "My hand doesn't hurt anymore," she whispered, looking up at him with sheer adoration in her eyes. Izuku offered her the other hand, and she plunged hers in without hesitation, making his eyes smart and heart clench at her trust. After a minute of playing, he whispered, "Can I heal the rest of you, Eri?" She nodded and withdrew her hands and folded them in her lap. Fierce protectiveness enveloped him, but he tamped it down. He couldn't keep her with him, not when he was still with his father. He couldn't. Still, he took his hands and gently brushed the flames over her. For anywhere he wouldn't touch, he had the flames reach out and do it with dignity. Eri, adorably, couldn't sit still for the process. She was always moving with the flames, playing with them as they wrapped around her. She didn't smile, he didn't expect her to, but her eyes were wide and bright. It was the most precious sight. When he was done, he couldn't help but let her play with some more of his quirks. He jumped around her with spring-like limbs, took her flying, and used his hydrokinesis to let her walk on water and ride on liquid dolphins. At one point, he could have sworn she was smiling. Izuku. The boy jumped as his father's voice echoed in his head. Eri noticed the change and ran to his side, tugging on his shirt. Sorry, Dad, I got caught up with Eri. The pause. Come home soon, son. Anxiety coiled in his heart, even as Eri looked up at him with her innocent eyes. Deku I. And with that one honorific his heart shattered. Eri, I'm not Y-. Those eyes, those pink eyes looked ready for heartbreak. Even his broken heart couldn't refuse her. Do you know what a brother is? She bit her lip, then nodded slowly. It's, like you take care of, little sisters. Izuku nearly groaned in his effort to withhold his tears. Do you have any other family, Eri? Eri's eyes filled with tears. Mama left because of my curse, and Idai and Grandpa gave me. Shoo! Izuku swept the girl into his arms, rocking her gently. He bopped her nose with a sweet smile, hoping to end her tears. Eri, it's okay. You may not have much family anymore, but it's okay. I can be your family if you want. Like anyone would deny the girl anything she wanted after the horror she'd been through. Nichan. And you'll be my Immuto, he agreed, feeling a little sick at the thought. A good kind. Like pieces of himself were rearranging to fit another person inside of him. The kind that made him anxious about leaving her. But, Eri, remember how I told you we were going to bring you to someone who can help with your quirk? Eri nodded seriously. Well, I won't be able to stay with you. Eri's eyes went wide with panic. I don't want that. Dekunite, don't go. He held her close, savoring the moment tenderly. Eri, you remember the man who was holding you, Chisaki? Overhaul. Eri started to tremble like a leaf and he pressed her close, letting her head bury into his chest. I killed him, he admitted, hoping the girl wouldn't hate him. When she didn't react, he continued. That's why I can't stay with you, Eri. I'm a criminal, and my dad's a criminal. But my dad's worse than me, Eri. He kills people and hurts people, and I don't know if you would be safe in my home. Oh, that hurt to say. Izuku always knew, that his father would keep him safe. He knew he was safe at home. But he was painfully aware that no one else was. Nichan, Eri cried, I want you safe too. Izuku's eyes were wet. I will be Eri. But I need to get you to some heroes who can help you, alright? They'll help you control your quirk, and then in a few months, I'll be free to visit you, okay? Just few months. A few months. Suddenly the time didn't feel like a looming threat but a promise to help a small girl find a family. Oh, what would All Might say? Then we'll be. Eri asked in somber whisper. In just a few months I can be your brother every day if you want, he promised the little girl. Then I'll get to play with you every day just like this. Eri looked up at him, looking for some sort of lie, before her eyes filled with tears. Okay. He held the girl for a minute, but the looming threat of his father's appearance made the moment tense. I'm out of time, he murmured, pulling Eri up as he stood. Hold on tight, Eri, okay? He slashed the air and determinedly marched through the portal. Nizu was sipping tea and looking over the plans for the approaching final exams when the alarm at the gate went off. He brought up the camera immediately. A young man, dressed in finery and a bunny mask, was carrying a child of not more than 4 or 5 that was dressed in bandages and a hospital gown. He extended the microphone. This is Principal Nizu, who is requesting entry. This is Eri and I think you called me forgivable, the boy answered, making Nizu jump to his feet. Could it be? Principal Nizu, can you please let us in? Eri needs help and preferably Eraserhead too. There was no need to hesitate. He pressed the entry button and let the boy through while he activated the intercom. Aizawa, your assistance is needed at the front gates. Code 4. Do not attack, do not allow to leave. Nizu scurried into the vents, the shortest route to the main gates. He shouldn't have made the lining of the pipes to the contractor's code. It was hard to get a super grip on the shiny metal. But this was it. The son of all for one had shown his face. Undoubtedly not of his own volition, if the appearance of the second child was any indication, but it was good news nonetheless. He clearly trusted them enough to come here. Popping out of the vents nearest the entrance, He saw Eraserhead running toward the front as well and jumped onto the capture scarf. Aizawa shifted the scarf and brought the principal up onto his shoulder, accommodating his hitchhiking without pause. What's happening, Nizu? A child in need and an informant finally making an appearance, he said with delight. The pair of children came into view, all for one's son hugging the second child close as they waited on the grass. Let's go speak with them, The bunny-masked child saw them first and drew the child close, turning to the pros in defensive stance. Every bit of body language said he did not want to be there, but his eyes said he was willing to do anything it took to achieve his purpose. Nizu catalogued his appearance. Small for a boy his age, muscled, straight white teeth and freckles on his face. The hair surrounding his face was white, a rare hair color that he could use later to identify potential candidates, and blue eyes that could also narrow down the pool significantly. The coloring was exactly like All for One's. Except All for One's son held the girl as if she were the most precious thing in the world. It is good to finally meet you in person, Nizu called from 10 feet away, standing on Aizawa's shoulder. The girl buried her face into the boy's lapel. Should we move this to my office? The boy shook his head. I don't have any time left. I need a favor, Nizu. Please. Consider it an exchange for the information I'm sending you. The mouse took a casual stance, his normal smile on his face. He needed to put the boy at ease with them. I told you before that we want to help you. If you need anything, know that I will do my best to assist. There's no need to bargain. The child hesitated, then nudged the small girl in his arms so she peeked up her head, and the turning her enough so that her face and stunning pink eyes were visible to the two heroes. This is Eri, the boy told them. Her quirk is emitter type. Her horn releases energy that reverts organic things into their previous state based on time, although she doesn't know how to control when it activates or deactivates. I think it only works with touch, but I don't know the limits. Right now, if she touches anyone when it's active, there's a high likelihood she will rewind them out of existence. If Nizu had eyebrows, they would have been raised. That was an exceptionally dangerous quirk to be unable to shut off. But the boy isn't letting her go. He's comforting her. The girl whimpered a bit at the description, making their informant hug her close. I know, Eri, I know, but they have to know if they're going to help you. He turned back to them. You wanted to help me. Can you help her instead? I'd rather think of it as helping both of you, Nizu transitioned with a happy smile. He waved at the small child in his arms, earning a curious look in return. We'd be happy to help Eri control her quirk. Has she any family? The boy shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's unlikely. The shy Hasaikai were experimenting on her. They were trying and nearly succeeding in making quirk-erasing bullets with her blood. I saved her from them, but I can't take her back with me. Deku. I want to, they heard the girl whisper to the boy, who looked down at her with such sorrow. Deku? Nizu pondered that little piece of information. It was almost certainly an alias, but it could also be a major clue to his identity. Ericon, I wish I could. Nizu saw the sheer regret in his eyes, but you know I can't. Nichan. They all watched as Deku sagged under the girl's word, tears in his eyes. Nizu wanted more than ever to help this young man who seemed so distraught. I will see you again, Eri, the boy, Deku promised. He turned back to the heroes, eyes pleading. She can't be taken care of by anyone else, not with her quirk and not with her being from the shy Hasaikai. I wish I could take her, but she deserves better than to be hidden away with me and my father. She needs freedom, and someone who can stop her quirk when she can't deactivate it. She needs Eraserhead. Aizawa shifted now, eyes on the girl and the boy at once. The bunny-masked Deku bowed to the pro. Eraser, Nizu will explain who I am, but please, promise me you'll look after her until I can see her again. I promise that everything will come together in a few months, but please, help her until then. Nizu nodded to the old pro, who took that as his cue. I promise, kid. The boy relaxed a little and shifted Eri until she was down on the ground. The girl tried to get back into his arms, but he kept her back. Eri, go with Eraserhead and Nizu. He pushed the now tearful girl towards them, an oddly forced smile on his face. Don't be sad. They're heroes, they'll protect you. Deku and I, the girl pleaded, you're a hero. Tears welled in the young boy's eyes, and suddenly the boy was crying with the girl, more than you'd expect from someone who presented himself so stoically after rescuing the girl from the Shy Hasaikai that very day. The boy named Deku gave the girl another hug, tender but desperate. "I want to be a hero." "Eri," the boy said, oblivious to the way Nizu's eyes sharpened at the phrase, "but right now I'm a criminal. Please, just go with them now, and I promise you, one day, I'll save enough people to make up for my past. I'll be free to make everyone smile. Including you. Nichan. I'll see you again," he promised the child one more time before turning her to face the teacher. "I trust them, Eri. I trust Nizu and I trust Eraserhead. They will not let anyone hurt you. And you can learn how to control your powers, isn't that great?" Eri stared at the heroes with woeful pink eyes, so terrified. The boy started, something inaudible clearly being heard. "I need to leave. Eri, be good for the heroes, and promise me you'll try to smile some. I promise, there's no chance that Chisaki is coming for you ever again." That seemed to force the boy to pause, and look back at Nizu with woeful eyes. "The news will break soon that all lead members of the Shy Hasaikai are dead. They died without quirks, Nizu, but this time it wasn't my father's fault." Nizu could not allow what was unsaid to remain that way. "Did you kill them, Deku?" Deku looked away. "Not all of them. Just the first one. But it was my choice that killed the rest." "Your choice." Aizawa spoke up then, stance tense as if ready to fight. Deku looked at them, then looked at Eri, then back. His eyes spoke of grief. "I couldn't just leave her there," Deku whispered, thin as the breeze. "It was her or them. My father wouldn't accept anything else." Nizu took in the boy's words as they were. "I believe you." The boy observed the heroes with morose eyes, then Eri with a type of longing, but didn't stay. "Don't tell All Might about this," the boy warned them as he turned away. "He'll do something he'll regret, and this might never end." With a slice of his hand, he jumped through some kind of warp and disappeared from view. "Deku!" Eri called, walking to the place he disappeared. "Deku!" Eraserhead looked down at Nizu and Nizu looked up at Eraserhead, but eventually Eraserhead succumbed to the principal's unspoken demands and walked up to the child. "Eri!" The trembling child flinched, shaking her head. Eraserhead crouched to her level, brushing the grass. "Eri, did you hear my name?" Eri shook her head miserably. "I am pro-hero Eraserhead," he told her, getting only sniffled in response. "You can call me Aizawa. Do you know where you are?" Another shake of the head. "This is UA," he told her. "It's a school. Have you ever been to a school?" Another shake. Eraserhead hummed. "A school is a place where children come to learn. Your friend, Deku, said you have something you need to learn." Eri looked up at him, pink eyes wet. "My curse." Deku and I said it's not a curse. "Can I learn?" Eraserhead gave her a small upturn of his mouth, practically a beaming smile from the man. "You can. Deku is your brother?" Eri shook her head, then nodded. "He said, he will come back, take care of me." Casting a look over his shoulder at the innocent-looking mouse, Eraserhead huffed. "Then you can start learning now so that when Deku comes back you know how to turn off your quirk." Eri got this bright look in her face. "I can." "Yeah, you can." Izuku only took 2 minutes to compose himself and bring himself back up to a happy level his father would appreciate before jumping through the other end of the portal. He nearly landed on his father, a father's whose white eyebrows were drawn together in frustration. Before All for One could speak, Izuku jumped into his arms, abruptly silencing any condemnations coming from the man. "Thank you, Dad." Izuku beamed up at him, placating the man with his exaggerated happiness. "Eri is safe now, and she is already feeling better. I used my healing fire on her so she can at least walk, and the people I gave her to will make sure she learns how to control her quirk. It's a really cool quirk, Dad. It rewinds living things back in time, but she was so scared, Dad. Thank you for letting me save her." It all came out in one breath, and when he finished he took a large lungful to make up for it. His father laughed at his silly behavior, but that was a victory for Izuku. Dad has been successfully defused. Time for part 2. Izuku shot a sweet look upward into those frosty blue eyes. "What else are we doing today?" Did you want to see my new quirks, or are we dismantling the rest of the 8 precepts of death? His father chuckled and ruffled his hair, clearly amused. No, we'll leave that to the police. It seems they were tipped off anonymously to a death or two in the Yakuza residence, and the judge approved their warrant a little quicker than they normally would have. Izuku felt a little guilty, but not enough that he could hold back a snort. Of course. They are so easy to corrupt, aren't they? His father chuckled. Well, since you were in such a good mood, let's go through some of my international ventures together. I know you love practicing your English. That meant Dad was in a good but slightly vindictive mood, which was better than he expected after being out so long with Eri. Dad must be happy that he's happy, and that he had vaguely condoned murder. Honestly, he didn't want to think about it, so he played along with his father. You're giving me the American accounts again? Izuku protested. I'm fluent in 4 languages without quirks. Why do you only give me America? Because you still need to work on your English. His father led him over to their twin desks, and I need to know if a business trip is necessary right now. It's a perfect learning opportunity. Business trip. That was father for, someone has been handling my funds incorrectly and they might not be alive for much longer. Izuku pitied whichever fool though that stealing from All for One was a good idea. But it was also worrying for another reason. Whenever his father needed to leave the country, he usually left for a day and came back without Izuku ever knowing he was gone. Business trips were different things entirely. It meant he would be gone for multiple days, sometimes even weeks. And depending on how long it took, either Izuku would be free for a few weeks, or he'd be taken out of Japan for a few weeks. He couldn't afford for it to be the second. But if his father left, maybe he could visit Eri. Maybe he could spend time cleaning the beach with Yagi-san. Maybe he could convince Kaken to go to an arcade with him, or that spicy ramen shop. It was a long shot, but hearing that his father was leaving often made his mind go wild with these kind of scenarios. It also made him tense, thinking that he'd be on his own for weeks. He hated it. He hated being alone. He hated having his father share his futon at night, which is why his father finally let him sleep alone when he hit 14, but he also hated not being able to crawl onto his father's futon when he needed to. Izuku hated being alone. Can I use quirks? He asked. Not database or the translation quirks, but a few intelligence quirks? Of course. At least that was fun. Izuku wasn't allowed to use any intelligence quirks at school, his one regret for not registering a quirk. He had a fun quirk called colorless intelligence, where his body would slowly turn gray while he had it active, but it would boost his intelligence for that whole time. Another that he used to go through father's accounting was telekinetic reading, letting him read pages completely just by touching them. Finally, a quirk very similar to an internal calculator would help him have an accurate accounting when it was over. Still, even with all the quirks in the world, you were looking for something to be wrong. If Izuku made a mental calculation that was anywhere near off, he had to go back and check again. Most of the times, it was his fault. Sometimes, it was a couple of $100 that just didn't get budgeted or expensed properly. It was difficult work. Finally, he found what his father was looking at. There were 2 facets to this crime. The first came when he remembered to check the financials against the other companies. See, father's companies were both independent and interdependent. They helped each other but could survive on their own. He had been looking at them all independently for the accounting, and he hadn't seen how the materials and funds sent over in contracts from sister companies were being included. It took him 12 times going over the documents to realize that with all the funds and materials going to his very legal medical supplies company, it was producing far less than it should to recoup it. They were accounting as if there were no funds being received, only materials. They weren't inflating profits like most companies would or playing the stock market, since father's companies were all private. Instead, they were underreporting their profits to father because they knew they had father's backing, didn't need to worry. They had all their profits cutting just barely above profitable, not the success the sales were reporting. The profits they didn't report probably wound up in the hands of whoever controlled the books. The second was that, like many of his businesses, the company did take part in money laundering for the more criminal dealings. Those things were accounted for in the other companies, but not in this one. That money seemed to have vanished. They were presenting themselves as completely legal. So they weren't just stealing the legal company money, but the illegal money as well. It was someone within the company who not only knew about the criminal enterprises but also enough about the legal side of the business, meaning the head of the operation could only be from the highest levels of the company, the kind of people who knew father's influence. They were going to get hurt badly for this. Such a pity. Izuku squeaked and shoved a hand over his mouth. He'd been mumbling again, he could tell from the pleased smile on his father's face. It took you longer than usual, but I'm very proud that you managed to spot the issue at all, his father praised, pulling Izuku away from the papers and into his arms. Tell me, Izuku, do I have a business trip to plan? Izuku considered what he knew about the company before nodding. We don't know who is doing it, right? It's a big company with lots of layers of leadership, which means there are probably multiple people stealing from the company or a lot of people not doing their jobs properly to make something like this to happen. The illegal stuff narrows it down a little, but it would still need a complete over-restructuring because of this. Too soon. His father caught his tongue slip and kissed his head soothingly. You're correct. This situation definitely needs some hands-on action. How would you like a trip to America during your break, Izuku? It took everything in Izuku not to tense up, but he held himself back and forced himself to soften and relax into his father's arms. Do I have to? The world slowed for a moment. Izuku could feel his father's hand pause in brushing his hair and the displaced hair pull a little too long on the follicles. His father's breath was steady but shifted to deeper wells, and his left hand pulled his legs closer together so he was nearly bridle across his father's lap. Then Izuku remembered. He'd said those exact words to his father right before he killed Overhaul. And his father had a long memory. That, plus his little verbal slip-up. I pushed you too hard today, didn't I? His father murmured, carting his fingers through Izuku's hair. You had already been so good, coming with me on my errand and taking their quirks so quickly, I just thought you might be ready to try it again. It meant killing someone. It was a hard thing for Izuku to ignore the way his body wanted to vomit at the memory of the last time he'd killed someone. Or the time with Jiraki and the quirk factors. Izuku felt nauseous. He is the kind of man you'll have to fight as a hero, you know, his father reminded him. I thought you would understand the necessity of it. There was a young girl at stake. Izuku gulped. I know that, Dad. You know it, but you still felt cruel doing it, his father guessed accurately. He shrank further. Oh, Izuku, that was my fault. No, it was mine. Izuku cried internally. I'm the one who did it, I didn't resist enough, I didn't think. I know what you're like, I know you don't think anything of killing, it isn't your fault, it's mine. Still, you know I would never force you, don't you? His father asked. You always have a choice, Izuku, always. A choice. Izuku's eyes started to water. A choice. Those words sank deep. Every time he participated in his father's work, he was reminded that he had a choice. He had a choice in whether he worked with his father, whether he would make him happy, and he did. He could choose to take quirks, and he did. He had a choice in whether he killed Overhaul or not, and he'd chosen to kill someone. He'd decided to do it. Each time he had to remember that the alternatives were always worse, but it didn't comfort him much. Yes, taking people's quirks meant that they got to live, but he still had stolen something from them. Some of them might have chosen death instead. Some of them might still have been killed by his father later, unknown to him. Yes, he had a choice about whether to work with his father in these underground deals and Yakuza connections, but if he didn't, then his father would be angry. Angry at him for not spending time with him and instead spending time training in the morning, a direct defiance of his authority as his father. And when Dad was angry, he took quirks and forced them on him. Or on Nomu. But was working with his father really going to stop him from taking quirks? Was he making things worse or better? And Overhaul. Would his father have stopped him from returning for Eri later, sneaking in and taking her in the middle of the night one day? Would any of them been left alive after he told father about their work to dominate the drag dealings and the creation of a quirk-removing drag? Would he have had to kill if he had just disobeyed his father and gone for Eri after taking all of their quirks? He wished it was something his father had forced him to do, but it wasn't. It was his choice. He was in good company, his father and him. Both murderers, both thieves, both criminals. Yeah, Dad, Izuku muttered, voice thick with tears. I know. His father held him for a long while, comforting him and telling him it was necessary. Finally, when he had quieted, the father and son team discussed the plans for break and decided that Izuku could stay so long as they were together for a few days at New Year. Izuku agreed. They spent the rest of the day playing with Izuku's new quirks. Izuku loved and hated it. On one hand, he was constantly reminded of the death the day had brought. On the other hand, he desperately wanted to stay with his father right then, and playing with the new quirks made his father so endlessly happy that Izuku would keep doing it until he passed out if it meant his father stuck around. Plus, Overhaul's quirk was amazing. Limitless potential in combat, medicine, rescue work, infrastructure, and only one minor downside: contact with unexpected, solid materials gave the user hive-like rashes, easily taken care of with a simple healing quirk. It wasn't a bad downside if you were aware of your surroundings, but even a little bit of blood or a piece of debris caused that kind of reaction. It's no wonder Chisaki wore gloves and a plague mask. When the day winded down, Izuku's wishes were granted when his father promised he wouldn't work again that night. At the promise of comfort, Izuku followed his father into his room for the night and they cuddled together on the futon. Father read to him old-world fairy tales, regaled him with some of his fondest memories of the world before heroes, and ended the night with talk of his hopes and dreams of the future. He described a world with Izuku by his side, together bringing order to the quirks of the world and letting everyone wield them. A world where the only restriction would be what his father wanted. When they finally went to sleep, Izuku clung to his father, holding too tight and too close, aware of the speeding months going by and the blood staining his hands and taking comfort from the one man he knew would never judge him for either. Aizawa and Nizu maintained a vigil at Eri's bedside as she slept. She hadn't enjoyed being left alone, and so Eraserhead had volunteered to sit at her side. Naturally, since Aizawa was the only one there that morning, Nizu needed him to bounce ideas off of. To tell All Might or not, Nizu mused aloud, earning a glance from Eraserhead. What a strange request, don't you think? Are you going to do what he asks, Nizu? Aizawa probed when Nizu had sat in silence for too long. Nizu considered. That is the question. It's a strange request, no? We aren't meant to tell All Might about, what, exactly? The name? Eri? All Might clearly is connected to the situation in a way he does not know, and yet I don't believe telling him is the right choice. Why? This is why Aizawa is such a good sounding board. Questions, never accusations. Nizu placed his paws on his lap and swung his legs on the tall surface. Because I believe the boy. Upon learning that our informant was all for one's child, All Might became distinctly unsettled. Judgmental of the child and his position. If it turns out he knows who this boy is, he may very well jump into the situation before we are even made aware of it, doing just as we were warned he would. He is an idiot, Aizawa affirmed non-committedly. So, because you trust the kid, we're going to sit on the key to his identity and do nothing? Nizu smiled wickedly. I never said that. We have plenty of information to locate the child and determine his relationship with All Might. Appearance, linguistic patterns, and most intriguingly, that name. His name? Aizawa frowned. It's an alias. That's obvious. Yes, an alias he gave as a hero name, Nizu pointed out, causing Eraserhead to roll his eyes as if to say, so what? He said it himself, he wishes to be a hero. A remarkable mindset for one born as he was. Such a child would have to have a great admiration for hero work, a desire to be what a hero is. Yet, when he went to give a name to a victim, he chose Deku. Most curious. It doesn't have to have significance, Aizawa interjected. He could have just come up with something in the moment. Calling yourself after a useless wooden doll is a fairly accurate description of his situation if he is under his father's thumb, as you suggest. He could just be insulting himself. Nizu acknowledged that. He could. And yet, you would think a child who grew up being used by his father would dislike such a disparaging name as that, being called a useless doll. It would make sense, then, if he were resentful or resigned to the name. Yet he wasn't. He reacted to it with a fondness that was not solely directed at the child he'd known for a few hours. The young informant hadn't flinched from the name, had barely reacted at all to being called such an insulting name. That indicated familiarity. But when he did react, he didn't react negatively either, rather he relaxed into the name. That meant it didn't have the negative associations it would have if he had received the name from his connection with All for One. He broke from his thinking with smile. No, this is a name he enjoys. Someone who isn't his father, calls him that. And All Might most likely knows that name. I think a dive into the application database will tell me half the story, and then a subtle probe of our #1 hero will tell the rest. First bit of fan art. Thank you at BGMI. Kaken. Izuku chirped like one of the thrushes that fly around the trees on their way to school. Kaken looked less disgruntled than usual, thankfully, so Izuku decided to try his luck. So, my dad's gone for a couple of weeks. Do you want to hang out after school sometime? We could go to the arcade, or go do that spicy ramen challenge at Hano's, or Deku. Izuku clamped his mouth shut at Kaken's growl. But Kaken didn't sound angry. Well, he did, but it was winter. Kaken is always angry when he's cold. Even though it wasn't even freezing temperatures, Kaken was bundled up like a Hawaiian in Canada and hunkering as low in his scarf as he could be while Izuku just wore his regular winter uniform. Still, the grumpy cat boy peeked at him over his scarf with a questioning expression. Your old man's gone? He went to America on a business trip, Izuku reported happily, even more happy seeing that Kaken approved, and he took my usual sitter with him, so I'm completely independent until just before New Year's. This is a one-of-a-kind opportunity, Kaken. The blonde snorted. You're too weird about this, Deku, chill. But Kaken, I get to have a life. Izuku was practically vibrating. Please? Pretty please? I want to hang out, I want to do something. No. Not even for free food? Izuku pleaded. Come on, we could go anywhere, get anything. All the spicy ramen you want. Kaken shouldered forward, sneering deeper than before. The offer had clearly hit the wrong button for the boy. Don't try and bribe me, Deku G's. Go with your own friends. I'm trying, Izuku huffed, elbowing the blonde in the arm, but the only one I have is a stubborn quirksist who hates me so much he won't even help me make the most of my freedom. Jerke. Then find other people to pester, stalker, Kaken retorted. And I'm not quirksist. R2. You're gonna die, nerd, Kaken elbowed him back. I'm busy. We've got a month to exams, and you're not gonna be holding me back, Deku. Oh. That's right, the UA entrance exams. He was so focused on the physical, he had nearly completely ignored the test section. Not that it would be difficult, but that was still something he should look at ahead of time. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, oh. Don't you study, you brainy nerd? Izuku kind of shrugged. Not really. But you topped the class, he snapped. You telling me you're not even trying? Izuku bit his lip, thinking about what to say. I do study, but not the school's material. Dad likes to make sure I'm ahead of, well, everyone. I get tutored a lot. The reality was that he just turned on a few intelligence quirks and that handy speed reading quirk he had before he plowed through any texts his father set him. Any problems he encountered were addressed by either Father, Kurogyri, or Dr. Garaki. His worst subject was history, and you could probably guess why. As Father says, history was written by the victor. Or well, the morality of public opinion at the time of victory, but same difference. His father often laughed at some of the comments left on his history papers because of the misunderstandings between his father's version of history and the textbooks. Well, if you're busy studying, maybe I can come over and study with you? Izuku tried again, trying not to be intimidated by the anger on his friend's face at learning that particular tidbit about him. What do you usually use to study? I could quiz you. Or hold flashcards. I actually haven't looked over the practice tests, so I should probably do at least 1 or 2, and then we can. Are you telling me, Kaken growled, that I've been thinking you were challenging me this whole time, and you've just been frickin' coasting? Izuku froze at the accusation and stared unbelieving at the seething Kaken. Challenging? Kaken, are you kidding? I would never do that to you. You're practically a genius. You haven't needed help to be this good, you're doing it on your own. I'd feel like I'm cheating if I compare myself to you with tutors, and quirks, and my dad. You're incredible. He didn't know if the red splotches on Kaken's cheeks were his rage or his blush, but he was a little too petrified to move either way. What if Kaken didn't want to be near him anymore? He couldn't go back to their radio silence and occasional bullying. He couldn't do it. He'd never been happier in his life. You little cheater. Kaken grumbled, readjusted his bag on his shoulder, and walked on. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Explosion Boy had taken the out he'd been given. Fine, useless Deku, you can come over since you're so hopeless. Hopeless? Izuku said, affronted. Kaken glared. You forgot about the DMN written exam, Deku. You're hopeless, don't waste your breath trying to convince me otherwise. Oh, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hopeless was just Kaken talk for not trying to be better than him. That was good in this context. Okay, Kaken. Thanks for letting me come over. Hey, I'll bring snacks. Do you still like the same things? When are we going to meet? Do your parents remember me? Will they be okay with me coming? Izuku barely restrained a snicker at Kaken's pained groan. DMN it, will you be able to shut up long enough to actually study? Mean, Izuku pouted playfully. Of course I can. I'll be the best study buddy ever. Kaken looked away from him, making Izuku pout even more. He couldn't read Kaken well if he couldn't see his face, but they had entered the school grounds by this point. Conversation would have to wait until after school. Oh, little Izuku. Mitsuki Bakugo opened the door with gusto. Behind her, you could see that Kaken had tried to make it to the door first and was now fuming like an active volcano. Are you the friend Katsuki said was coming over tonight? I haven't seen you in so long. I never said friend. Izuku blushed, embarrassed. Well, Kaken and I have been working together for the UA entrance exams. Really? Oh, I'm sorry, come in. Mitsuki pulled Izuku inside. Izuku barely switched to guest slippers before she was grabbing him again and pulling him towards the kitchen and away from a fuming Kaken. Izuku shot him a sheepish look. I'm tickled pink you're here. Izuku, I didn't think you would ever reconnect. You where he disappears to in the mornings now? Oh yeah. He latched onto the easy conversation topic. We're trying to clean Dagoba Beach. Mitsuki grinned down at him and then over his head, probably at Kaken. Really? Community service? Huh? What started that? Oh well, it started after the sludge villain, Izuku admitted, feeling bad at how Mitsuki's grin turned to concern. It's okay really, but at the time I wasn't feeling great and then All Might said that everything a hero does should be for other people. Lifting the heavy things at the beach is great exercise, but it's better for other people than just working out in a gym, and it would look great on our UA applications, right? Saying we do volunteer cleaning like that, and… Deku, shut up. Kaken snapped, grabbing him back from his mother before rearing on the matriarch. And you, stop shoving your nose in. Brat. Mitsuki jeered but playfully. Kaken started pulling him away, but Mitsuki wasn't having that and grabbed his ear, earning a roar. Oh no you don't. You're not getting away that easy. I thought you were running on the beach, not being a good citizen. Why don't you tell your mother something like this, huh? I could have been telling the girls in the office that my little hero has been acting like it for once. I don't need to feed your gossip, old hag. Kaken tried to squirm out of his mother's grip. Let go, we're heading to my room to study. Izuku backed away a little at the feral look in Mitsuki's eyes. Oh ho, no you are not. You can study later. This is the first time Izuku has stepped in this house in years and I'm not having him listen to you swear at your school books for hours. Let's have a family night. Izuku nearly giggled at the horror on Kaken's face. If you want to frickin' catch up, you can have the nerd. Kaken yelled. I'll study alone. Don't yell at me, brat. Then don't get the hell in my face. Watch your mouth. Izuku was transfixed, so it took a second before he noticed Masaru hovering at the entrance of the room. The soft-spoken Bakugo father shared an exasperated smile with him and Izuku decided to step in. Actually, Bakugo-san. What? Both of the blondes turned to him, mid-argument. Their synchronicity forced him to stifle an amused grin. He hid a chuckle with a cough. Mitsuki-san, Kaken said I could come over a few times during break, so maybe we can catch up the next time? Kaken shoved his hands down his shorts angrily. You ain't coming again if you cause so much fuck. Language, brat. Mitsuki smacked him upside the head. She turned to Izuku with a calmer smile. I suppose you can lock yourself away with this punk if you promise to come back, Zuku. The brat has missed you more than he'll admit. That's it. Kaken grabbed Izuku harshly by the arm and dragged them quickly to his room. He practically threw him onto the bed and screamed, "Stay away! We're studying!" before slamming the door shut and falling against it. Izuku bit his lip, restraining his smile as Kaken banged his head against the door. If it helps. Kaken growled harshly. Deku, shut up. Izuku scowled. Kaken. You don't scare me, Deku, he grumbled, finally propping himself up from the door. Besides, you talk too much. He bit his tongue at that. Izuku knew he did. It was something everyone except for his father told him. Though he personally didn't feel like talking too much was awful, he knew that Kaken, despite being the loudest person in a room, was an introvert when comfortable. On the beach, after he'd relaxed and stopped making everything a competition, Kaken was often pensive and quiet. Unless Izuku initiated something, Kaken would stay silent and go into his own little bubble. Hey, Izuku called softly at Kaken's turn back. I never told you I was sorry. Heh. He glared back at Izuku. What the hell are you talking about? Sighing, Izuku sat up. You know, for the reason we stopped being friends? What my dad did. Startled explosions, but no movement from Kaken. At least he wasn't attacking. I should have stopped him, Izuku confessed, eyes low. He shouldn't have threatened you or hurt you. I didn't want him to. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. Shut up. Kaken was suddenly really close, grabbing his face the same way he had in the nurse's office, forcing his face up and to looking at him. His eyes were livid. We weren't friends because you were a useless Deku who kept throwing himself in front of quirks like you could take it, Kaken growled. It's 'cause I didn't want you around, Deku. You were a bootlicking extra, and then you weren't around to even do that because your old man started hoarding you away. It's not 'cause your old man was throwing about his weight like he was some big man for picking on kids. What? Izuku could barely talk through his pursed lips. Kaken tore his hand from Izuku's face, letting Izuku rub his jaw. Plunking himself down on the bed, Kaken tore through Izuku's backpack and into the snacks he brought. But it was because my dad threatened you. Izuku tried to reason, his mind flashing back to the day nearly a year into having his quirk. Kaken and his hero agency of friends were playing in the woods, and Kaken had fallen from a log into the ravine. But when Izuku had gone to help, Kaken had pushed him away. Violently. He'd gone home with bruises and shivering from the cold ravine water. When his father had seen him, he'd lovingly healed his bruises, given him a pretty healing quirk, and then disappeared. He went out and came back quickly, promising Kaken would never bother him again. He'd gone back the next day, tried to talk to Kaken, but had been summarily ignored. He'd seen the fear in Kaken's face, and his subtle jabs about his useless old man told Izuku everything he needed to know. His father had hurt Kaken. It was the first time he'd thought that maybe his dad wasn't as good of a man as he showed. His father explained it away later, but the little seed of doubt had only built from there. For Kaken to say that his father hadn't hurt their friendship, it made no sense to Izuku. No, it was definitely that, Izuku insisted. You already hated the fact that I was quirkless and then… Oi, Kaken waved a chip in front of his face. 2 things, remember them, 'cause I ain't repeating myself. 1, your dad didn't scare me, got it? 2nd, I don't hate quirkless people. I hate you. But you kept beating me up for being quirkless. Izuku protested. He had hated it. He always hated what people thought about quirkless people. Even people like his father thought they were weak. If I had a quirk, would you have been my friend? Kaken glowered, face turning red fast. You still don't get it? It wasn't because you didn't have a quirk, it's 'cause of stuff like this. Would you have been my friend? You sound pathetic. Pathetic? Izuku said. I just wanted to be your friend. How is that pathetic? You. Kaken threw up his hands. Deku, you don't get it. Whenever I play nice with you, you get like this. all starry-eyed and gross. That was like a bullet to the chest. Kaken's words, his absolute disgust, it dug deep into his chest in a way it never had before. Izuku could see it now. How he looked to Kaken. Desperate. Needy. And Kaken liked his friends to be strong. Like him. He thought Kaken was happy being praised. And he was. Izuku had seen his friend being happy with praise, so why was starry-eyed different? His dad always liked it when, oh, All Might as his witness, Izuku wanted to be sick. He could see it better than ever. He was acting like he did with Dad. Dad liked it when he was starry-eyed. It was something that made him happy. And since Kaken had made him happy, he'd wanted to make Kaken happy, so he felt the stomach acid climb his throat. No, 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 he was letting his dad ruin his life without him even being there. He worshipped his dad. It made him happy. His Kaken was always better than that. He liked strength, not worship. Kaken, I'm so sorry, Izuku whispered, trying to hold his tears and nausea at bay. I didn't realize. I didn't mean to be like that. I'll stop. Wait, no, you don't even want you pity me. That's the only reason I'm here, isn't it? You saw me faint and you pitied me and I've been forcing you to, and now. I need to leave. Izuku scrambled for his bag. I need to leave, I need to cry, I've been forcing Kaken to be my friend, I've been acting like a dog begging for approval, I'm an idiot, he's never wanted to be my friend, he's not. A large, sweaty hand wrapped around his arm and yanked him back. His thoughts stopped at the presence of a threat and Izuku went on the defense, grabbing the arm that grabbed him and flipping the assailant over his shoulder. Only when an explosion went off in his face did he realize what he'd done. Kaken was jumping up from the floor with murder written in every line of his expression. Izuku had attacked him. This time, when Kaken grabbed him he didn't react, holding still as a startled goat. Red eyes glared down at him. Stop your useless panicking, he snarled. You think I'm so weak I'd let you in here because of pity? Huh. You think I need you to tell me what I should do with you? You don't get a thing, you idiot. Sit down, Deku, and stop freaking out before I throw you on the ground and see how you like it. Izuku obeyed without question, sitting on the desk chair with his backpack by his ankles in case he needed to enact a quick getaway. Inside, he was reeling. Everything he hated about himself, everything he forced himself to be to please his father, it was what Kaken hated about him. He hated it too. And he'd hurt Kaken because of it. I'm so dead. I hurt Kaken. I threw Kaken. I hurt Kaken. I stalked Kaken. I'm pathetic. Of course I am. When has anything gone right? When have I actually earned anything good? I thought he was happy with me around. I thought it was okay. I am pathetic. Kaken's right, of course he wouldn't want to be around me. Deku, shut up. He bit his tongue, stopping the mumbling in its tracks, and finally looked up at Kaken. He had expected anger. So much anger. And it was definitely there. Kaken was steaming with anger, fists clenched and shoulders hunched in tension. But there was something different about it. It was like he was fighting against his anger. Finally, the scowl dropped to a sneer and Kaken let out an angry huff. Deku, you're a mess. A pound of lead rested on his chest. You're a quirkless, useless Deku. Another pound. Tears came to his eyes. A lot more trouble than you're worth. Another pound. More tears. But you're not as annoying as the other extras. He was whirling at the emotional whiplash. The pound that had just been building on his chest were swept away in an instant, and Kaken was smirking down at him. He could feel the stars in his eyes again, and Kaken smirked deeper. You gonna be stupidly pathetic again, Deku? It's as if he could suddenly see Kaken. His explosive friend wasn't looking for him to be sorry for how he acted. He was looking for him to be strong. That smirk was a challenge waiting to be met. It held the true secret to the blonde's approval. So he laughed, happy and bright into the air. You know, you're not a picnic to be around either. You're like an angry porcupine. Kaken's face as he warred between angry and proud was a really funny thing. Because Izuku knew he'd done exactly what Kaken wanted. He'd stood up for himself. Izuku smiled a little softer at his conflicted friend. I'm still going to be embarrassingly mushy sometimes, you know. Kaken rolled his eyes. That's 'cause you're Deku. Come on, we've already wasted enough time. Get your books out. And that was that. There was no reminiscing, no recounting the fight they just had. Kaken plugged in his headphones and started to study, and Izuku pulled out the practice tests and started scribbling. No fuss. Just like that. But Izuku remembered. Honestly, when you have as many quirks as he did, at least one included eidetic memory. And throughout it all, remembering his emotions, his realizations, his mistakes, was just this sense that Kaken truly was his friend. Not a friend because of his praise or attention, but because he cares. It was a warm feeling only marred by guilt. Because, like it or not, Kaken was only his friend now because he didn't know about his father or his quirk. Kaken didn't know Izuku had hidden a quirk from him, didn't know his father was an honest-to-goodness villain, didn't know about how he'd stolen and murdered and destabilized governments. Kaken only knew him as the Deku of their childhoods, albeit with a father that Kaken saw as pitiable. Should he tell Kaken about his quirk? His father? Kaken was his friend, so shouldn't he know what that entails? Should he know the reason Izuku acted that way, the reason he flipped him on his back when he panicked? Now that he knew Kaken didn't hate him entirely for being quirkless, was now the right time to change that label? But that would mean admitting he'd misled Kaken. And he'd have to explain why his dad even wanted to hide his quirk, and that meant explaining his quirk and the villainous association. And he'd have to make sure Kaken didn't tell All Might. Izuku groaned into his paper. He wanted to tell Kaken, he wanted it so badly, but he didn't know if he could risk it. The evening tore on. Kaken graded his tests and Izuku did the same for him, which was hilarious. Kaken defended every missed answer like he was being put on trial. The print is wonky. Of course I missed the minus, it's practically invisible. But he also ripped Izuku's answers to shreds. What do you mean? Of course the first quirk restriction laws were passed in Switzerland. Why the hell did you put America? How is enacting a hero council not about quirk restriction? Izuku shot back. America had the first state-mandated heroes, which means they had the first restrictions. Kaken whacked his head with the exam papers. The answer is Switzerland, because that's who passed the Quirk Control Act. And having heroes isn't quirk restriction, idiot. That's not what Dad. Both of them shut up at the mention of his father. Izuku cleared his throat. Is that in a textbook somewhere, so I can correct myself? Kaken threw up his hands and stomped over to his bookcase. Izuku caught the thick history review book out of the air after Kaken lobbed right at his head. How is history your worst subject? Izuku ignored his friend and flipped through the pages, speed reading active. I thought you had tutors? Dad teaches me history, Izuku said distractedly. We don't use the textbooks, so I don't know what UA wants. Heh. Kaken's knuckles rapped annoyingly loud on Izuku's head, forcing him to look up. What do you mean? What UA wants? What kind of bull is that? It's history, not literature. There's no guesswork involved. Izuku bit his tongue to keep himself from mumbling anything incriminating. Unfortunately, Kaken knew him well enough to know that that's what he was doing. His hand grabbed his jaw. Listen, Deku, Kaken growled, this is getting old. You keep acting like there's some big secret. There isn't. Your old man's the worst, I got it, so stop faking things with me. Izuku looked down and away. The wrong move, apparently. Deku, you wanna go? He bellowed in his face. You want to waste more of my time by pretending you can do shit on your own? Has it never got through to your thick head that you're hopeless? You kept trying to be better than me, throwing yourself in front of quirks like you could take it, pretending we're on the same level. You're still pulling that bull now. You won't ever just give it up. Stupid Deku, why are you still trying this? You're not better than me. I can take anything, but you pretend I'm frickin' weak. You're weak. You're the mess. You're quirkless. Izuku blinked hard, trying to see his friend in a new light. How did I miss it? Izuku had always known that Kaken was only mean to him because he believed he was the best. He knew that, deep down, Kaken didn't want to be bad, but just that he didn't know what it was like to look at other people as equals. He had always assumed that he was being picked on because he treated Kaken that way, like an equal. And just tonight, he'd realized that Kaken was looking for someone who would challenge him too. But now, Kaken hated that someone beneath him, someone with no quirk to make them special, was trying for the same goal. Kaken hated that Izuku might cheapen his quirk and him as a result if he actually succeeded. He hated that Izuku, someone he perceived as weak, was questioning his strength by refusing to stop and also refusing to burden him with his own problems. Kaken didn't hate Izuku, not really. He was just in the way of what Kaken thought would bring him happiness. Kaken was wrong, but Izuku now completely understood, or assumed he did. Kaken just took what was society's views of quirklessness, compiled them with his own ego, and got the beating up of a quirkless boy for challenging his place in the world. Just like that, the decision was made. I've never said I was quirkless. The words were out of his mouth before he could give them another thought, and he slammed his hand over his mouth in horror. The slap was the only noise for a second as Kaken, stiff and angry, processed his outburst with red eyes glaring down at him. What to mean? Kaken's voice was low and dangerous. Izuku shook his head furiously and backed up from Kaken. No, I mean yes, I have a quirk, but I didn't mean to just say it. I'm so sorry. Kaken rocketed forward, lifting Izuku's shirt and towering over him. You better start talking, nerd. Everyone knows you're quirkless. The teachers and everyone think I'm quirkless because Dad told them that, Izuku explained quickly, eager to allay Kaken's rage. The mention of his dad slackened Kaken's hold marginally. You tell everyone else I'm quirkless, anyways, so I've never needed to lie. It's just what people think. I never wanted to keep it a secret from you, Kaken. You have a quirk? Kaken roared. At his feeble nod, he was shook violently in Kaken's grip. Don't lie to me, stupid Deku, you don't have a quirk, you're quirkless. That's what is on the quirk registry. Izuku wriggled, trying to get his shirt out of the burning palms with no success. Dad registered me like that when I was little so he could hide my quirk from everyone. Kaken sneered down at him, pulling him up off his feet. You've been pretending to be useless. Am I some sort of joke to you? Heh. He could see his friendship with Kaken clear as day in his mind's eye. Kaken leading him around, trying to teach him things, Kaken being in charge but always knowing everything about his friends like he needed to if he was running the best pro-hero agency. Kaken sleeping over and fawning over All Might movies when Dad was out of town. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. Those were happy memories, back when he wasn't like this. He missed Kaken so much. Could he have avoided that if he had just told him the truth? Kaken, I didn't want to lie to you. I just wanted you to accept me without it. Quirkless isn't useless, I wanted you to see that. And it was too dangerous. I couldn't tell anyone because of Dad. Don't give me excuses, Deku. He roared. You're gonna tell me what the hell is going on. Now. Izuku bit his lip, hesitating. How much could he tell Kaken? How much was safe? How much would be enough to restore some trust between them again? Who was he kidding? Izuku knew Kaken was giving him exactly one chance here. If he didn't take that chance, or if Kaken figured out he was hiding things later, that would be the end of it. There would be no chance of regaining their friendship if he didn't take the chance to fix it right now. He either trusted Kaken or didn't. But he still had to ask. His lingering doubts wouldn't let him just blurt it out. He needed something from Kaken. Kaken shook him again. Get out of your head and answer me, Deku. What the hell is going on? Can I trust you, Kaken? Izuku looked up into his friend's eyes, looking for something, anything that promised he would listen to him. Will you promise not to tell anyone? No matter what? You can't tell Yagi-san you can't. He knows I have a quirk but he doesn't know what it is, and you can't tell him. It's bad, Kaken, it's really bad. I'm trying to fix this, I'm trying, but you can't tell anyone what I'm going to tell you. Even if you hate me. Promise. There was a tense moment where even the ocean breeze stilled. His legs hung loose beneath him, their faces were terribly close as they both assessed each other. Red and Green looked at each other honestly, perhaps for the first time in years. Maybe Izuku was changing because of his time with All Might. Maybe he was more open now. Maybe he made this possible. Still, Kaken's terrible judgment came down, and his friend's face loosened enough to be considered agreeable. Fine. Kaken dumped him back on the bed. I won't tell people. But this better be good, Deku, or I'll kick your butt myself, got it? Thank you, Izuku murmured. Kaken his Kaken. Would he really understand? Oi, nerd. Kaken flicked his forehead hard. You gonna tell me, or what? Izuku bit his lip. Maybe I could. Izuku lifted his hand. First, he activated an interference field. If anyone tried to listen in on their conversation, they wouldn't hear anything specific, just indistinguishable mutters. For a visible quirk, though. What would Kaken like? With a little focus, he used a creation quirk to make a small explosion sculpture made of iron emerge from his hand. Kaken's eyes narrowed dangerously, even as Izuku handed it to him. He took the sculpture and tossed it into the corner, grabbing his arm instead. So, that's your big dangerous quirk that people are gonna kill you over? Do you think I'm stupid, Deku? Izuku was staring at Kaken's hand, which was actually grabbing his forearm without the threat of burning, just pulling him along. Like we're friends again. He shook himself from his daydream. That's not really my quirk, clarified Izuku, flinching away from Kaken's angry growl at his half-baked response. Kaken, really, it's not my quirk. Not really. He could hear Kaken's jaw click and so immediately changed avenues. What quirk do you think is the strongest, Kaken? That made Bakugo pause. All Might's, right? His quirk lets him do anything. Fly, fight, take damage. What if I had a quirk that could beat All Might? Izuku whispered, his voice heavy. Kaken scoffed. There's no way, Deku. I do. If he had said those two words as a boast or a declaration, Kaken probably would have hit him. But the way he whispered it must have been enough to slow Kaken's wrath because no explosive fist was incoming. No one good would want me around with my quirk, Izuku admitted. No normal quirk user would want to stand anywhere near the kid who could pull quirks to him. Yagi-san wouldn't. You wouldn't either if you knew. Well, what is it? Tell me already. Kaken snapped. I can, Izuku gulped. Steel quirks. His voice was so low and fast that Kaken didn't hear it. Deku, I swear, if you don't get some goddamn courage and just tell me I'm going to blow you from here to the Americas. Izuku leaned over then, hesitantly, and decided to just bite the bullet. Whispering in his ear this time, he said, I can steal quirks. Permanently. The air stilled. Steal. Quirks. Izuku buried his face in his hand and bit his lip in a desperate attempt to stop noise from escaping. Keeping a lip in his teeth was the only way he'd found to quell his muttering, but it didn't stop the fearful whimper. What to tell Kaken, what to tell Kaken? Gathering his courage, he pulled a hand from his face and extended it palm up. From the center, a low flame that burned no burnt than a common tea candle. Kaken startled at the new quirk manifesting before him. That's a different quirk, no tricks. Izuku extinguished it and then made his fingers shift into needles. And another. He touched the blanket using a telekinetic quirk to wrap it around his shoulders. And another. Kaken's eyeballs were growing bigger and bigger with every quirk, as if he couldn't even register what he was seeing. You and Yagi-san think that my dad is dangerous, right? Izuku murmured lowly, making sure only Kaken could hear. The blonde was a little too shell-shocked to actually say, duh, but he agreed with similar energy. You both also think I'm stopping heroes from arresting him because I'm in denial about how bad Dad is, or because I don't want him arrested. That's wrong. I haven't let the heroes help me because I am a coward, Kaken. I could tell them everything right now, but I don't want to be responsible for someone dying trying to arrest my dad. They paused a moment, neither speaking. That's what I didn't tell you, Izuku admitted, peering over at his silently frustrated friend. I wasn't looking down on you, Kaken. My quirk is just really bad. And so is my dad. I didn't want you to hate me. Kaken sat there, thinking. You think your dad is better than the heroes? Better? No. Izuku shook his head. More dangerous? Kaken, he is. A villain, okay? My dad's a villain. A bad one, with a quirk just like mine. He shuddered at the abject fear in Kaken's eyes. You can picture it, can't you? A villain who can steal quirks. Kaken let out a sharp hiss. He could take anyone. Izuku nodded miserably into his hands, eyes wet. He could. All Might wouldn't even be able to stop him. And he's tried before. All Might fought my dad and nearly died, Kakin. Do you remember the time All Might wasn't seen for nearly a month, 5 years back? That was my dad. He could see the second that information clicked in Kakin's mind. The anger that had been directed at him switched to sharp assessment. It was the look Kakin got mid-fight training, where he was focused on a problem and intuiting the response. Sheet. Kakin sat back heavily on the bed. Steal quirks. You can steal quirks. A villain who can steal quirks. A villain who can take on All Might. Why the hell haven't you told the heroes? There was nothing he could hide from Kakin now. Tears were running down his face as shame curled up inside him. Kakin, you saw me use those quirks, right? And I told you my quirk was stealing quirks. What does that tell you? Kakin's eyes flared with fury. You've stolen quirks. Deku, what the hell were you thinking? Izuku's eyes were flowing now, drenching his shirt as tears ran down his neck. Looking at Kakin it hurt to see his friend so angry, so he backed away from him. I'm sorry. Deku. Kakin didn't let him leave. Within a second, Izuku was pulled back by his arms to face him. You run in again? The tears blocked his vision, but he could practically feel the disgust from Kakin and he crumpled like a writer's memo pad. Please don't hate me, Kakin, please. I know it's wrong, I know it is, but I can't say no to him. He kills people who say no to him, Kakin. He kills people if I say no to him. The words were coming out panicked, but he couldn't stop them. He had to erase the blank angry look on Kakin's face. He had to make sure his friend didn't tell All Might. If I told you the reason I'm so tired in the mornings is because my dad is forcing quirks on me, would you believe me? Hate me? Izuku pressed desperately. I don't want to, Kakin, I don't. You don't have to believe me, no one will with how many quirks I have, but please don't turn me in. Do you think anyone will listen to me when I say I didn't want it? They'll treat me like my dad, they'll want to kill me. It's so obvious what I've done, anyone could figure it out. And I deserve whatever they do to me, I deserve worse. He was crying so hard he didn't see Kakin move, but he was being pulled forward. Am I going to get punched? Sold out? Blown up? His mind ran a mile a minute before he realized that Kakin had pulled him into a hug. Then his mind completely shut down. I didn't know, Kakin spat in disgust, and Izuku flinched. Stop that, I'm not mad at you, Deku, I'm dim and furious at everything else. I should have been there, Deku, I should have been there. There was a villain practically on my doorstep and I didn't even see him. I shouldn't have left you alone like some coward. Izuku sniffled into Kakin's shoulder, unsure of what to do. Stop crying, nerd, or I'm gonna think you want to get hit instead, the blonde threatened, the menace removed by an accompanying harsh but reassuring squeeze. Izuku shuddered in relief. Calm down, idiot. You were panicking like I was gonna kill you. You're Deku, you ain't a villain. His eyes prickled with happy tears. Kakin. Deku. Kakin clearly had reached some friendly limit because he flicked him in the face and snort when he jumped. Still, Izuku was amazed that Kakin hadn't let him go. They sat there for a moment, taking it all in. When I saw you thinking you deserved to be treated like that by your old man, I just thought you were being a weak little idiot, Kakin said, apropos of nothing. It made me sick. I didn't get it. You think you're bad, don't you? He couldn't form the words, maybe? I've stolen quirks, Kakin. I've done so many bad things. Kakin grabbed his hair and pulled his head back, a little harsh on his scalp, and glared. So you think you deserve to be hurt, Kakin accused. Come on, Deku, stop being an idiot. I'm not saying I deserve it, Izuku told him, his voice barely above a whisper, but Dad. He doesn't know how much he's really hurt me. He thinks he's doing the right thing. To him, I'm in the wrong and he's just trying to correct me. Can I blame him for that? He loves me. So much. And I'm just breaking his heart every time I fight him. I hate it. Kakin let go of his hair with a scowl. Are you hearing yourself? He's a villain, you said so, that means he's wrong. He's wrong, Demon, right? You can blame him. No one made him a stinkin' villain but himself, and no one made him hurt you. He's not that bad, not to me, Izuku said. He wasn't sure if he was trying to placate Kakin or defend his father. Maybe both. He doesn't try to hurt me. Well, give him a frickin' medal, Kaken snarled, shocking a laugh out of Izuku. You're fainting, Deku, don't defend him to me. Izuku had no response to that, so he kept quiet. Tell me you've got a plan, Kaken shook him in his sweaty palms. You're not sitting on your hands about this, you're gonna take down your old man. That was a much more comfortable topic than his relationship to his father. He relaxed at the inquiry. I've been contacting the heroes, Izuku sniffled. They don't know it's me, but they know my dad is out there, and I try to warn them about stuff he does. Principal Nizu, the principal of UA, says he wants to help me. That's more like it. Kaken shook him, giving him a manic grin. UA's got tons of heroes and they've made more. We could get an army of them. Why aren't you telling them? You've got weeks without your old man, you could be getting them ready to fight the second he gets back. Izuku shook his head. I need to tell Yagi-san first. He expects me to be a great hero. He offered to take me in once everything happens and my father gets arrested, but I don't know what will happen once he knows about me. No one's closer to All Might, and my father nearly killed him. I might not have a home after this. Kaken's face turned dire. Your mom. You said they separated. It was something else, wasn't it? Izuku's tears made a reappearance. I guess you should know. She tried to take me away from him. She was so brave, Kaken. I think she might be alive, somewhere, if I can believe Dad. But I don't know. I don't know. He was back in Kaken's arms in a second, pressed close to his burnt sugar scent as his rough friend handled him with care. That BSTRD. Kaken hissed. I'll kill him. We're gonna take him down, Deku. That monster doesn't touch your mom and get away with it, got that? I'll blow him to hell. They didn't study that night. All of Izuku's past left his lips. For the first time in his life since his mom, he was honest. Told Kaken everything about his dad, his quirks, the room, and what happened to his mom. Kaken kept getting quieter and quieter, but he didn't make Izuku stop. Whenever he paused too long or cried too hard, with a touch or a look, Kaken would encourage him to keep talking. Izuku left out All Might's quirk. One for all, it wasn't his secret to tell, but the rest of it all came out. After he told Kaken about Overhaul and Eri, Izuku stuttered over his confession. Telling his that he'd killed someone with their own quirk was hard to do, so hard, but Kaken didn't say a word. When he finished, Kaken rubbed his eyes tiredly. Your life's messed up, Deku, he muttered. Do you understand, Kaken? Izuku whispered. Do you know why I can't tell them yet? I'm a murderer and a thief, and… Shut up. Kaken. No, Kaken growled, rolling Izuku onto his back and hovering over him with menace in his face. You don't get to call yourself that. You're Deku, the kid who cries when he hurts a butterfly. It was a kid with butterfly wings, and I ran into him and tore. Kaken's glare silenced him. You are not your old man. You are a useless Deku, a crybaby, and you're not some stinkin' villain. The heroes say they want to help you, so you're not going to prison. You're gonna be a hero. Shut up about it. Izuku's heart stopped. His eyes tried to capture everything, trying to compute this. Kaken and him had talked and cuddled, Kaken had comforted him, and now, Kaken was above him. Hair haloed by the lights, face a mix of desperation, exasperation, and attempted comfort that made him look anxious and angry all at once. And now he had said, I don't think I heard you, Izuku said with a pitiful laugh. You wouldn't say. You're gonna be a hero, Kaken snarled, face even closer. Are you deaf, Deku? You think I'm letting you out of my sight after all of this? I need to keep an eye on your weak, useless, but I'm not letting you go and get yourself in this bad again. But that… Kaken cut him off. Shut it, it's happening whether you like it or not. But I'm not gonna be dragging you around like a deadweight there, you hear me? You want to be a hero, so get your butt in gear and get on my level. I'm not letting you hold me back, and you better not let anyone else hold you back. Kaken's image was blurring as tears welled in his eyes. But what if? You're not getting taken away, you're not getting arrested, and I'm gonna kill anyone who tries to make you out as a villain, he snarled. UA already wants to help you, so you're going to take them up on it. You're gonna to get help, you're gonna to take down your old man, and they'll make you into a hero for helping them. And if you need a place when your old man's gone, my folks will take you in. Hell, they'll probably treat you better than they do me. You're not a villain, Deku, you're just being a DMN idiot. Kaken. Izuku attacked, knocking his friend back and holding him tight, the sobs ripping from his throat. He had told Kaken, an ex-friend who he thought had hated him, everything shameful about his past, and Kaken didn't care. Well, he cared, but he cared about him being okay. Would everyone react that way? Izuku doubted it. But Kaken did. That was all he needed. Kaken, he wailed. Kaken. Deku, you crybaby. Kaken may have grumbled, but he wrapped him in those wide arms and Izuku felt safe, despite the explosive nitroglycerin-like sweat. Calm down, you idiot. I'm just telling the truth. You said I could be a hero. Izuku cried. Kaken, you're the hero, you're the hero. You've always been. Boys. The way they both snapped their heads up and around to the door would have been comedic if Mitsuki Bakugo wasn't in the doorway, staring with mouth open. Slowly, the boys looked at each other and down at their position. Izuku in Kaken's lap, holding each other, Izuku was crying. Looking up at his hostess, Izuku quickly shut off his interference quirk. Just in time. Oi, what are you thinking, you old hag? Kaken shoved Izuku off of him and back onto the bed. You try listening to this punk cry. You would try to shut him up too. Mitsuki had both hands in front of her face, but Izuku could see the hints at the beaming smile behind them. Of course, dear. Anyone would, right? What are you saying, hag? Kaken roared. You saying I'm soft? Get out. Mitsuki smiled down at her son with such genuine affection, Izuku almost smiled too. He was feeling very fond of Kaken too at the moment. No, you're my strong little hero, Mitsuki said, making Kaken see that the perceived patronization. Mitsuki turned to Izuku. Are you okay, Zuku? Oh right, I was crying. The sadness all seemed like a distant memory with how happy he was. Yeah, I'm fine, Mitsuki-san. I cry really easily, and I'm kind of stressed about the entrance exams. Kaken seemed genuinely surprised at his easy lie, but Bakugo-san bought it with a sympathetic smile. That's right, you're applying to UA too, she said with a smile. Don't worry, Izuku, the exams are tough, but Gen Eds shouldn't be harder than Katsuki's hero course. I'm sure he'll have you more than ready. Izuku's stomach plummeted, but Kaken got there before him. He's gonna be in the hero course, Kaken announced, almost proudly, stopping Deku's swooping stomach. Deku's got this. Mitsuki frowned at both other them. Are you sure? I mean, Zuku, you're a great kid, but the hero course without a quirk. Oi, shut up. Kaken barked, stepping between him and his mom. The nerd can handle it, 'cause I say so. Now get out. His others smacked him upside the head. Watch your mouth. I came to ask when you were going to bed, ungrateful brat, not to get yelled at. Izuku glanced at the digital clock. 9. Ouch, that was much later than Kaken normally went to bed at. He grimaced at Kaken's shocked face. I'm sorry, Kaken, I didn't realize it was so late. I'll go home now. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and fastened it shut again. He left the snacks for Kaken and turned to leave, but Kaken caught his arm in his sweaty mitt. He looked up at Kaken's tense jaw and sharpened red eyes, wondering. Hey, your dad's gone, right? He asked. Izuku nodded slowly, unsure where he was going for this. Kaken's eyes flit between him and his mother, who was still in the doorway with arms crossed. His eyes lowered with his voice, looking sheepish more than anything. Stay. Izuku's jaw dropped, and he might have seen Mitsuki's do. It too in his periphery. Kaken. Did I stutter? He yelled. Your folks are gone, it's frickin' late, so sleep here tonight. Warmth and happiness, those were the hopeful feelings creeping up Izuku's face. Kaken was yelling, sure, but he wanted him to stay. Even after he admitted to killing someone, even after he admitted to stealing quirks, Kaken wanted him to stay. He must have taken too long to answer, because Kaken let him go and threw up his hands. Go if you want, then. Stupid Deku. No, I can stay. Izuku yelled, louder than necessary. Mitsuki-san was laughing from the doorway as Izuku pounced on Kaken's back. Thank you, Kaken. Oi, get off, nerd. Kaken hissed, batting his hands so he slipped down and off. And he turned to his laughing mum. And you, Deku's staying, got it? Mitsuki laughed loudly. Oh yeah, I got it, squirt. And to think I worried about you too. Shut up. Stop yelling, brat. And get the spare futon out. I will. The Bakugas bickered out into the hallway and Izuku was allowed a moment to sit in his happiness. He was free for a couple of weeks, and now Kaken had actually taken a step forward in their friendship without him initiating it. It was Izuku who had freaked out about his quirk in front of the blonde, but Kaken had taken it so well it seemed like a dream. The dream burst abruptly at one thought. What if Dad finds out I didn't sleep at home? His dad would freak out. He would kill Kaken. What if he has Tamura check on me? What if he checks the cameras? I'll just say space jump. Or say I slept in his bedroom because I missed him. He won't ask, he's never asked before, but you've never slept over at a friend's house before. What if he does find out? Kaken would be in danger, his parents would be in danger, I'd get grounded again, I can't get grounded again. Iku, hey, Deku. Kaken shook him out of him, mumbling. He didn't realize he'd been shaking until the blonde held his hands up by the wrist to show him. What the hell are you muttering about? He demanded. Izuku flushed and looked away at the floor. What if my dad finds out I stayed over? Lie, stupid, Kaken scoffed. You did it fine with my mom, and you've lied to your dad about training. I tell half-truths at worst, Izuku defended, making Kaken snort. I don't lie, really. You can't outright lie to Dad, he has a weird sixth sense about it, and a few quirks that help him. I don't think he has them on all the time with me, but I don't want to take a chance. How do I half-truth staying with you? Kaken shrugged. Say you stayed with a friend but don't say who. That is almost worse, he protested. He's already jealous of Yagi-san, and he's really upset with me about it. What if he gets more aggressive about this? What if I can't? Deku, do you want to go home? The tone of the question was harsh, but Izuku's heart was stopped at the serious look in Kaken's eyes. Kaken wasn't asking it to be mean, what he really meant was, do you want to be alone? Kaken was offering his friendship, and Izuku was acting like he wanted to run. But he really didn't. It was the last thing he wanted, he'd rather gouge his heart out than do that. Izuku shook his head pitifully. I want to stay with you. Kaken grimaced, but nodded. Apparently that was the right thing to say. His friend continued laying out the futon as if nothing happened. You're not worried? Izuku asked meekly. If my dad gets mad. Kaken knelt next to him and gave him a stubborn look. 1 more month and you'll be telling UA what's going on. You can keep a lid on things for 1 month, right? Even you aren't that useless, Deku. He nodded his fingers through each other, staring down at them. Well, I hope I can, but it's you. Heh. I've never wanted you to get hurt, Izuku admitted. I've always tried to protect Y. Kaken reared on him and punched him in the arm. Ouch. Izuku grabbed his arm, automatically suppressing his quirks before realizing Kaken knew, and releasing them to heal the bruising arm. What did I do this time? Stop acting like I'm weak, Deku. Kaken spat. Don't you get it? Worry about yourself. That didn't sound right. Kaken, that's selfish. I can't worry about myself when my dad is. Kaken's hand slapped over his face, the smell of glycerin filling his nose and soothing him in the same way his father's cologne always does. Or, it would if it didn't have the potential to explode and Kaken's angry face hovering by it. Deku, Kaken hissed, face deranged, shut up. You are always throwing yourself in front of people who don't need some weak kid to save them. I don't need you to protect me, Deku. But Kazhin's TM dud. Izuku protested against the hand. Kaken glowered. Could you then, Could you protect me from him? Izuku wanted to say, yes. If he could, he'd promise he could protect everyone from his father, but that was a lie. If his father really wanted to, he could go through him and get to anyone he wanted to. But his father also had never killed anyone while he was there, if he didn't want him to. He just needed to be there. Being there was usually enough. But, not always. Yeah, thought not. Kaken huffed and pulled his hand away. He leaned over Izuku, eyes intent. Don't be an idiot. You keep calling me your only friend, right? Izuku felt his cheeks heat up, but he nodded quickly. Huh, that's right, I am, affirmed Kakin, although not without a bit of gloating. I'm the only other person who knows what's going on. You need me, Deku, so you're not gonna go running off without me anymore. If you're heading to UA, I am too. If you need to tackle something super secret that your dad can't find out about, you bring me in on it. And if your dad is gone for a couple of weeks and you need someone around, you come here. Kakin. Every time you think you have Kakin figured out, he goes and shows you something more. Izuku had no idea Kakin was self-aware enough to comfort someone, but here he was. The moment would be perfect if Izuku wasn't crying and blubbering over it. Thank you, Kakinen, warbled the crying Izuku. Tisich, just focus on the UA entrance exams, nerd, Kakin huffed. You say you're not doing anything about this until then? Focus on getting there. So even as much as Izuku flustered and blustered and hemmed and hawed, but he couldn't say no to Kakin's offer to stay the night. Not when he had already set out a futon and was caring about him so much. Kakin was even letting him wear his clothes to bed, a little oversized but definitely functional as clothes. He was tempted to shrink them a little, but he didn't want to push his luck right then. The lights went out quickly and the both tucked in. Kakin, we've got training with Goldilocks in the morning, Dunce face, so shut up. Izuku nearly giggled. If only Kakin knew what he was calling All Might, he'd be falling over himself to justify it. Be nice to Yagi-san, he's important. When am I nice? Kakin turned over in the bed. Sleep, stupid Deku. Izuku snuggled into the futon, feeling warm and happy for the first time in ages. Someone had accepted him. His mom had, but he didn't think anyone else would have been as forgiving of his past. But Kakin had. Kakin didn't seem to care what he'd done for his dad, just that he was going to stop it. Maybe Yagi would be the same? Maybe he could trust him completely. Maybe he should tell Yagi-san soon. He felt so hopeful, he couldn't help but squirm a little, wiggling out a dance of joy under the covers. He might have squeaked a little bit. Deku, freakin', what is it now? Kakin flipped over to glare at him, but he couldn't stop smiling. What? Izuku gave a sheepish smile. I just really love you, Kakin. A pillow landed square on his face, but he was so happy he just grabbed it and snuggled it close as Kakin grumbled and turned away. He was too cute. An emotionally constipated explosion. You could forgive Izuku for staring fondly at his friend until he drifted off into a happy, warm slumber. Are you ready? Izuku asked, grinning ear to ear. Hell yeah. Kakin and him shared a look of delighted mischief. They were at Dagoba Beach and nobody was there, not even Yagi. Their older mentor was going to be late, he told them, so they were to go ahead and clear more of the beach. Which meant, naturally, that Kakin wanted Izuku to show him some of his quirks. Launch in 3, lift off. With the precision that only came through training with his father, Izuku used overhaul on the sand and sent the rusty old car flying directly up. I've got it. Kakin fired off into the air after it, rocketing upward until he was right next to the wreck. Incoming! With a violent explosion, Kakin fired the car back to him. Back at you! This time he used ferrokinesis, catching the car midair and lobbing it back. Kakin looked delighted, swerving around it was a crazed grin before catching it at its peak and moving it back at Izuku. They threw the car back and forth a few more times before Kakin's explosions finally blew it apart, but by then they were laughing at their absurd game of catch. The third one, what was that? Kakin asked, burying himself into his winter clothes again now that he was back on the ground. Oh, that was called trampoline, Izuku giggled, earning a snort from Kakin. Really? It's not a creative name, but none of them are. We name them as kids. The only way a quirk gets named creatively is if the kid is a nerd or the parents intervene. Hence, trampoline. And you just, what, turn into a trampoline? The boy scoffed, poking Izuku. How did that not hurt? Izuku swatted his hand away with a laugh. Come on, you've seen transformation quirks before. He pushed Izuku over. Not ones where you jump and spread yourself out like a floating pancake. Think you could be a parachute? That would work, he replied automatically, blushing when Kakin looked at him like he was nuts. What? Whenever I get a new quirk, you know I test all of it. Of course I checked to see if my fibers were close enough to be properly air-resistant. Quirks up the wazoo, and you're still the nerdiest nerd to ever frickin' nerd. Izuku reddened as Kaken laughed at his expense. You've still got all those hero posters on your wall, don't ya? Izuku chuckled, but his stomach dropped. Not anymore. Kaken looked over, assessing Izuku for something. Your dad. Izuku shrugged. When he gets jealous of your fanboying over heroes and starts giving you their quirks instead of their merch, you can't tear them down fast enough. Kaken's jaw snapped shut in a second, disheartening Izuku further. I guess I'm not the happiest to be around. Once you know me better, Izuku apologized. Most of my quirks have a bad history. But, I do have a cool fire-breathing quirk that doesn't have a tragic backstory. It actually came from a villain, so I'm not really upset about it. Izuku turned his head directly up and let out a small shoot of green flames from his mouth, carefully not inhaling until after he expelled the little bit of smoke at the tail end. Cool, right? Izuku beamed at Kaken, only to let his smile drop when he saw the concern evident on the blonde's face. Concern was a strange look for Kaken. It was sort of a mix between constipated and anxious and was definitely not one of his regular expressions, but it was becoming more and more common to find since they'd become best friends again. Izuku reached out, grabbing Kaken's arm. Come on, was it really that lame? Kaken yanked his arm away with a growl, turning to look at the sunrise. The angry glare looked out of place with the soft light hitting his striking features, but Izuku didn't comment. I don't know how you do it, Deku, pretending like it doesn't matter, but it pisses me off, he snapped. Stop lying. That wasn't what he'd expected. I'm sorry? Izuku felt a little owlish, blinking so hard. Kaken, what am I lying about? Stop acting all happy. Izuku felt his stomach tighten, but his heart lightened a bit. Kaken was looking out for him, helping him, and he wanted to know if things were wrong. The problem with that, though. Izuku scooted closer and rested his head on Kaken's shoulder, infinitely pleased at how the blonde didn't move away or shove him off. His explosive friend had learned a few days ago that Izuku gravitated towards people, usually ending in some kind of physical contact or cuddling. It was an embarrassing revelation for the both of them. It meant that Izuku actually did miss his dad, missing being held and pet, and it meant that Kaken, the strangely obliging friend, was getting used to physical contact, so Izuku wasn't feeling so dependent on his father. Not that Kaken ever admitted that was his motivation, but Izuku knew that the blonde had hated it when Izuku described how often he was held and how lonely it felt without his father there. How he felt all jittery and anxious. It had become Kaken's mission to make sure Izuku didn't feel that way, even if Izuku knew he was pressing his friend's buttons a bit with his clingy nature. Still, Izuku could hardly complain when it let him hold his friend as often as he needed to. Which led to this discussion. His happiness. Kaken, Izuku soothed, I am happy. My dad's out of town, I have my best friend back, and I haven't had to steal quirks at all since overhaul. Believe it or not, I'm actually happy. The blonde sked. You weren't a second ago. Liar. Izuku nodded against the muscles of Kaken's shoulder. I try really hard not to stay sad for long, Izuku admitted, earning a look from Kaken. If I get upset in front of Dad, when he hasn't done it on purpose, then bad things can happen. My dad loves me, but he doesn't understand how to make me happy, so if I'm sad then he usually does something about it that's illegal, and usually involving a stolen quirk that is, as you would put it, nerdy up the wazoo. So, if I ever feel upset, I try to focus on something else and change it. The blonde wrapped an arm around him then, pulling him up to his side. But it doesn't change a thing. You're still in a sheet situation. I know that, but I've decided to be happy whenever I can, Izuku told him. And it's not always bad. Dad does love me. And when I do get a little upset, I've learned that even if I'm not happy in that 1 second, it can change back to happiness the next. Or gratitude. Or calm. Anything really. I can feel anything I want to. Except sad. Except sad, Izuku confirmed. I do still feel sad, obviously, and I get really easily overwhelmed when things are bad, but I try not to around my dad and it kind of carries over to everything. It was great to cry and tell you everything, Kaken, But I don't have to cry all the time to still want things to change. Kaken was silent for a while before muttering, "You're so dmed annoying, Deku. Fine, just don't fake it around me, got it? It's annoying as hell." God help whoever told Izuku that Kaken wasn't the best, sweetest, most caring friend in the world, because he would send them into the sun for even suggesting that. Izuku wrapped his arms around Kaken, hugging him tight. "Geez, what are you, an octopus?" Kaken huffed, but made no motion to dislodge him. Izuku laughed. "Do you want me to be? I think I have a quirk for that." This time Kaken did shove him off, but seemed to think twice about it because he immediately flipped over and squashed Izuku into the sand with his full body weight. "Kaken!" Izuku squealed. "You're heavy." "Yeah, I'm sure you got a quirk for that too, huh, smartass?" Kaken huffed. "Besides, thought you liked being clingy, you little stalker." Izuku squirmed, but it was more in delight than anything else. Playful banter with a friend, oh how he'd miss this. And making Kaken happy again after making him sad was a big plus too. He pulled Kaken down even further and flipped him, shocking his larger friend. "Don't pretend you're not amazing, Kaken," Izuku teased from above now, earning a blush from his friendly target. "Of course I want to be close to the brightest star I see." "You're an idiot, Deku." Kaken sounded so flustered, Izuku had to fight to keep from grinning like a loon. He let Kaken push him off very gently, too, and tucked himself back against Kaken's side in a second, making the boy even redder. "Sappy, weak bull spewing from your trap. Do you ever listen to yourself?" Izuku hummed thoughtfully. "I do, but I've always shown affection easily. It sounds very normal to me." "You are not normal, freak," he hissed, pushing Izuku back. "You sound like some lovey-dovey Frenchman, that's what you sound like. And you sound like a mafia thug." Izuku looked up into his wide red eyes, unable to stop the smile that was spreading at the view. Kaken was always looked a mix of proud and surprised when he fought back. It made him want to return fire every time. "Heh! Which of us has broken a law, huh?" Katsuki yelled. "You annoying idiot, don't go picking fights." As much as he enjoyed teasing Kaken again, Izuku also was so grateful to have him. He poked Kaken's shoulder teasingly. "Come on, Kaken, don't be mad. You know I love you, warts and all." Upon reflection, Izuku might have pushed a little too hard on that point if it made Kaken bury his face into his palms and groan like he was dying. Kaken?" Izuku poked him in the ribs. "Was that too much? When we get to you, I'm setting you loose on the unsuspecting extras," Kaken muttered, dragging his hand down his face. "They won't know what to do with you and the whole place will burn down." See, I don't know whether you're joking or not," Izuku chuckled weakly. Kaken leveled a tired glare at him. "Oh, sorry." "They will be," Kaken muttered. He stood with a grunt and brushed the sand off his shorts. "Come on, we gotta get some more of this junk to the curb before the toothpick shows." It took a few minutes to get back into their usual synchronicity, but when Izuku started to use his quirks again, it turned into a second game of catch. Izuku would lift two pieces of junk telekinetically, they both hit them hard, and then Izuku would drop them in a pile by the curb. Kaken liked to hit his really hard so it broke into pieces, making it infinitely harder to hold together with his quirks. Kaken laughed raucously whenever he glowered at him, though, so there was no way he would ever stop. When Yagi finally showed, there was a massive pile of rubbish to move and another piece of the skyline cleared, and the older hero clapped them both on the back, saying they must have worked hard. Those words had Izuku feeling guilty about using quirks for a second before Kaken pulled him back. "We ain't done yet at Deku," he laughed. "We've got the day off. Let's get another pile that big by the end of it." Kaken understood. He understood that it didn't feel earned. Izuku was so grateful he could cry. "Let's do it, Kaken." "So, your father is out of town?" Yagi asked, handing him a yogurt and Kaken a water. "This is good news, I hope?" Izuku cringed, looking down and away from All Might. "Well, it depends on what he finds. Someone was cooking the books for one of his more legal companies, so who knows what he'll do when he finds them. I'm trying not to think about it." "Are you certain I shouldn't send All Might after him?" Yagi offered, to which Kaken and him exchanged a look. Yagi noticed the interaction and looked at Bakugo with curious eye. Nah, you're good, old man, Kaken took the question for him. I'm keeping an eye on things. Suddenly understanding, Yagi smiled at the boys. Well, it seems you have told someone what is happening, Midoriya. Has Bakugo earned your trust once more? Izuku blushed in mortification. I trust you too. It's just I don't want to offend you. Dork feels less pressure since I'm not working for the top hero, Kaken gloated, making Izuku groan. And, 'cause he's worried you'll decide to drop him when you find out. Kaken, Izuku hissed, ears burning. The malcontent smirked smugly, not the least bit shamed. Biting his lip, Izuku peeked out from under his hair to look at All Might. I only wanted Kaken to know I have a quirk. The rest just came out. A large hand clapped his shoulder, and blue eyes stared down fondly. I'm glad you are opening up, young Midoriya. It's always good to have allies in your corner. He nodded dumbly, unable to say anything back. Maybe he could tell him now? No, you have a plan. The more he made excuses, the more Izuku knew that he was delaying on purpose. The only thing holding him back was fear. But, for now, fear won. Izuku stayed in guilty silence under his mentor's proud gaze. Bakugo, you will tell me if there is anything that requires my intervention, won't you? Izuku turned with wide eyes to Kaken, but thankfully the blonde was already shaking his head. Ain't anything you can do, teach. The nerd's right, we can't move on him yet. Though the pro-hero's face fell at being denied again, Izuku was only relieved that Kaken was on his side. And to see Yagi immediately perk back up and talk about doing more training with them over break eased the tension away immediately. When they got back to hauling metal around the beach, Izuku gave Kaken a light nudge on the shoulder and a small smile. Thank you, Kaken. Kaken pulled the metal behind him with a grunt. Just tell him soon, Deku. Sooner All Might gets in on it, the better. Izuku hid his discomfort behind a smile. I will, Kaken. Oi, nerd, you coming over for Christmas? Kaken flung a ball of scrap paper at him which he volleyed back telekinetically. The old hag would like it. Well, actually, I kind of wanted to do something different, Izuku said hesitantly. At Kaken's murderous look, Izuku hurriedly explained his plan, making the blonde's face shift from murderous to annoyed and, finally, to exasperation. You're gonna get killed or arrested, he announced, deadpanned. Izuku denied that, but Kaken just sighed. Look, don't get captured, don't show your face, and don't make any promises, got it? If you don't come back, I'm gonna have to find you and kill you myself, and you don't want that, nerd. Why were threats such an easy way for Kaken to show he cared? Thank you, Kaken. And you better come to my place right after, Kaken ordered. That isn't gonna take all day, so you're coming for Christmas dinner. Nothing fancy or anything, but we're making fried chicken, and Mom's been wanting to have some family time or whatever and she said to bring you. He could have died from happiness. I'll definitely come then, Kaken. Izuku took the day in advance to plan. He had a pair of gifts picked out, he had a costume, and he knew where and when to infiltrate. Yagi-san was set to be out of the country for the date, visiting his friend David Shield in America. It was time. With a quick brush of his hair into white, a touch of his eyes to blue, and a Santa cap on behind his regular bunny ears, Izuku slashed a rift in space and jumped into UA's secure campus. Specifically, a certain hyper-intelligent mammal's office. The empty school wasn't empty, he knew there were always no fewer than 5 heroes on campus, not including the hero agencies nearby that were on call for any emergencies, but Principal Nizu always left for holidays. As the face of the school, he usually followed the lead of his students and kept to the same schedule he set for them. They can hardly criticize the mouse if he is doing nothing he wouldn't do to himself. His computer was, of course, highly secure. But he didn't need to input the password, he needed to get his hands on the mainframe which was linked to the principal's multiple screens. His literal hands. Placing his right hand on the cool glass of the middle screen, Izuku activated his technology quirk. There was way too much information, but he was searching for one specific thing. Hooking his mind into the image and name of Eri, he looked through the database for any reference of her. Images of her on the security feed came first. A mention in some memo to the staff that Aizawa was bringing her to classes with him. Another slash of the air and Izuku was stepping through to a closet in the teacher's wing. It was pitch black in there, but within seconds his night vision was active and he was able to deftly sidestep some of the cleaning supplies lying around. Hesitantly, he pressed his forehead to the door and tapped it once. The sound waves carried his senses with them, letting him feel everything on the other side. No people. He snuck through the hallways, turning his head invisible as he peeked around corners to make sure no one would see him. He kept an eye on the cameras and made sure his interference quirk was active so no one would see him. When he approached the living area, all the teachers were gathered around, drinking cocoa and amazake with Eri, although Nizu was drinking his normal tea as if nothing was amiss with it. Izuku supposed there wasn't, really, since the mouse made the rules. Midnight was cuddling Eri a little, and Aizawa was keeping a tired eye on them. But Izuku's heart stopped when he saw that Eri was smiling. Just a little, but it was there on her face. She was happy. But she also seemed to be cozied up for a long day of fun with the heroes. It had been obvious that she wouldn't be alone, but he hadn't expected the whole staff to be present. Still, he'd come this far. No sense in wasting a trip. "Hello, everyone," Izuku chirped, stepping into view. "Merry Christmas. Deku I. The group of heroes were up and ready for combat in a second, all standing protectively between him and Eri, although Eri objected by banging her fists against Midnight, vying for release. She was obviously upset at the distance, and Eraserhead was forced to keep his eyes on her in case of accidental quirk activation. Nizu was surprised to see him. He didn't show it. Instead, a bright and welcoming smile lit the mammalian principal's face as he hopped up from his seat. Well, it's good to see you again, Deku," Nizu welcomed him easily. Or, should I say St. Nicholas? Izuku welcomed the anonymity of the mask, because it hid his blush. He'd thought Eri would like the hat. "Principal Nizu, I'm sorry for dropping in uninvited." "You are always welcome here," the mouse encouraged. "And I'm assuming, once again, you're here for Eri? She has missed you." "Right now, I'm Deku," Izuku said in his mind, quelling his panic. "I'm confident. I'm not going to get intimidated. I'm not going to cry." Izuku gave a bright smile at Ericon, who was squirming in Midnight's arms. "I thought my honorary sister needed a gift for Christmas. If I may." "Of course," Nizu chirped, waving down the heroes. Midnight was hesitant to release Eri still, earning a reproachful look from the mouse. "It's rude to keep family apart, Kayama." Izuku understood the reluctance to release the little girl, but didn't feel an ounce of regret as Eri launched herself into his arms. "Deku I. Ericon," Izuku laughed, "did you miss me?" Eri looked up at him with tears in her eyes, stopping his heart. "Deku I, are you safe now?" The room froze, including Izuku. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he hid them by burying his face in Eri's hair, minding the horn. "I'm always safe, Eri," Izuku promised. "But you'll be happy to know my dad's out of town right now. I'm not in trouble." He tried to ignore how Nizu was listening with interest, and the heroes with caution. He focused on Eri and her plaintive words. "Deku I. Eri whimpered into his chest, "Stay here. Don't go." Izuku chuckled into her hair. "Oh, Eri, I wish I could. Soon, okay? Just another month." "Oh." He looked up at Nizu, who was peering at him with something disconcertingly knowing in his gaze. "Just one more month, Deku?" Izuku swallowed heavily under the principal's gaze. "Look for me at the entrance exam, Principal Nizu. We can meet after." Without the mask, with everything on the table. "It's almost time." Nizu gave him a brilliant smile. "I'm glad to know you intend to trust us with this." Deku nodded instead of responding, turning his attention back to the wide-eyed Eri. "Have you been doing better here, Eri? Is Eraserhead taking care of you?" Eri nodded vigorously. "He's teaching me my quirk." He rubbed her head fondly. "That's very good. But you're happy here too, right?" Looking up with the widest pink eyes, Eri gave him a very real, small smile. "See? I can smile, Deku I. There was a suspicious sniffle from present mixed direction, But he paid them no mind and focused on smiling back at the little girl. She made it so hard to smile and not cry like he wanted to. I better thank the heroes, then Eri, Izuku teased, booping her on the nose. He looked over her head to Eraser mostly but also to the rest. Really, thank you. Eraserhead shrugged. No problem, kid. Indeed, Nizu chirped up, now settled in Aizawa's scarf, and you'll be pleased to note we've honored your request not to tell All Might. I know you did. He gave them a grateful look. He hadn't seen Yagi-san nervous or angry around him at all. He knew that his mentor still had no idea. Thank you for that as well. This has been hard enough without that going wrong too. Our pleasure. Nizu tilted his head respectfully. Deku and I. His attention switched back to the warm hug where Eri sat, looking up at him with wide eyes. Why is everyone so scared of you? Midnight and the others suddenly looked a little ashamed, but Izuku couldn't let them feel that way. It was his fault for their caution. I told you, Eri, I'm a criminal. Izuku put her down on the floor gently. Heroes usually fight criminals, so they're being very kind right now. But, hey, it's not a sad day today, is it? You're happy and it's Christmas and oh, what's this? A tiny square, no bigger than his thumb, came out of his pocket. Eri looked at him in wide-eyed curiosity. You see, any little sister of mine deserves a gift today, he encouraged, putting the small cube on the floor. A gift, or maybe four? With a brush from his pinky, the square grew and grew until the illusion popped and Eri was sat in front of a small pile of presents wrapped in brilliant blue furoshiki with sweeping patterns of flowers printed all over the cloths. Eri's eyes were wide with excitement. Go on, Izuku encouraged. Open them. They're for you. Eri did slowly. Her fingers brushed the fabric first, like she would blink and they would disappear. Finally, with a reassuring nudge from Izuku, she pulled apart the first one and let the fabric fall as she stared at her gift. Books. Notebooks, no, journals. Izuku corrected himself, reaching for the one on top and flipping it open. The pages were printed with beautiful calligraphic lines and sweeping flower petals. When I was your age, I used to write down everything I saw around me. I'd write about the heroes I met and the quirks I saw. I'd write about my best friend and my mom and everyone I love. You're able to write, right, Eri? The girl nodded excitedly. Great. Izuku passed her the top notebook that was embossed with Eri's name on the front. But you can also draw in them if you want, and then you'll remember everything important so you can tell me when I visit you next time. That was the encouragement she needed. She clutched the journal to her chest like it was part of a stalwart duty, and Izuku smiled fondly at her even as his heart warmed. And look, pens. Izuku picked up the object like it was the most exciting thing. They're shaped like you. Indeed, they were unicorn pens, and Eri was smiling again. The heroes behind them laughed. Next one, Eri. Izuku cheered, making the girl cheer too. The rest of the gifts were unpackaged with bubbling excitement. A pedal-covered electric piano was the next gift, one that present Mike immediately volunteered to give her lessons for. Music, baby, I told you it's what she was missing. Mike, you just wanted her to listen to your show. This is good too. The atmosphere was light and happy. Izuku melted into it. Still, as an outsider, he couldn't join in. So he focused himself on Eri. She unwrapped a light blue Randasir backpack next. It had matched her hair, so Izuku had immediately gotten it. And, finally, a tiny bracelet with a black bunny charm he'd made using his iron creation quirk. Eri smiled adorably when he put it on her. Thank you. Deku and I. Eri grabbed him in a hug, weak but as strong as her arms could give. I haven't even given you your last present, Izuku teased, covering the wet of his eyes. Eri's face puckered. But, you said 4. Izuku grinned slyly at Nizu, who was watching with great amusement from Aizawa's shoulder. Did I? Well, let's just make it 5. He plucked the different blue cloths from the floor and unfolded them, showing how big those beautiful fabrics were. Each bolt had its own hue, ranging from blue as the night sky with sparkles to match, bright blue as the backpack he got her, to nearly white with lines of baby blue to give it that cool hue. Eri watched with wide eyes. I think, That my little sister deserves a couple of dresses, don't you? Eyes got even wider and Izuku took every joy in putting his hand down on the fabrics. It was a simple quirk. It wasn't best genius, he couldn't control any number of fibers he could see, but he could control textiles after touching them. He moved the fabrics and mixed them, using one for sleeves on one and the dress on another until he was met with 4 different, beautiful blue dresses. Or he hoped they were pretty. He thought so, but he was also not very well versed in fashion. Still, glancing back at Eri, he thought he might have got it right. She was smiling again with tears in her eyes. "Ni-chan." Eri ran to him, holding him tight. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Laughing, Izuku scooped her up and held her close. "Anything, Eri. Anything for you, Izuku, my treasure. Any quirk you like." Izuku's body was swept through with ice. He sounded like his father. Like his father when he gave him gifts. He felt froze, and when Eri started to squirm in his arms he had to let her go. It didn't take long for Eri to be pulled from his arms. The heroes had noticed the dark in his eyes and Eraserhead had yanked the young girl back with his capture tape. Eri was looking at him with sad eyes. "Ni-chan. Deku, are you all right?" Nizu came forward, reaching for him. He stumbled back, but eked out the small smile. "Yeah, sorry. I guess this was all going too well, wasn't it?" Nizu stopped his approach. "Whatever do you mean?" Izuku waved at them and turned, ready to leave. "Something always goes wrong. It's me. I should go." "Deku and I wait?" He stopped just as she asked. It hurt. There had to be limits, there had to be. Should he say no, should he say yes? Was his father wrong, was he right? Was he the reason his father did this? Did having him drive his father to fulfill his every wish? He loved Eri so much, he wanted to give her anything. He didn't want to hurt her. "Eri," he turned, smiling his best yet small smile, not allaying the girl's concerns. "It wasn't you, Eri. I just have something to think about. I'll see you again. After the entrance exams." Nizu scurried forward, eyes concerned. "Deku, do not think you have to leave. We all have dark moments. It is not for us to judge you." The tears started, unable to be quelled any longer. Eri must have seen, because she let out a cry of sadness. There was something deeply uncomfortable festering inside him now, something he wanted gone as soon as possible. "It's never a good thing when you start to sound like your father, is it?" Izuku asked the principal, hoping he had an answer. "There must be limits, right? To what you would do for a child? Something?" "I tend to think common morality is the limit most set," Nizu replied, now stepping forward with more confidence. "Deku, loving a child is not wrong. It is how you love that must be measured. You have done nothing but make Eri happy. Has your father always done the same?" His chest felt empty, but for the pink eyes staring at him across the room. He wanted hugs, he wanted comfort, he wanted something. He didn't want to think about his father. "I need to get somewhere safe," was what came out. Instead of trying to stop him, the principal only smiled. "I understand," Nizu reassured him, now close enough to put a single paw on his hand. Nizu's paws were soft, therapeutic. But everything Izuku had read said that Principal Nizu hated human touch, avoiding it wherever possible. Is he doing this to comfort me? Is he making himself uncomfortable for me? Do you have somewhere safe? Someone safe? There was only one person who fit that description. He did tell him to come or be blown up. Maybe. "I do." The answer was soft, but Izuku felt sure about it. "You really are too kind, Nizu. Thank you for not arresting me on the spot." The mammal gave him a kind smile. "You've given me no reason to, Deku." He shook his head. "That's a lie. But thanks. And I'm sorry for ruining the evening. Make sure Eri knows that it's not her fault. Tell her I scared myself, it's true enough. What am I saying? You probably already know what I was thinking, and you know children better. Just make sure she doesn't blame herself, all right?" "With pleasure." The principal patted his hand comfortingly. "I will tell her you went to cuddle a safety blanket, A laugh burst from his lips before he could stop it, but when he saw how that calmed Eri's face, he no longer wanted to. "Yeah, I'll be sure to cuddle him." Oh ho ho, you are a delight, Deku, Nizu chortled, easing his fears once again. Next time, don't feel like sneaking into the school. Just come to me. You're always welcome. The promise heartened him. I'll remember that. With a final, more cheerful wave to Eri, and a reminder to her that she should write in her journals everything he missed, he jumped through space and landed in an alley by Kaken's house. Izuku really needed a hug. He habitually checked left, right, and up to make sure no one had seen him appear, but then immediately took off his mask and started running to Kaken's front door. This time, Kaken opened the door before Mitsuki, much to the woman's apparent anger. But Izuku didn't care. He immediately went in, hugging his friend with everything in him, the tears welling up again. DKU? Huh, sorry Kaken, Izuku hiccuped. I can't seem to let go. Masaru and Mitsuki hung around in the background, but Izuku didn't care. He needed Kaken. He needed him. Oi, Deku, what the hell happened? He was pulled abruptly into the house and the door closed behind him, but he still held on. Hey, stop crying, nerd. Tell me what's going on. Izuku tried to speak and ended up coughing out a sob instead. After a few attempts, he simply asked, Am I like him? Like Dad? It was so quiet he was almost sure. Kaken's parents didn't hear, but Kaken did, and he decked him one. Hey, stop being an idiot. Kaken roared, pulling Izuku off of him and looking him straight in the eyes. Don't be getting ideas in your head. Your Deku got that? You're gonna be a hero, you're gonna take down villains, and you're gonna do it with that stupid smile you think you owe people. So stop being stupid. It was the most Kaken could say in front of his parents, but the concern and anger in Kaken's eyes said everything. Izuku held tight to his friend and cried into his shoulder until his tears calmed down and all that was left of them were the soaked spots on Kaken's sweater. When he was finally calm, Mitsuki and Masaru made a reappearance from the kitchen as cautiously as you would approach an active nuclear bomb. After spinning a generic story about nearly getting mugged and then panicking about being a hero, Kaken's words were a lifeline for his line. The couple got him some water and they started the Christmas evening at the Bakugo's. A few classic games, some hot cocoa, and some movies they watched together. Izuku had to admit, watching Mitsuki and Kaken yell at fake characters for making obviously horrible romantic decisions was hilarious. Kaken didn't let him go for more than a minute. Movies over, kitchen cleaned up, and gifts away, Kaken told his parents he would stay the night and the pair of boys ascended the stairs. Izuku hesitated a little, but Kaken didn't, pulling him down onto his bed and curling him up under the taller boy's chin. Izuku pressed his face into his collarbone, taking in his friend and calming a little at the comfort. You never realize how tense you are until the walls come down and you're being held by someone you trust. Kaken made him melt down into a sheer vulnerable, gooey mass. What was all that about? Kaken huffed. Izuku almost half-truthed and told him it was nothing major, just on impulse. But he reminded himself that it was Kaken, that he didn't need to lie. Still, he hid his face in his friend's scratchy winter sweater. I said something to Eri, he murmured into his sweater. I told her I'd do anything for her, and that sounds like what my dad says to me. I felt like I'd done something wrong, like I was him. I know it's dumb. Duh. But what if I did learn more from him than I should have? Izuku finished, feeling morose once more. What if I'm treating Eri like he treated me? What if I start doing what I think she wants, only to end up hurting her? I love Eri so much. If my dad feels the same way about me, then am I the reason he's like this? Did I make him? Shut up, Deku. Izuku's lips sealed as red eyes pierced him through and to the heart of his sadness. You're not your old man, Kaken said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You aren't gonna be. You didn't steal her mum away, right? Give her a bunch of stolen quirks? Make her watch people die? His head was shaking emphatically. No, you didn't, Kaken reinforced with a poke to the chest. You care for the kid, that's fine, whatever. It's not the same. Sure, you said you'd do anything for the kid, but you know that it doesn't include that. There's a line you don't cross. If you don't cross that line, you're not your old man. Simple as that. Idiot. Once again, Izuku was left smiling, admiring the strength and caring of his best friend. He didn't deserve him. Not in the least. But Kaken was there for him anyway. "I love you, Kaken," Izuku sighed, snuggling deep into the boy's arms. The customary grumble against the phrase sprang forth, but Izuku didn't care. "Thank you for being here." The boy flicked the side of his head in annoyance. "Of course I'm here. Who else is going to save your butt?" Izuku peeked up at his friend, a little worried. Is he only doing this because he feels he has to? Is it just a job? What about when Dad's arrested? What will he? Kaken growled and flicked him in the head again. "Oh no, I was mumbling. What are you thinking? I don't have to do anything. Idiot. You really think I'm gonna drop you?" Izuku shook his head, but it might have been a lie. "You're stupid when you're sad," the boy huffed, tucking Izuku back into their hug. "You think I can stand the other extras hanging around, Deku? They're a bunch of wannabes. Who else am I going to kick around if not you?" The corner of his lips pulled up with the same force of those words on his emotion-addled mind. Elation. That if what it felt like. Kaken, in the most Kaken way, was telling him they were friends. That he enjoyed spending time with him. "Even though I'm an octopus?" The comment slipped out, making Kaken snort. "That's whatever," the boy shrugged, but his tone wasn't nonchalant as he was. He sounded fond. "Not the worst. Better than you being weak or something. But you can stop the mumbling, got it? Heroes don't mumble." Izuku was cheering internally, but he nodded solemnly. "I'll work on it." "You better," Kaken poked his side viciously, making him yelp. "Idiot. All those quirks, and you still have no common sense." As the boys teased and played and eventually fell asleep, Izuku thought with dread of the few days he had left for this. For once, he didn't want his father to come home. The day of his father's return, Izuku didn't leave the house. Instead of heading to the beach for another cleaning session, or finding Kaken to do something fun, he worried. Call it a hunch, but his father had a habit of arriving when you didn't expect it. Early or late, never on time. And it would be just like him to come home early and make sure Izuku had stayed home while he was gone. So he spent the day making sure everything seemed used. A complex dish using multiple pans comprised breakfast, just so he could clean them all and put them in the drying rack. Izuku slept in his father's bed the night before, just to make sure his father could smell that he had missed him. He dusted, making sure to get everywhere in case his father took dust to mean he hadn't been active enough or in the house enough to disturb the dust patterns. And his money was stashed somewhere different so his dad wouldn't be able to count it and figure out how much Izuku had spent on the Osaibo gifts for Yagi-san, Eri, and Kaken. If his father saw how much he cared for anyone besides him, he would hunt down the ones who made him feel that way. All through his preparations, his mind flew to the entrance exam. Less than a month left. A couple of weeks. Then he could stop worrying about putting people in danger. Izuku was realizing more and more that he didn't need to wait those weeks, that he'd set an arbitrary deadline for himself that didn't make any sense. He was ready, he was sure he should do this. Why was he waiting? To prove himself for an exam? Was that worth putting people in danger? The reason was All Might. All Might, who wanted to trust him with one for all Might, who wanted to take care of him after, All Might, who didn't know he had watched as his own father ripped out his stomach. The thought of telling All Might made him mildly nauseous, and the thought of telling him early nearly sent him into a panic. How would he react to Izuku being the son of his worst enemy? Would nothing change, would everything? Would he look at him with disgust? Izuku felt like he had to wait until All Might said he was ready to receive his power just to make sure the man really cared for him. Then he would tell him everything. Once All Might put that final trust in him, he would make sure All Might understood that he was the informant, that he was trying to stop his father, and he'd hoped that was enough for his mentor to accept him. Maybe he should spend the weeks enjoying the last of his father's presence. No, Izuku shook himself away from that thought. That was selfish. He should focus on becoming stronger. That's what he should do. When all the cleaning and preparations were done, Izuku took his gifts for Kurojiiri, Tamura, and, especially, Father and piled them on the kitchen table with their handmade labels clearly facing the door. Tamura hadn't gone with Father, of course, but he wouldn't come here without him either. He lived in the bar, not the house. He hadn't lived in the house since he came of age. But he would come to the house for New Year's with All for One. With every and all preparations done and over with, All Izuku could do was wait. Wait where his father loved him, waiting the most, on the floor by his father's chair. Was he pandering? Definitely, but his father would undoubtedly come home with some amazing American quirks that he'd taken the chance to acquire since he was in the country. The chair would be necessary, and he wanted to be held. He always did when his father came home. He couldn't focus very well, but he took the chance to write. He no longer wrote about heroes in his journal, he wrote about quirks. He made sure to emphasize weaknesses so his father didn't think to take them for him. He'd been putting off analyzing the ones from Overhaul's company, but this seemed the perfect opportunity. He sat there for hours, thinking of applications for all of the 8 precepts quirks. Time passed slowly though, as Izuku checked the clock every time he finished a section. Father wasn't early. He was late. Hours continued to pass and Izuku was waiting for his father. Until, at last, a black portal opened in the living room. The clock on the wall read near midnight. Izuku stood up quickly, throwing his journal through a space jump to his room. It was always overwhelming to see his father again after an absence. He was always bigger than his memory told him, towering over the room. The dark suit seemed to cast shadows over everything even as his white hair and blue eyes brought light. A walking contradiction. An easy smile with shadowed eyes. A solemn tone of voice yet soft-spoken and often kind. His father was everything. All at once. Izuku. And all he wanted from him was a hug. Izuku sprang forward and into his father's outstretched arms, tears already pooling and running over the lids of his eyes. I missed you. You never lied to All for One. Izuku never did. It seems so, his father chuckled, though he held him just as tightly in return. Why are you crying? Izuku choked out a breathy, don't know. He could feel Kurogiri appear behind father, but the Nomu knew not to interrupt. Father pet his hair fondly. I'm glad to see I've not been forgotten. Father moved them to the seat, pulling Izuku down onto his lap and tucking them together once more. The familiarity soothed Izuku more than he'd admit, and the unsullied scent of his father's cologne, from this close, was enough to have him burying his face into the villain's shoulder. This is a wonderful welcome home. I'm sorry I was late, it seems the task was bigger than I thought. Have you been too lonely while I've been gone? Instead of a verbal answer, he just nodded. He couldn't say no. He couldn't tell his father about what company he had kept. No way was he admitting to spending time with Kaken and Yagi-san over break. Well, maybe next time you'll agree to come with me then, yes? Definitely, Izuku answered, causing father's smile to broaden. Was the trip worth it? Did you find the people responsible? His father sighed. Unfortunately, the entire upper management needed to be washed clean. I have set someone up temporarily, but finding replacements has proven quite the chore. Not an unexpected issue, but an irksome one nonetheless. Izuku cuddled in close, focusing on soothing his father the best he could. His father pet him head softly, more gently than usual as he took his time teasing through every tuft. Brushing them, teasing them, then rubbing over his whole head before finding the next strand. He felt like All for One was memorizing it, crazy as it sounded. How about you tell me what you've been up to, Izuku? His father proposed with a smile and another brush through his hair. It feels as if I've missed more than I thought I would. It almost sounded as though All for One was angry with himself, or a little upset at least, which was a strange mood for his dad to be in. This was uncharted territory in Izuku's mind, and he wondered whether something had happened on the trip. Or maybe it was something about returning to Japan that had him so tense. While he was unsure on how to approach this, he knew that not answering would be wrong. He squeezed All for One tightly as he quirklessly could. Don't worry, Dad, you didn't miss anything. Really. I did some reading and went to see all the Christmas decorations in the city. It was beautiful. Telling Dad that he had left the house was vital to seeming innocent, but he obviously couldn't tell him about Kaken. So the usual half-truth had been quick to his lips. He had read, but mostly study materials with Kaken, and he had been to see the decorations on the day of with the Bakugas. So he wasn't technically lying, it was impossible to lie to Dad. From the way Dad tightened his arms, Izuku thought he would be scolded for going out alone, but it never came. Instead, a light kiss on his head. And you were happy with me away? That was a warning phrase. It didn't matter how well Dad phrased it, because his father was always the most important person. For him to even hint that he wasn't. Izuku was wide awake now and very deliberately looking up into his father's eyes. Eyes that were lowered to his but didn't match, too melancholy to be normal. Dad, I missed you, Izuku reassured plaintively. Maybe some things were fun, but we would have had a lot of fun if you were here too. I love you, Dad, I missed you. Something in his father's eyes shifted, and while the hold his father had on him was still just a pinch too tight, the tension was so much lessened that Izuku nearly breathed a sigh of relief. I love you too, treasure, all for one side as he pressed a kiss to his hair. So much. If I had my way, I would never leave you. His heart burned with affection, and Izuku had to hide his tearful eyes in his father's coat. After a few moments of quiet and calm chair he was wrapped in his father's urgent embrace, Izuku felt well enough to speak again. Hey Dad. Yes. I got you a present, he nodded over to the table. The other two are for Tamura and Kurojairi. Do you want to? Open it. His father finished with a chuckle. Oh treasure, of course I do. Kurojairi brought over the gift to where the father and son were happily snuggled, placing the fabric-wrapped item on his father's other knee. His was decorated in something his father would enjoy, stars. Nobody knew this about him, but his father loved gazing up into the night sky quite often. He would tell Izuku, "It reminds me of the greatness of the world and of my place in it." His father seemed peaceful in those moments. It's a beautiful fabric, his father noticed, showering him with praise. Older workmanship, though. Where did you get it? He beamed. You know the Christmas market they set up nearby? It has so many cool, handmade items for sale. I found so many beautiful things there, but I loved this older woman and her family daughter, but he knew better than to mention the opposite SEC to his father. They have this cool spider quirk that they use to create the fibers, then they purchase the pigments and dyes, make the cloths in their loom, and embroider the details. It was so cool, and they make such beautiful designs. You should see the ones they have of cherry blossoms flying through the breeze. It's really special. Always admiring the quirks around you. Father pet him softly, eyes so fond. I have definitely missed you, son. Izuku snuggled into his side as he moved back to the gift, unwrapping it and pulling it out for all to see. In a pristine blue bottle, the 40-year-old Hibiki whiskey shined for the room, throwing a cool tint around the room. Well, his father considered the bottle. This must have cost a fair bit of your allowance. His father wasn't very happy with the gift. Izuku could see it. I thought you deserved it. I know you like having a bit every once in a while. And I know that you disapprove when I do, all for one pointed out, placing the bottle deliberately on the table next to them. Why would you give me something like this, Izuku? This isn't like you. You don't like it. He had failed to please his father. That was not good. I should have asked Kurojairi what to get you, I'm sorry. It's a fine brand and a good vintage, his father disagreed. I would be quite pleased to receive this from anyone. No, what concerns me is why my son, who disapproves of alcohol, would give me this. The words weren't coming out, but Izuku knew his father would wait as long as he needed for Izuku to get a clear and cohesive sentence together. I've been making you so angry lately, I just wanted to make you happy. There was hardly a second of pause before his father's hand came down to cup his face, tilting it up so he was looking directly into his crystal blue eyes. They glimmered with worry, and Izuku felt guilt seize up his core. Izuku, his father crooned, treasure, you are a good son. Have I been making you feel differently? If he did lie to his father wouldn't believe him. Even if it was the truth, father wouldn't believe him. So he just shrugged helplessly. I only want what's best for you, my son, all for one promised, warm and soft in every gesture. I'm hurt that you don't want me involved in a part of your life, that's all. When you have someone you care for as much as I care about you, you'll understand why I do all this. Can you try and understand a little? Forgive me for being so harsh. Sometimes Dad did this. He genuinely seemed sorry for what he did. But he had been really harsh. And his father had felt this way before he left for America. had felt bad about making him kill Chisaki. Maybe Dad was going to be better? Maybe I can? Of course, Dad, Izuku said. I understand why you don't like it. So, to thank you for at least letting me do it, can you accept my year-end gift? All for One laughed and hugged Izuku close. Oh, son, I definitely accept. I'm sure it was difficult to buy it, you being so young. It was a very thoughtful gift. Izuku sagged in relief, and his heart felt light. Maybe his father was beginning to listen to him. Maybe. I brought you some gifts too. All for One brought his attention back to him. A hand rested on his cheek. Quirks from America. Izuku flinched. Dad, I don't want any. Shoo, his father murmured. They're for you. I don't need them. No, Dad, Izuku protested, pushed his hand away. Really? Don't. His father hesitated for only a moment before he smiled softly down at Izuku. For a moment, there was hope. Maybe his father wouldn't do this. Maybe it's late, isn't it? Don't worry, I won't overload you. You don't have to do a thing. He had experienced his father's quirk push many times, but not while there was still hope sitting in his heart. The quirks flew at him, slotting themselves right where they belonged and glowing brightly as stars. The hope that had frozen was being beat upon by the warmth and happiness of previously unhappy quirks having a new and compatible home. Was Izuku happy? Sad? Shocked? Betrayed? Still, he took catalog of the quirks like he always did, his brain spilling over as he tried to hyperprocess these new pieces in his core. When they finally stopped, some 58 quirks later, Izuku was left numb and shocked in his father's arms. But, did it hurt so much this time? He always gives me quirks. Why was this different? Because he had fought and lost. Because he had thought his father would listen when he said, no. He had hoped. After being so honest with Kaken, maybe he had hoped that maybe honesty would work on another person he loved so much. Izuku, are you all right? His father pet his hair, but he flinched away, up and out of his lap. His eyes darted between Kurogyri and All for One, trying to make sense of everything. Izuku, what's wrong? I thought you'd like your gifts. There are so many rare quirks. I didn't want them, he choked out, earning a warning look from Kurogyri. I didn't want this. You know that. You've always known that. He didn't stay. Izuku knew his father, and he didn't want this to turn into some sort of lesson. He already knew how that lesson would end. With a jump through space, Izuku landed in his bedroom and fell on his pillow. Maybe this would get through to his father. Maybe being angry about the quirks would help him understand. It hadn't before, not when he was a kid, but Dad had practically apologized for how he was handling the morning training. And he was older now, so maybe. The hypotheticals flew through his head until he fell into a fitful sleep. The next morning, Kurogyri woke him rather contemptuously, with a scant breakfast and a seething glare. Your father worked painstakingly to put together those quirks for you, he began sternly. Izuku focused on picking through his eggs, only letting his emptiness lead his eating as everything tasted like ash in his mouth. You were extraordinarily ungrateful. I know. Kurogyri's gaze softened some, as much as it could. Then you know what comes now, Izuku. You know what to do to make it up to your father. That's what had his stomach clenching. Did he get more? Came his soft words, barely making it to the warp gate's ear. Kurogyri put his clothes on the bed and gave him a stern look. Get ready. Izuku went through his preparations numbly, but still with some hope. Kurogyri might be right, but maybe this time his father would try to understand better, maybe it wouldn't be so bad, maybe it would only be a conversation. When he stepped through the warp gate and saw the room of one-sided glass, all hope died in him. All for One appeared right next to the dreaded console, face understanding but sad. Izuku, I disappointed you. You disappointed me, I disappointed you. Izuku's thoughts stayed crystal clear, even though he'd rather run, rather hide, rather anything than be in this room at this moment, looking at all those people behind the glass cowering together in fear. Why didn't? Izuku answered, trying to lie through his own freezing fear. You were late, I was tired, I didn't think you'd push them. They're beautiful quirks, Dad. You know just what quirks I like, and I appreciate them, I do. I hate that you took them, I hate that you didn't want to listen, followed, poisonous thoughts that wouldn't let him fake a decent smile. His father definitely noticed. Then why are we here, Izuku? His father asked, motioning to the once again filled room. Part of Izuku wondered if he kept people there for long PRDS or whether they were all kidnapped at once. You know I only want what's best for you, you know I want to see you happy. So why are you making me guess? Tell me what would make you happy, son. What am I missing? Maybe this time? Could Izuku chance it? Could he do it with all of those people in the room, not seeing him but needing him all the same? Deception or honesty? What choice gave those people the best chance? I don't want to steal quirks, Dad. 4 days later and the holiday was over, school was back again, and Katsuki waited at the entrance of the school for a friend who he hadn't heard from in nearly a week. It was infuriating just waiting for the nerd to show. His fingers drummed his thigh and he glared at the extras who tried to get too close or who got in the way of his sightlines. Finally, he saw the little head of broccoli peeking through the crowd. Relief. Deku was alive and alright. He was never sure anymore that Deku was alright, not since he started needing to keep track of the twerp. But that meant he should have texted or something, so Katsuki stomped through the crowd, ready to let the nerd have it for making his protecting job harder and not answering his freaking phone. But when Katsuki got close enough to see Deku's face, that thought died as his anger spiked. On the outside, no one would suspect a thing. Deku was healthy and glowing and smiling at classmates as they walked by. But the green eyes connected with him for a moment, and he felt cold. Ignoring everything else, he pushed forward, jostling people out of his way to reach the greenet. Izuku looked up at him and smiled again, a little more forced. Kaken. How or why? He pulled the nerd by his backpack to the shade of the trees, barked at him to activate his interference quirk, and leaned him against the school fence. What the hell happened to you? He held Izuku's gaze. And don't be fake about this and give me some line. You look like death. What did he do? The flip was instant, like a light coming on. The eyes that were so empty now shone. The forced smile turned down into trembling lips. Tears spilled down both cheeks and irrepressible sobs bubbled over from his throat into the air. Without a thought, Katsuki stepped forward, heart beating quicker as he caught the bawling nerd in his arms. I made the wrong choice. Izuku cried, the words kicking Bakugo in the stomach. It was the wrong choice.